Good morning, everyone, or nearly good afternoon. Just grab the screen. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the last 2 minutes of qualifying for the 10 hours of Bathurst. It's going to be a little bit of a race of attrition here, but I think Bathurst is one of those tracks that it's a love-hate relationship. It's a bit of Marmite, bit of Vegemite, depending if you're from that side of the world. Now, as we come into the last 2 minutes of qualifying, we'll see that we have some pretty quick times towards the top, with the top 10 being separated only by half a second. We, of course, have Matt Tubby on the top in the Aston Martin, Jonas Hakala in the Ferrari 458, and forgive me, I do not know the name of the V3 car in the Audi RS Evo 2. Now, the curious thing is that the quickest two cars around here, the Honda and Porsche, currently haven't broken into the top 5. Now, with a minute left, will we see any of that happen? We still have a few cars out on track, with Yannick out in the Honda, which looks like the old Mazda 787B livery, which I am a big fan of that, as he's coming over the mountain now. Now, I don't know if he is improving lap time, but we shall see. We'll keep an eye on this. Dives down, dropping the gears, dropping one more gear down, turning in sharply and planting his foot. Now, Forest Elbow coming up. If you get this wrong, you lose all the speed all the way down the Conrad Straight. That will be interesting to see if he can improve. Forgive me 1 second while I get a track map up, as I keep forgetting which park is what park at the top of the mountain, as it feels like there's at least 100 of them. Now as I said before, it is very interesting to see that there are no Hondas or Porsches currently in the top of the leaderboards. I don't think... Yep, he's abandoned that. So it looks like that must be it for qualifying. So there is your starting order for the 10 hours of Bathurst. Going through the names, there's a lot of the standard people that are particularly quick, occupying the top spot as per usual. Few names I'm not as familiar with, but it's nice to see a good mix of cars on the grid as well, especially, as I've said before, at a track that is normally dominated by the Porsche and the Hondas. Have a few minutes cool down as we wait for the grid to get set up. It's time to think of potentially some strategies going into this race, as many people may be aware that most cars cannot make it round on a full tank for the full stint using the highest power map available to them. And the big question with endurance racing is, do I take an extended stint by lowering the power? Do I lift and coast to gain that extra time? Or do I take the risk of gunning it flat out and seeing if I can make up the time that way? Now, the caveat is at Bathurst, of course, driving flat out for an extended period of time does pose some risks, as the top of the mountain is dangerous to say the least, as I believe anyone that has raced there has probably spent 50% of their push laps in the wall. Myself included, unfortunately. As we just get up here. I will just need to go and quickly congratulate my team, as somehow we put it on pole. Apologise as well for any errant typing that you may hear in the background. Now, of course, one of the hardest things around Bathurst this weekend is going to be blue flags and overtaking, as overtaking over the mountain is not the easiest. It's very narrow, there's very much one line and one line only, and even diving offline to allow someone to go past can be quite dangerous if the car behind isn't expecting it. Now, while people that are on the same lap are going to be racing as much as they can over there, it is very much a case of stay behind, stay safe, wait until the straight, and then attempt to make a passing move. As quite frankly, causing yourself and another person an accident, as well as potentially picking up a penalty, is not conducive to your lap time or overall race time here. So here we have the grid. We have M. Tubby in the 990 Aston Martin. We have Hackler in the Ferrari, Royal in the Audi Senatore, I'm assuming, in the BMW, and alongside him another BMW of Alfonsi. We have the first of the quicker cars around this track, Valanduk in the Honda in P6, Davis in the Mercedes, and Suarez in the 268 Ferrari. We have the first other quick car of Grotz in the 416, I believe, Porsche, and Britton in another Aston Martin. We have Van Drulen in the Merc along with Chris Vickers in the 333 Aston Martin. Mackenberg in the Lexus, the first Lexus we've seen, making up to P13. Van der Kran in the 33 Mercedes, and Van Thiefen, I believe, in the 888 BMW. We have Maffel in the 36, Nada in a Honda. Hogard in the 42 Audi. Higgins, the sister team of the pole sitters, in another Aston Martin 991. We have Vilsek in the 212 Porsche, and Schroeder in the 11 BMW. De Brouwer, apologies again if I get any of these wrong. Feel free to shout at me in the comments. I am not opposed to criticism. In the 919 Porsche, and Van der Vaart in the 417 Lexus. Seems as though we have a few cars in the pit lane. Not sure if this is tactical or if they've simply forgotten to press drive. Now, of course, the advantage is if they have decided to start from the pit lane, then they are not going to be prone to the big, potentially inevitable crash that is often the case when coming into the first turn. Of course, we have Hell Corner followed by the mountain straight into... That doesn't seem right. That says Corey Bend. I don't believe that's what it's called. But either way, turn 1, turn 2 are particularly... how shall we put this nicely for all the other sim racers? Particularly treacherous turns, I would say. Not quite Monza, of course, as we all know how fun Monza can be sometimes. But it's a 10-hour race, people have to remember, and it's repeated over and over again. It is not won in the first turn, and the awkward thing about Bathurst as well is that the lights may go green while people are still coming around the final turn. But there is a big drafting zone up to turn 2. Let's hope no one puts it in the wall on this outlap. So we see Jonas Hackler here in the RNE Ferrari. And here we have the pole sitter Matt Tubby in the Snack & Sons 990 Aston Martin. The temperatures look rather pleasant for the day, 22 degrees, track 28. Oh, excuse me. Some lovely shots of all these cars coming down the mountain. It's a good thing we can ghost, or I feel like there would be many accidents. And I say that with as a term of endearment, as I know myself would probably have an accident doing this. Here you can see quite a spectacular sight actually of all the cars coming down Conrod Straight. Of course, no one is yet in a correct formation. We'll probably start lining up soon as we come into the cutting. Sorry, the chase, ignore me. Okay, we're now starting to see the cars go 2 by 2. The moment we've all been waiting for, 10 hours of Bathurst. Come on guys, we need to close up those gaps. Any second now, waiting for the lights to go green. And they've all disappeared. Now that is an impressive green light. We will quickly cut away while we figure out what exactly has just happened. This could very well be the commentary team that have disconnected, or this could be a full race disconnect. We will keep you up to date as we learn more. Okay, bear with us as there has been a little bit of an error server side. So we will have to spend a few minutes getting that sorted out in the meantime. The server will be restarted, the grid positions will remain the same. We apologies for this, but it will be something that has to get sorted out.
Is it though?
Tommy, you might need to broadcast in Discord as we cannot see the stream.
Oh, do you say we are live?
We are indeed live, Oliver.
Live, the first talks of the race. Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and people who identify as otherwise. We do apologize for the slight delay of the start of the race. We have had some technical difficulties. The 10 hours of Bathurst will now be the 9 hours of Mount Panorama instead.
Let's be honest, I don't think many people will be too upset with that. 10 hours is pretty brutal around here.
Yeah, but it does mess around with people's strategies, including our own actually for this event, but it's the same for everyone, so no gains, no losses.
But the real question is was anyone's strategy actually going to survive the mountain in the first place?
Probably not. Highly doubt that anyone could keep up with calculations and stuff for this race and keeping the car clean out of the walls. Yeah, especially once we get into the backmarker traffic and faster guys trying to overtake, then there will be some stuff happening during these next 9 hours of racing we are looking forward to see.
Yeah, I believe the 990 strategy, big spoiler here for everyone watching, you can steal our strategy, is brilliant. It's you just change drivers whenever you need to change drivers and come in when you need to pit, because we expect to be in the wall at various points in the race. So we're playing it very much by ear. So teams that have a full strategy, I do commend you on that kind of confidence. We do not have that, clearly.
Oh, we had, but the main plan are just full send the car and see what happens.
I mean, to be fair, that's a strategy you can't go wrong with at any track.
Exactly.
Just might bite you a bit harder here.
Nah, it's all about putting in the right amount of practice and don't overdo it in the days leading up to the race, so you get bad habits into your system, which I unfortunately haven't started crashing on the top of the mountain all of a sudden.
I mean, you say not get bad habits at Bathurst. I think Bathurst is the bad habit, to be perfectly honest.
Ah, true.
So where did your team end up in at the end of the day, Oliver?
We actually had a strategical decision in qualifying. We were about to improve by quite a lot. We were still off the pace that we wanted, so we bailed out on our final lap to ensure that we start further back in the field, so we don't have all the crazy carnage in the start, so we can just take it slow and nice and easy through the first lap.
So the sandbags were quickly put back in?
Yes, most definitely. We actually had an agreement that if we qualified midfield, then we would likely take a pit lane start for this race.
We did see a few cars in the pit lane. We were unsure whether this was due to people noticing stint timer error or where it was a tactical decision to not be involved in the potential lap 1 carnage.
I guess it was because they noticed the pit time error, since it was Yannick Wallendock's car and Chris Vegas, who are admins of this community.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So I would highly assume that. Anyways, what are your thoughts on this race? Are we going to see track blockage in the first 5 minutes in the mountain?
Oh, it's a tough one. I don't want to doubt any of our drivers here, as I believe we have a very good crop of drivers taking part, and usually, as a rule of thumb, the quicker drivers, and more confident drivers are in the car first, so I think it's definitely possible to get around here, lap 1, without any incidents. I've seen it before. I've seen it with this community. However, it is Bathurst, unfortunately, and you will have to excuse me 1 second.
Oh, you'll be excused. I'll just make some quick talks before we leave this wonderful, wonderful commentary team, since we are driving a car, and multi-purpose commenting and driving will not be optimum for us in the start of this race, unfortunately for you guys out there listening. Some of you might have heard Dominic and I commentating on WTCC events before, and that is truly wild. If you at some point have like 2 hours of your life that you need to spend doing something, then I highly recommend watching these races. They can be found here on the Simsport International YouTube channel. But obviously we want you to stay here for the Enduro this evening, and the start of the night actually it will turn out to be with this kind of start. Anyways, that's all from Dominic and I. We'll leave you in the capable hands of Lulu for the start of this race, since we'll be jumping in and getting ready to race ourselves.
Why?
Apologies for disappearing briefly there, as we can see Oliver has now left to join his team chat, as I expect many of the other drivers are now lined up in their own Discords or TeamSpeaks. We're ready to ready to call out any incidents. Now, we do have a rule here in SSRI that only 2 drivers may be connected at one time, 1 driver and 1 spotter, of course. So we can see here all the cars coming to grid. They have about 2 minutes until the formation lap. Now, if any drivers, spare drivers, perhaps the 3rd driver, you're not in for a bit, fancy joining us in the commentary booth just to discuss strategy or even commentate the race, please feel free to come join us. Just hop into the Waiting for Shed channel in the Discord and we will drag you in. Now, of course, people will be aware, all the drivers will be aware now, some of the races may not. The race has now been shortened to 9 hours to make up for this hour of lost running time. Now, while this isn't the full 10 hours that was initially promised, we believe this is potentially the fairest way to get this done, as drivers may be unavailable, having planned their original stints around the original 10 hours finishing time of, I believe, to be about about 10 p.m. to 11 p.m, depending on where you are in either GMT or CAT, and of course those around the world in other time zones. We have a minute left on the clock as most drivers are on the grid. I do believe those 2 start times, as Oliver previously mentioned, who were the 2 cars in the pits, were 2 of the admins who had noticed the stint time error. I do not believe we'll be seeing anyone starting from the pit lane this time. To all you drivers about to race around Bathurst and potentially crash, I do salute you. I am both sad I'm not taking part and also extremely glad, as putting it in the wall is something of a speciality of mine around here. As we can see all the cars bouncing, making sure they have their setups loaded, making sure the fuel is correct, tyres are correct. Track temp is an extremely similar 22 degrees ambient with a track temperature of 29 degrees. So a 1 degree fluctuation from the last start. This shouldn't factor in too much when it comes to our tyres, but we shall have to see. Start seeing the cars pull away shortly. There goes the 990, the 169 and the 88 of the top 3. This is probably the nicest lap they're going to do of Bathurst all day. A nice chilled pace coming through Hull Corner and up the mountain straight. Weaving to get a little bit of temperature into those tyres. Like we have a car right at the back of the grid that either is having potential rig issues. I believe that is at the number 62, I believe. Oh, car has disappeared. I believe that may be a disconnect potentially. Look out for that. There might be a car that suddenly appears in the pit lane. Hopefully they can rejoin ASAP and they've rejoined in the correct order. As unfortunately, Assetto Corsa Competizione is known for its issues should any driver other than driver 1 connect first. There they are back in the server. Their controls will be locked, so they will probably not be able to go until the green flag. However, due to the nature of this being a out lap or a formation lap, this shouldn't actually affect their grid position too much. Hopefully they are able to remain on the lead lap for the time being. As we can see here, all the cars coming up through Sulman Park and McPhillamy Park, with the leaders just about heading down Skyline. There is the Mode 11 BMW of the wonderful Oliver Anderson, who we had in the commentary box not shortly before the race began. Now I believe for the Laguna race they had 3 cars, but they've all been condensed into this one for this race. Guess they did not fancy running this with drivers of 2 teams. Now there are a few teams running 2 drivers here, which is brave, my team included. Admittedly I forced their hand in that regard, but it is something that we have to live up with. And there he is, Matt Tubby, the 990 Aston Martin, currently leading the way down Conrod Straight. Now, if there is any time to put some temperature in your tyres, it is now, as the long straight, and while we're not at racing speed, this is going to suck a lot of temperature out of your brakes and your tyres. It's important to get as much into them now as you possibly can. There it is, once again. Wonderful sight of them all coming over the hill down Conrod. And as I said before as well, it's nice to see such a healthy mix of cars on the grid, especially within the top 10. I believe we only have a duplication of the Ferrari and the Beamers. Yannick Vanenduk in the Honda, the 787B Honda livery. Matt Tubby in the 990 once again. Cars are starting to organise themselves now, side by side, coming into Murray's corner. No more weaving now, boys and girls, and everyone else. Oh, what a beautiful sight. Here we are, round the final corner, getting ready to go green. Hopefully we don't all disappear this time. And it's green, off we go, we are racing. That was a fantastic start from the Audi. Unfortunately, they are completely boxed in by Hackler and the Ferrari. Now keep an eye on that track map. We want to look out for any yellows as the BMW of Senatori runs wide. Looks to be quite clean so far. A few side-by-sides running up the mountain straight. Now, we're coming into Griffin's Bend. This is where incidents often happen. Lap 1. Matt Tubby leads. That looks like the Audi has got past Hackler on the straight. I believe they have. So far, so good. It's nice and clean. Coming up into the cutting. Let's keep it nice and simple. There is one racing line through here and one only. Looking good. Oh, there's a lot of cars here. Some side-by-side. Well held around there with the Mode 11 car and the Porsche. Looks like the cars have sorted themselves out quite nicely. This has been a fantastic opening lap. And I've probably just cursed them, and I apologise for any teams caught up in that curse now. Coming out through McPhillamy Park, Matt Tubby going down through the S's already. Jonas Hackler chasing down the 8.8 of Stretch in the Audi. Now, I believe the Audi should have the legs on this Ferrari down in this straight, but we will see. As they come through Forest Elbow, no one's in the wall as of yet. And we can see as well that the 62 or 63 car in the back has left the grid, so they are still on the lead lap. I think we should commend all our drivers. That was a very well-behaved opening lap. No yellows. No one making a sudden pit stop early on. However, we have not reached the end of the lap, but we have Aaron Van Drunen coming through. Oh, mind the bump on the inside. There it is. Unfortunately, there is an evil bump on the inside there that upsets a lot of cars. The Aston Martin and Bentley, I think, are okay to handle it. The Merc, not so much. Haven't lost out too much. Slotted in behind the Chris Vickers car, the 333, so only 2 positions lost. fastest lap coming through from Alfonsi. Of course, is the opening lap. It doesn't quite count too much yet. Valenduc seems to make a fantastic start up to P5. I believe he started P6, P7. Made up 1 or 2 positions on the opening lap. We come back round for now the full speed racing lap. Coming into Griffin's Bend for the second time today. I'll tell you what, I think everyone has sorted themselves out quite nicely here. Now it's just a case of find the rhythm, don't push too hard. Of course you need to push to keep the lap times up, as most of the drivers will tell you. However, at this track particularly, it is all about surviving. That Honda was particularly close to the wall then. It'll be a very spooky corner, and I've noticed as well during my brief practice I did, the longer your stint goes on, the less likely you are to be able to take that corner flat. It's finding that balance point. At what point can we no longer take that corner flat and risk putting it in the wall? Coming down through the dipper, one of the most bizarre corners on the track in my opinion. Down into Forest Elbow, will we see anyone able to make a lunge? John Breton is under threat from, I believe, a Porsche behind. But fortunately, the top end of that Aston Martin should keep them safe, and they do have the draft from that Ferrari in front of our Leach. Will we see Valenduc make a move? Looking at the inside, thinks better of it, slots back in behind Alfonsi. Oh, Alfonsi's a little bit wide. This should give Yannick some good speed. Alfonsi goes to the inside. Oh dear, oh dear. That is a slight bit of contact. I believe Yannick was trying to switch back and has accidentally caught that beamer. That is not looking particularly healthy. They're going to need to get up the way as we go 3 wide into Hell's Corner. The top 3 are making a little bit of a runaway now as Yannick has moved the beamer out of the way. Now this is probably going to impact the straight line speed quite substantially, as well as the aero over the mountain. And that is going to be particularly important at this track. See 2 wide going into Griffin's Bend. Oh dear. Slight contact there, not as bad as the penultimate turn of course. A little bit of aggravated flashing. Oh, they've just pushed someone else into the wall. This is where people need to be careful now. There is a slower car on the mountain. Now Alfonsi unfortunately is probably have to come and get that damage repaired, as that car looks like it's not behaving itself. The top 3 right now are pulling a healthy gap on the field of course. We have Matt Tubby, Jonas Hackler, and I need to bring up the pit wall live to find P3's name, but in the 88 Audi of Strege. Again, please forgive me if I'm pronouncing anything wrong. Seem to be putting a healthy gap away. There is less than a second between the top 3 of course. But Hackler at some point must have got back past the Audi. Will we see the Audi make another move now? Looking up the inside. Hopefully they don't encounter the bump as the Mercedes did. They've tucked back in, thought better of it. Will they make a move into the chase? Nope, they're quite content to sit behind. Now you have to wonder, will these 3 drivers believe, instead of overtaking or forcing it, should they just work together and run away? Now, some drivers may tell you that is the correct strategy, of course, to do. However, in actual fact, they will completely ignore their own device and quite happily try and overtake. As we see Lassie Strege look up the inside briefly, trying to spook Hackler. And although I've not raced against Hackler much, I've seen him race with the Team RNE a fair few times. He is not an easy driver to spook, nor is anyone in that Ferrari either. We have a extremely American Mercedes chasing down Valenduc in the 787 Honda. Now the question is will they be able to stay close over the mountain and make use of that power and draft down the Conrad Straight? We have a few cars in the pits already by the looks of it. I'm assuming we have Alfonsi in the pits. No, I don't believe we do. There is a car stuck at the cutting. And thankfully, they're off the racing line. People will be sensible, should be able to avoid it now. The rejoin here is important. They're going to have to wait and wait and wait for a big gap. There's a big gap. Get going, get going. Mackenberg, well done by the Aston Martin to avoid that. Well done by Mackenberg for getting off the racing line ASAP. There is the 27 car has just RTG'd, so clearly there's been a big accident just before Griffin's Bend. Be interesting to see what happened there, as they hadn't even made it to the corner yet. So Alfonsi in that BMW has not yet pit, and they're currently being chased down by Christian Grott in the Porsche. A little bit of flashing, then they're coming. So clearly they're running some. They've got some top speed issues as that Porsche's now coming in. Chris Vickers is there as well. Will he be opportunistic? A little bit close for comfort. I'll be curious to see if they don't pit that BMW soon, as they are currently losing place after place after place. Now, of course, if the car is feeling okay and they're happy to stay out, then it makes sense to. As long as they're not losing any more time than they would lose in the pit lane. So far, so good at this Bathurst. There's been no big incidents that we've seen. Of course, we might get a replay or two. We'll have to wait and see. Forgive me while I take a quick drink, as although it's not been the most outrageous opening to Bathurst, it's still been an interesting one nonetheless. Now the drivers are just having to sit in and settle down and get ready for a long... Cool, we have a few replays coming up. Let's have a look at these now. So here we can see the Ferrari, the Porsche looking up the inside. Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy, door banging. The Mercedes comes through. Oh no, a very opportunistic move. That is 3 cars extremely damaged. I believe all of them are going to pit. Oh, make sure we're pitting before that line. That Porsche looks like it's got some serious damage. They may have damaged the steering rack. Oh, that looks like it cannot turn right particularly well. Also see Christian Grott. Oh dear, was that contact with the Ferrari over Conrad Straight? Looks like a little bit of door banging. We shouldn't be door banging there, everyone. I believe that was Alfonsi in the 804 Imola they made contact with. Oh, that is John Betton in the number 33 Aston Martin with a heavily broken car. Now they need to get across the left, as that's where the pit entry is, but it is also the racing line. BMW is looking more and more damaged every lap we see it, as we see a few cars go a few wide and more white flags popping up towards the back of the grid coming into the final corner. Now I do expect Chris Vickers to probably get a run on this BMW. They are defending with the middle of the track, looking inside, forcing Vickers to go the long way around. Will he make it stick? There are a lot of marbles. Oh, still side by side, but Chris Vickers now on the inside, coming into the cutting. And they've conceded the place. Now you have to start thinking as the 804 BMW, at what point do we pit this damage? Because the longer you stay out, the longer it's going to hurt you. We have Martin van der Kraan of Lork Racing. Oh, does that say Lork Racing? That doesn't look like it says driving. I can read. And just as I've said their name, they've run wide at the top of the mountain. I apologise. Once again, we have the top 3 still separated by less than a second, with Van der Duke looking closer than he was. But it looks like the top 3 right now are just content to run away. Hackler looking at the inside. That's how we give him room. Plenty of room given. Oh, but the Audi is now making a run around Häkkilä. See, this is what I mean by the whole time we're fighting, we are allowing cars behind to gain and catch up. Often it's potentially just safer to sit in a pack, as we see, I believe that was DeSantis looking at the inside of Valenduc there. Background. The All-American Mercedes, who I don't believe is driven by Americans, but please correct me if I am wrong. Now the Mercedes has some great legs here, but the Honda is well known for its straight line speed. He doesn't seem to be able to get anywhere near close enough. So we see Häkkilä look for another move into Griffin's Bend, but is denied, of course. Now we're going to go back to the single file of the mountain as we enter the cutting. The track temperature has gone up slightly, so people who went towards the higher end of the pressures are now potentially starting to look at overpressured tyres. But of course, I believe the teams will have more than enough sets to reach the end of the race, especially now that the race has been cut short, as we see a few more cars now in the pit lane. Interesting to see if any of those were caught up in the incidents that we've just seen. Häkkilä looks to drop back a little bit from Lesse. Right on board with Aaron Van Drunen and CBSR. He tucked down through the dipper and raced all the way towards Forest Elbow. Forest Elbow, a notoriously difficult corner at the circuit. A lot of people think about Skyline and the S's and dipper being quite challenging, but it's very easy to loop the car into Forest Elbow, and due to the nature of the track, it's very hard to recover. Fortunately, it doesn't look like we've seen any big incidents there as of yet. TBSR car with a fantastic livery, I must say. Chasing down the BMW in front of them of Van Thielen in the 888. Coming into Murray's corner with Nade in front in the bright yellow Honda. Now I believe the Merc should have the edge in a straight line against this BMW. This BMW is probably being helped along quite a bit by this Honda in front. Though that Merc is closing the gap, will potentially see a late move. Or are they content to sit behind? They are content to sit behind. Some cars coming through the mountain now. Vincenzo in the BMW chasing down DeSantis in the Mercedes. So Mercedes must have got past at some point. Or was it chasing down Valenduc? I believe it was. Very close to the wall there. Tuck it in right, drop it down, dive left into the dipper. Plant your foot and hope nothing bad happens. So far so good. It looks like now there's a bit of a gap from the top three to the next three, and then from P6 onwards now it looks looking like a 5-second gap. So clearly the front runners are starting to put some distance between them and the rest of the field. So we see Lassie looking for a move potentially, not quite of course. Häkkilä is starting to lose a little bit of pace now. I'm not sure if that's tyres or he's just made a small mistake somewhere. Don't believe that Ferrari has particularly good straight line speed around here. So potentially now he's fallen out of the tow. He is struggling slightly, which may put him into the claws of Valenduc waiting in P5, P4 even. To hell and back, written on the back of that Ferrari. Very apt for this track. As we see that's a very opportunistic move. Is that Ferrari damaged? That was a big dive from the Aston Martin in front. As now we see a McLaren looking around the outside. Don't see many McLarens at the moment. Feels like they've certainly fallen out of favour with the current BOP. not the most common car. As we are now joined by Colm Mooney in the commentary box.
How are you getting on? How's the race going so far?
I tell you what, Gob, it has been quite a well-behaved Bathurst so far.
That's what I like to hear. Well, I seen the first lap was grand. We were actually in the race, but we didn't realise the server went live and didn't have a proper setup. It was very glitchy, so we just had to retire the car instead of causing incidents for others. Like the game was very glitchy, but great to see no incidents at all on at least it was lap 1, which is great. There was a tiny little incident, I think, on the end of lap 2. I came through it there. At the back markers, but obviously a great race so far, and it's a super competitive field today, isn't it?
As I was just saying, the top 6 seem to be making a little bit of gap on the rest of the field, but the fact that they're running so close together after 20 minutes of running is still very impressive.
Absolutely, and look, you're always going to get that. You'll always get different gaps, but
oh dear,
a big drop there from Reagan that was, but luckily didn't get any major damage. Can get back onto the track, tail between the legs, but can just focus because it's 10-hour race or 9-hour race, should I say, is a long way to go. So you don't mind these incidents too early in the race. Of your battle here now.
That is the top 4, 2x2 going into Murray's corner. Valander getting a run now on Hackler, looking up the inside. Ooh. Will he make it stick? Will Yonti get a good run around the outside?
This is great stuff from down there. But for second place here, look at that train though. That's the top spot 7 there now at the minute.
It is unbelievable. Good. Matt Tubby looking to the inside to defend. I will try and keep my my teammate bias to myself this race as much as I can.
Big up your teammate, it's grand.
He is, we like to refer to Matt Tubby as the resident alien of the 990 car.
Nice.
We have examined his motec in great detail and don't understand anything.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. This is it's a very super close field. Look, the top 6, literally, there's a blink of an eye between them, and especially coming up there into Skyline and that as well. It's a great sight to see, and all these drivers top class. To be able to run this pace so early on and to keep it so close as well. I have a feeling though, like, you know, anyone in 2nd, 3rd, 4th or 5th could easily be doing a bit of bump draft and saving a bit of fuel, kind of trying to extend that stint maybe as far as they can up to the 75-minute mark.
Exactly. Now, of course, with the race being cut short slightly, now being a 9-hour race, we're not sure if fuel savings actually going to be much of a strategy. We'd initially planned in the 990 car, of course, that we were just going for it no matter what. Now, with the time cut short, this might play a little bit of havoc on some people's strategies.
Look, I think it depends on the drivers. An hour sort of make a big enough difference to really change what you can do as a team. You know, I know some guys now that don't have to fuel save, the likes of the Maccas and stuff like that, but then again, you know, they still have to get it to the end. Like Bathurst, it's not an easy track to go 9 hours without incident. So, you know, this is for the strong-hearted and the most consistent guys that have the pace will get the reap the rewards, I suppose.
Exactly. So, what's the old wartime phrase? Is that the plan only survives until contact with the enemy.
Absolutely.
Well, here, the plan only survives until you make first contact with the wall, unfortunately.
Well, hopefully it doesn't happen. Yeah, look, I think everyone's going to have a little skid against one of the walls at some stage. It's naturally going to happen, especially if you get close into wheel-to-wheel racing, as 2nd and 3rd are kind of having a little bit of a moment. And this is good for Tubby there as well. If they keep fighting, it'll give him a bit of a better breathing room as well.
Exactly. Looks like the Audi got a little bit loose coming out of Griffin's Bend there, but well held. Didn't put it in the wall. And as you said, I think if you're not coming back from Bathurst with a few scratches to your paint, you're not doing it right.
100% no. The only thing, the likes of the Honda and that tyre wear is going to be a bigger issue for them than the likes of your teammate in the Aston. The Aston's so good in its tyres. I would say that, and the BMW will be quite good long term. So even though the fuel mightn't be an issue, I think tyre wear is still going to be the biggest issue for a few of these cars.
Exactly. And I do wonder, has some of these cars potentially, as they're falling back in the order, potentially Jonas Hackler in the Ferrari, is he potentially looking at maybe changing his fuel settings? Is he going to go conservative now that he's got the tow from the much faster Honda and Audi in front of him? Or is he still going to drive flat out?
You kind of have to look how close they are behind, and especially that Mercedes is a dirty sow in the straight line. It's so fast, you wouldn't want to be giving anything away. At the minute I think it's just a matter of driving flat out. If they're all going for the hour and 5 minute mark, they might as well just go flat out.
Exactly, and they formed themselves quite a nice pack as well, so potentially, silently in their mind, they're like, okay, let's work together with the cars around, let's build this gap, let's make it as much as possible, and plan for any additional repairs that may come their way. So it looks like Valanduk's actually just got past the Audi now.
He has indeed. He got by him there. If it just actually, as we were looking at that battle into turn 2, it was the last time around he got by when the Audi ran wide, and he's kept that position. And look, to be honest with you, at the minute the Audi should come back a little bit, the Honda, but the Honda just has amazing acceleration there and has just done enough. And your teammate could be under a little bit of pressure. I don't think he's going to be under it too much into the first or second corner here. He's still a dive to do. But it's super close at the minute. And to be honest with you, bump drafting's the way to go at the minute. They should just be using your teammate there literally as the person to drag them along.
Exactly. Now, as you said, this Honda does have a wicked straight line speed, and it's particularly out of the acceleration zones, which is where the Aston does struggle. Often I find myself having to drop it down into a lower gear than most other cars just to keep those revs up and keep the power engaged. The question is how close can Valanduk stay over the mountain to make use of that power?
I'm not going to lie, the Honda's playing mind games with me because it's running the R87's livery. Oh!
Run a little bit wide there, he'll probably have to concede that position now. The Audi makes it look as well.
That's great news for Valanduk. And the crazy looking Mazda looking liveried Honda.
It's not as bizarre as I cannot remember if you were around for last season. We had the Porsche Ferrari, and we had, I cannot remember what the other one was for the Suzuka 24 hour, but it was a Porsche in the Scuderia F1 Ferrari livery.
I remember. I had nightmares over that car.
It was it McLaren? God, yeah, it was a.
Now, I tell you one thing, your teammate is under a tiny bit of pressure now because that Audi is looking for a way by like there is no tomorrow. And then you have Hakula there in that Ferrari as well, ready to pounce. So he needs to just get his head back into the game now, focus.
Exactly. I mean, although he did run straight over Skyline, there may be a bit of a protest regarding that. We will have to wait and see from the steward, of course. But it's better to take that run off sometimes than think, oh God, I need to make the corner, because if you're not comfortable in the car, taking a small slap on the wrist is taking the safer option than bidding the car and potentially causing a bigger incident is often the better way to handle it, as we see that Honda now just running away into the distance.
Yeah, wait till his tyres go though. But yeah, look, I think they done the right thing by taking the exit road. Did they lose enough time? I would say yes, because they ended up behind the Honda, but that would be down to the stewards. The stewards don't really get it too wrong here at all. It's one thing about stand by SSRI when they run these amazing events with all the hard work that goes in the background. Even like the adaptability there, the server wasn't correct, so decided to stop the race and get the server A1 before moving on. So look, they've done a phenomenal job, and they always, I think, get the incidents right, and especially with the live stewarding as well, it's the way to go.
Exactly. I myself, I take part in the stewarding for GT3, so I've offered my services for stewarding today. Of course, I will not be involved in any stewarding regarding my teammates' cars or our sister cars, as that would be slightly questionable.
Hashtag dodgy stewards would say.
Exactly. We're not the FIA here. We tried to have some standards.
But I tell you one thing, even looking back in the pack, it's great to see all the little groups forming with the different paces on here now. Hogard in his Audi as well, and putting a great bit of pressure on there. I'm going to try pronounce the name for the crack. Castanahera. Totally wrong, but well done. In that Lexus as well. Not an easy car to be driving with all these other guys, but that Lexus in a straight line is super fast.
I quite enjoy the Lexus. I did a charity race with SSRI.
Nice.
For Save the Children. We took the Lexus. It was actually a very fun car to drive. We got some blue flags coming into Skyline, which is the last place you want to have those, but if they're sensible, they'll stay nose to tail and wait for these straights and potentially lift off just to let those faster cars come through, as we actually looks like the leaders now are catching the first back marker for them potentially.
Yeah, that shows us the pace that they are running on now with them as they're coming up now.
Too wide. Imola looking on the outside of Griffin's Bend. That's not how that works, unfortunately.
It's very interesting, and actually just to note, we did miss that as well. So Centauro got by DeSantis, and I know Nicholas DeSantis there. That's the American team. It's Nicholas, Antonio, and Skylar Davis there. A super consistent team. So I won't be surprised to see them just biding the time as well. I know them personally. They're all super fast, but they're also very cautious. Two of them are actually racing the SRO series, the American series. So they're very well established drivers there.
Oh, this must be an early start for them then.
Yeah, it was 6 a.m. I think it was them getting up.
God, I love sim racing, but I'm not getting up at 6 a.m. I made the mistake of running with another series. We ran a 12-hour at Silverstone. This series was based in Australia, so start time was midnight.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was a bit of a ooh.
That was dodgy.
Might need to get might to borrow the track clearers from NASCAR to clear up that debris.
Yeah, I'd say that back marker felt a bit of poo coming out there.
Ooh! Is that Hackler?
That was indeed Hackler. How is he going to get on with the rejoin? He's done it very safe anyway. Fair play to him. He hasn't just trained to throw the car back onto the track, so very well done by Hackler as well. Not only do you need race awareness when you're driving, it's always when you're coming back onto that track as well. You really need to be cautious and mindful of the other drivers, so fair play to him.
It'll be interesting to see what happened there. Was that a slight tap from the BMW behind, or was it just losing over the bump?
It looked like he lost it on the bump, being honest. He got a bit of snap then trying to correct it from what I seen. And he ended up where he did.
Unfortunately, if all the ways to lose it over that small bump on the inside there, that's probably one of the safer ways I've seen it happen. We'll have to see it in a replay again, though, at some point.
We should do. So that's now Fallenduck from Tubby, from Stredge, from Senator, from DeSantis. Yeah, here we go to replay now. So he's, what was it, the Beamer?
Car park. Ooh, the poor back marker just got bullied out the way a little bit there.
Let me see how we get on here. So I still think it was just him in the car. Was it the Beamer?
See, he's having to take the inside line to defend.
No, it was definitely the bump.
It's the bump. It looks like he might even got a little bit of the curb.
Who knew the Ferrari doesn't like bumps or curbs?
It's shocking. Mid-engine car doesn't like curbs or bumps.
I'm shocked. I don't know. I should give up commentating now after that. But yeah, look, it's just one of those things. And look, to be honest with you, he didn't lose too much. He lost 3 positions and maybe about 6-7 seconds worth of time. But look, it could have been a lot worse.
I think most drivers will be much more content with losing a few positions as opposed to spending 2 minutes in the pit box not moving.
Well, that's exactly it. Like, Mount Panorama is literally about attrition. You do not want damage. You will more than happy lose a few seconds stopping the car if need be than hitting that wall, because it can cost you minutes of time, because it's such a fast track as well. You hit the wall in the wrong place, it could be like 3-4 minutes worth of damage.
Exactly, and we're not even past the first hour of the race yet. Just to remind everyone, this is not a 10-hour race anymore, this is a 9-hour. So we've only been racing for just over 30 minutes.
Yeah. And good old Tom Vander, I actually can't pronounce your second name, but I'll give it my best go. Tom Vander Meer. I want to try and do a post from him. He is doing the broadcasting here tonight, and he has a long ass haul ahead of him, so fair play. And you'd be surprised to know he's actually not an amateur. He's doing this quite a while. He's doing a great job. I have to say, one thing I do love about the SSRI broadcasting team, which I'm obviously, because I do broadcasting myself, and that I'm sometimes very jealous of how good and seamless they have it. I just think they're very, very classy in how they have all the bits of overlays and the replays and stuff. I think they've done it so well. So, you know, a little tip of the hat to them guys as well. So people that mightn't broadcast appreciate the work goes into that as well, because it certainly takes a lot of time to get those overlays right and get everything set up perfectly as well. So well done to them guys.
Yeah, how they manage it is beyond me. I load up OBS and my brain just goes blank. Don't know what I'm looking at anymore. Tell you what, that Mode 11 right now, that BMW at the front of this little train is looking a little bit worse for wear.
Really is. He's been in the wars. I think he was one of the cars that was involved in the incident very earlier on that I seen and got through before I had to retire the car. And there was a huge collision between about 3 or 4 cars at the back, and I'm wondering was he involved in that, and now is just pulling his way up through the grid, but under a bit of pressure here.
The i2 looking around the inside. The Lexus looking a little bit opportunistically around there. Don't think you can quite squeeze 2 cars around there that quickly.
That's a great job from Mr. Is it Twos, because in that Porsche it's going to be so fast around this sector, and being stuck behind that damaged BMW would have cost him a lot of time. He should start pulling away from the BMW. By the time we come to Skyline, I wouldn't be surprised if he's over a second clear.
Now we know that the Porsche loves its squiggly bits, and the top of the mountain is no exception. As you said, he's already pulled quite a healthy gap now as well.
Oh, look, he's just struggling with understeer as well. And that's a horrible corner when you do get it wrong. How is he going to get through here now? He's keeping nice and steady. Maybe his damage isn't as bad as what we're imagining. Maybe it might be just in the higher speed, longer corners where he's feeling it.
Potentially, but it's a lot easier to keep people behind you over the mountain, as there's generally one way and one way past only.
No, he could be a sitting duck. It's a
Lexus behind him.
Yeah, that Lexus will be fast.
Going to be looking very menacingly in the rearview mirror. It's going to go inside. The BMW should be able to handle the bump on the inside of this corner. This Lexus
I think that move was going to be done before that. Yeah, exactly. The Ferrari was actually coming at him.
So potentially 10 kilometers an hour down on the straight. So the Ferraris are going to be inside as well.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful move there. That was fantastic.
Very clean.
Can Regan keep it though? He has the inside line for the next corner.
That's all well and done. And now the Aston might have a look into Hell's Corner as well.
Oh, that's beautiful driving from the guys so far. Yeah, he's under severe pressure. So normally what happens is around here as well with the long straight, you're going to be a sitting duck. But look at the Lambo now, might have a better exit. And he does to that side deck beside Van Driel. And he's got him by anyway. Now he's going to get the toe of that BMW. That Lambo should make easy work of the BMW on the straight.
God, Lambo is moving, isn't it?
That's lovely. That's a lovely driving
good car around here.
Yeah, the Lambo is a surprisingly good car. The visibility isn't the May West, but you know what? All round, I think it's a very, very good car. I suppose once you're patient enough for driving it, it's a very rewarding car.
It was the 990 Snackinson's car of choice last year. So look on the back of our Aston Martin, there is a sticker on it that says awaiting delivery of the Audi Evo 2.
Nice.
So we opted this season to run the Aston Martin to help out our sister team who are new to the endurance racing.
Okay.
And then once the Lambo is out, we are moving over.
Nice. Nice one. I've gone with the Aston Martin this year because I'm only getting into racing now, so pushed a little bit away from the commentary side of things, but I still do a good bit of it. But on now looking at, looks like Nick DeSantis and the Senator, I can't say that name correctly, I'm going to say it wrong all the time. But Nick DeSantis here biding his time in that Mercedes, and that's a car that is quite a very interesting car, has different characteristics, tends to not have the turning of the likes of the other cars. I think the turning is slightly impeded with that car, but other than that it's a very, very fun car to drive. You can use the rear a little bit to help with the turning, but obviously tyre wear is probably the biggest issue if you do go down that route of using the rear to help you rotate the car. But I know Sky, Nick and Tony will have a good setup on that as Wheeler is in the pits. Looks like there's minor kind of paintwork damage there. I'm wondering will they repair the damage while they're in there.
Ooh, slightly wiggly from DeSantis there on the 76 Mercedes, but kept it out of the wall, so all good so far. Now we're looking at potentially little teams pit early, potentially to give themselves some free air. Now, the grid is pretty spaced out, so I'm not sure that's probably why that car's in, but it didn't look particularly damaged.
I don't know if I'd pit just yet. It's a bit early to be pitting, and especially if you're at the front, you're going to be thrown into that midfield pack, which is just going to be horrendous. So if I was the guys at the front, I'd be waiting as long as possible to pick, because you don't want to be stuck then in with the slower guys, especially through the mountain, where they might have a different braking distance as well, might catch you off guard and cause incidents. Like the differences in pace with some of the drivers could be actually a big factor And like, it wouldn't be the driver ahead's fault, they're just driving their own race, but you know, there is that to think of as well, the difference of pace with drivers. Will they, after being racing, I suppose, with the faster guys up the front going straight into the midfield, with someone who breaks maybe 50 metres early, could cause a huge incident, like.
Exactly, and as you've said, that car that was just in the pit lane has just come out in the top 10, I believe.
Okay.
So they are right in it now. Fortunately, I think most of the top 3, top 4 cars have cleared them.
Nice.
We have Tim Miro. Oh, that is a big bonk from the Mode 11 Aston BMW into the wall outside of Forest Elbow. I imagine they're going to have to look at getting this repaired now.
Yeah, it's looking worse for wear, isn't it?
Yeah, the question is the driver going to stay in should they choose to pit? Or are they going to keep the same driver?
If it was me, I'd probably still try and drag it out for a few more laps if it's drivable. So for the terms of stint for fuel and that, because you're putting yourself on 40 minutes stint is not long enough.
Well, you called it. There you go. They've opted not to pit, so they're clearly going to drag this damage out. Now the question is, how much are they running? Because I reckon they're probably looking about at least 30 seconds of damage at this point.
Possibly, yeah, especially after that hit into that last ball as well. But luckily enough, the steering doesn't seem too bad now.
That is, of course, important here. You do not want bent steering.
No, so yeah, he's doing grand. But look at that Porsche, though. Has the acceleration, but the overall top speed of the Porsche, he might get side by side, but it looks like the Porsche is actually getting ahead.
I think the Porsche might have cleared them already. So
wow.
Clearly, they are very down on straight line speed right now, and I imagine the aero is not much better.
That's a shock to see a Porsche drag race someone and win.
Exactly. And credit to Patrick Vance for staying out in this car. I think I'd be screaming at my teammates to let me into the pit box. I would not be happy in this car, but clearly believes he's got the skill to keep it out of the wall for the rest of the stint. And that's probably the best way to go at this point. You've already spent 40 minutes out. They've been running with damage now for, I think, at least 20-15 minutes at least. So I guess they just want to get the stint over and done with. Now the question is, will he stay in the car? Because I find that Bathurst, it's such a focus track. You only get 2 straights to really calm down and think about stuff. And as the car becomes more unwieldy, you're going to put it in the wall even more. Will he want a break mentally, or will he think, I'm fired up, I know the track, I'll keep going?
I think realistically, if you make an error early on the phone and the car is drivable, just drive it until they're stint. Otherwise, oh no, as Van Driel, oh my god, he's blocking it.
Oh dear.
Not ideal.
That is not great. That was the 804 of Alfonsi. The BMW has some issues at the start of the race. They're down 33rd. Even more damage on that.
Oh, that Aston needs to get out of the way. Oh my Jesus Christ.
I think they must have some serious steering issues now.
We need to get him mirrors. Oh my god.
I know for a fact ACC does not damage your mirrors, so they should still work.
Yeah.
And they should have a spotter in the car as well, potentially. Of course, they may have not elected to connect the second driver.
Yeah. He's obviously, there is going to be a little bit of damage, I'd say, with the steering. If can we be getting on board with him just to see if there's much. Yeah, so there is, yeah. There's definitely damage with steering.
Severely damaged.
But you feel bad for him, and maybe look, that's not his own fault then going down the straight block in the other car then if his steering was that bad, but yeah, unlucky. At least into the pits.
Yeah, now the question is, will they have the steering to get into their pit box? I've seen it before. I've seen a car play pinball with the pit barrier just to get the car in the box to not RTG.
Oh.
Ooh. Who is that? Tommaso
That is Maffel.
Maffel?
Yeah, Maffel is after, or Maffei, sorry. It's after having a bit of a moment, but back going, which is the main thing.
Doesn't look like there's much damage to that car, so potentially it's quite a clean spin. That looks pretty clean to me. Don't know about how you feel about it.
Yeah, no, look, at the end of the day, there's no damage. He got away with it. That's the main thing. On now, I actually do love the look of this Mercedes. Van Drunen's Mercedes is class looking.
It is a fantastic livery, that.
And he is right behind Nadia, and ahead of Van is a Treat Thielen.
I believe so, yep, in the 888 BMW. Now the question is which car do you reckon is quicker in the straight here? Because the Honda, known for its power in the straight line, and is easily the quickest in the straight. But that Mercedes is no slouch either. Do you think it's got enough grunt to get past?
I think the
Especially
Mercedes
with the
top
toe.
end is better. Honda is faster in accelerating. And then I think the Honda, since the BOP, doesn't have the top end that it used to have. So I would say a long enough straight, the Mercedes should get it. But here, the Honda just coming out of a corner, it's still ridiculous. Hit that and the Porsche seem to have the best acceleration coming out of a corner.
And with Forest Silver being so key, if you mess up any acceleration there, you're getting hurt by a few tenths at least.
100%.
A little bit wide there from the Merc. It always scares me coming over the top of Skyline. It just looks like they're out of control, but somehow the car sticks.
Greatness of mechanical grip.
Oh, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how real life drivers do it. It would scare the living hell out of me.
But so far, like, honestly, I'm very impressed so far with just the way the guys are all kind of doing their own stint. They're not overdriving either.
Exactly as you said, we've got quite a healthy split around the track now. Of course, we've had a few unplanned or planned pit stops, depending on how you treat the Bathurst damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris seems to have settled into a rhythm. Nice and spread out. No big issues or big crashes, bar a few little mistakes we've seen people make. So far, so good from all the teams. I imagine most are still on their original strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. They all seem to be doing quite well. Like, there wasn't that many incidents. Like, you have to say, like, for Moon Panorama, you're expecting it to be way more severe than what it has been.
Exactly. And as we said, that being said, there's a yellow flag that's just appeared.
I just want to say hello to Yvonne Hoffler, who's going to say the name wrong anyway, so apologise for that. But how are you doing? They're just in the YouTube chat there as well. So anyone in the YouTube chat as well, let us know who's impressed you the most in this first 45 minutes of racing.
Slow car coming through Skyline by the looks of it. Looks like they've got going again now though. Just see if we can get a replay of what happened there. It was just before the leaders arrived. That Lexus is looking a little bit scratched at the front there. As the Aston Martin behind and the BMW behind runs wide. They're following each other. And that 7-Up or Sprite Aston Martin looks like he's also taking a big knock on the front as well.
He's only after coming out of the pits. So he probably just cosmetic damage and left it.
Potentially, this could be just a visual bug. It's been known to happen occasionally.
So of course it has no bugs.
They're features.
Well, Castanhara there is doing a great job in that Lexus, in fairness to him. It's not an easy job.
He's making it look easy at least.
And Mackenberg in another Lexus, and he given, is it Maschiera? Man, these names are tough.
Not the easiest names. I always play the I'm British. No one ever taught me how to say other people's names correctly because we're lazy, unfortunately. That's my get out of jail free card.
I'm Irish. That's all I can say.
I mean, Irish names are another kettle of fish as well.
That's the truth. That is the truth. It'd just be hilarious. But I have to say, the Lexus is looking like a very good car around here.
I imagine as long as you can keep it nice and tamed over the mountain, you are rewarded with that power and speed down the straight, which is going to make it very hard for people to overtake or catch you.
He's pulling away on the Audi, which is the main thing for him.
Exactly. I can't tell if the Audi's damaged or if it's just got a dark paint lower down on the front of the car. I think it might just be a darker paint.
Yeah, it's black down on the splitter.
Yeah, you can see that. Lexus just running away, isn't it? Oh, as we see too wide now. That is IQ2's on the inside. The 222 push. Oh, a mid-engine car going over the bump. They lived. Or Kyalami shocked.
Oh, the Lambo runs a bit wide and he's going to be impeded now, and that's going to be the Ferrari boy as well on the exit. It is what it is, but he can come back into the day. There's no point going for that move. You're not going to get it there. It just happens if you run onto the grass at all. Your exit's going to be bad, and with cars within half a second of you like that, you're going to definitely come out the worst of that.
And at the end of the day, like we've been saying for the past 40 minutes or thereabouts, you are more than happy to take a few seconds lost by running wide as opposed to running into the barrier.
Yeah, 100%.
And again, as we said, this Lambo has fantastic straight line speed and is pretty handy around the mountain. So they shouldn't have too many issues regaining these places.
Nice and calm through there. Going up for the mountain now.
It's nice to see these little pockets that have developed of cars following close by. Either they're all able to keep pace with each other, or there's potentially a slower car in front. We don't know the reason why, but it makes it entertaining nonetheless.
100%. We've got Yvonne in here now. Yvonne, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm good. How are you both doing?
Very, very well. Very, very well. How do you say your second name? Because I know I absolutely murdered it earlier. But, yeah, some great racing here, Yvonne. Very, very tight groups now. They have obviously spread out, but there is, well, from I can count, at least 12 groups there of drivers in very, very close proximity of each other. Some great racing so far. Have you enjoyed it?
It looks great. It's a great track. Some great drivers out there, and I'm very excited to see this.
And yeah, so Porsches seem to be OP out here with all this kind of tough battling that's going on at the minute. And yeah, there's only kind of one major car that lost on the bump being a Ferrari, which is very shocking. But yeah, still going good, which is the main thing to see. And is that Chris Vickers? It is. What a hero. My boy Chris is out there now. I think he's racing with Nelson and Mike Ambernosa as well. This team here I'd expect to be on the podium by the end, so I'd stay early on because they're very, very consistent drivers. Once they keep any damage off, I reckon they will move up a little bit.
Question is can they keep it out the wall for another 8 hours? It's
they will. I know these guys are long enough. I think they'll be fine.
That's good to know. Well, I have to make a note of the 990. Make sure we don't lose to the second quickest Aston Martin so far.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised there's not more than there's only 2 Aston Martins there in the top 10, which is crazy. I would have expected a few more up there, but it really goes to show the mid-engine and rear-engine cars as well are really showing up the front engines today so far.
Yeah, and it's of all the tracks that do it at, the fact that the more unstable mid-engine and rear engines are, the quicker cars around Bathurst is a concern when you're definitely thinking about car selection. You know, a lot of people are still somewhat scared of the Honda. It is it's a little bit wild if you don't know how to tame it or don't have the correct setup. So I am, of course, I'm an absolute masochist and I adore the thing, but I can't convince other people to drive it with me.
Yeah, look. Yeah, look, it's one of these things. You pick a car for the whole tournament, so yeah, you kind of look at the calendar and think what one's going to be the most consistent for you. See Mike's in the chat there saying very optimistic Chris is a hero and I'll try my best to keep it out of the wall. Look, Mike, I tell you, if you don't keep it out of the wall, you have to do 2 shots.
Speaking of keeping it out of the wall, will he keep it out? I think
he does.
Slight bomb.
Now that's a spin with style.
No, well, how can I catch up? I think DeSantis got past them. I don't know what exactly happened. I nearly glanced away. Don't believe there was any contact, just a little bit of lost downforce or lost grip as they came over.
If you run wide there at all and onto that curb in the mid-engine like that, it probably will send you pirouetting, to be fair about it.
You just got to keep the wheel straight and absolutely pray, I think, at that point.
100%. And looking there, so he's under now not too much pressure, to be fair, at the minute, from the Ferrari of Hakkila, who had his own little off earlier on, so this will be encouraging for him now. He's right on the back of him. And coming up for the mountain here, let's see, can the Ferrari outrag that V10 in the Audi?
It's like we're back at lap 1 to 10 all over again. We've been connected after both having their own small little incidents. No damage to either car, of course. So that we can see.
Such an American livery, that.
It is
ahead.
Aggressively American, isn't it? They don't want you to forget where they're from.
I'm surprised there's not a picture like of a president or something on the car as well.
And like an eagle on the bonnet.
Well, no, if Skyler had his way, it'd be SpongeBob. Skyler's hilarious.
I do appreciate some silly liveries now and then.
Yeah, Sky's deadly. He runs a livery with us in the league. It's based out of Futurama and Slurm. It's honestly amazing.
Was that Porsche in the wall there slightly, or was that
It
just
looked
a
like he
little bit
tipped it
control?
because the Honda is right on the back of him now.
There's a back marker. Of course, they don't have to get out of the way, and at the mountain it's very difficult to do so.
And he's doing the right thing. See the way the Honda's on the brakes way earlier than the Porsche.
Yeah, I
Difference
expect
in pace.
Val and Duke, I expect to be very, very well aware of the pace difference here. Isn't going to force the issue. Probably won't look around in the inside for Forest Elbow. And hopefully this back marker will just get out the way slightly, back off the throttle a little bit. Of course, it's not expected to get out of the way.
Yeah,
As soon
and you
as
see
can,
that
but it is requested.
the indicator for the Porsche giving the indication, right, get by me. It's great to see that. And just in the
There you
YouTube
go.
chat, Gulf Coaster, we sure don't, America, baby. Goddamn Americans took our jobs.
I can't complain too much about Americans. We have an American in our sister team.
I love the Americans.
Oh, they're great, aren't they?
You can have good crack out of them.
I still think they are insane for getting up at this time to race Bathurst of all places, but the Aussies are also insane, as I think their Bathurst 1000 starts at like 6 in the morning. Oh, that was
Not ideal.
not a nice spin turn. Fortunately, they've kept it out of the way of the cars behind.
But what I like about all these Americans and Australians and that as well, the simple fact is they love sim racing, they love racing, and they get involved with it. It's brilliant.
Exactly. It is always great to have anyone and everyone involved. Of course, just because you're from the Americas or Oceania, doesn't mean you can't race in SSRI. It is welcome to all. There will be a ping disparity, of course, but fortunately the netcode and stuff in ACC is quite good, I'd say.
Yeah, it's not too bad at all. Look, that's the one thing about SSRI. I've said it. It doesn't matter where you come from. You're always going to get top quality racing. It's a very well run organisation, as well as the broadcast and everything else, the stewarding. And to have a great organisation, it needs to have everything. You can't just have a league that has a great structure but doesn't have the right implementation of broadcasters or stewards or admins. And that's the one thing. All these guys go the extra mile, and I will say that about them. Anyone who does come in, I think, seems to stay. And even I get caught into doing broadcasting, even though I don't broadcast as much anymore, because it's just a great community, and it's always good to give a hand out, because these guys do it for free, to do it for the love and passion of esports racing, and I think that's what brings everyone together.
Exactly. And this is my first time ever in a commentary booth. So we didn't have any commentators, and as I'm not racing today, I figured I'd lend out a helping hand. I'm normally in the background helping out with some graphics and stuff where I can. It is a great place to get involved in. You are always welcome to join the Discord. I believe there are still slots open for the Endurance Championship, and the GT3 Championship is wrapping up, as well as the GT4. So if you want to get involved, please drop into the Discord, follow the rules, and get yourself signed up.
100%. We'll be back strong, hopefully, for the next one. Especially after the entry tonight. But yeah, we'll try to be back strong for the next one now. And Imola is a great track to do that as well. But Mount Panorama, we're only coming into the first hour gone of this now. We're due to a 9-hour race, as obviously there was some server difficulties, and we started an hour later. But let there be no panic. 9 hours of racing is still epic. Mount Panorama will punish it regardless if you're racing 1 hour to 9 hours. You got to keep it on the track, and a lot of these guys have done, and we're going to start expecting to see an awful lot of activity in the pits in the coming few minutes.
Exactly, as you said, we are getting close to the pit window for those people that are not opting to fuel save. I believe it's 75-minute stints for each team. Now, to get close to that, most cars will have to fuel save.
Yeah, the likes of the Astons, BMWs and all should be quite fine. It's the likes of the Porsche, Macca, who might have the slightly smaller tanks that might struggle a little bit, and the Honda possibly too.
I don't expect the Honda to struggle. I believe the Honda is actually fine. However, the Aston is not fine. The Aston can only manage, I believe, between 65 to 70 minutes runtime, so it can't quite eke out that full stint timer.
Oh, I was able to run out a little bit more. Maybe I was just slow.
No. You probably just overfueled it, that's all it is. So you sound like got a little bit extra in there.
Oh, I'm slow anyway. But I enjoy it though. That's the main thing.
It's not the speed that matters. It's how much racing you do, how much you enjoy it.
That's it. And I think that's one good thing about SSRI to mention to anyone who does come across these streams as well. It doesn't matter your skill set level. Obviously, there's racing here for everyone. And I think I won't just even say SSRI, I think every single sim racing community I've come across with ACC, everybody helps each other out. So don't be afraid to look for tips. There's always people in the Discord there to give you a hand and assist you where they can of helping you eke out a few tenths or even seconds depending on your skill set.
Exactly. Most people, especially in community racing, we're not here for the... Actually, that's a lie. I'd say we are here for the competition, but we're also here to have fun at the end of the day. We're here to get people into sim racing. I think it's a sim racer's pastime to trick someone into buying a steering wheel and then getting them to invest even more, and eventually you just go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, 100%.
Because I would say the sister car to the 990, the 991 Snack & Sons Cara, is made up of drivers that we've convinced to try sim racing, and they've now all bought full rigs.
Oh wow.
It can be quite addicting, to be honest. It's nice we get to race anywhere in the world, and when you think about it, there's no other game or simulation, depending if you're offended by that statement, that has a one-to-one comparison with how it behaves in the real world. You're not playing Call of Duty with a gun most of the time. You're not playing League of Legends by running around, and here we are. We have exactly the same equipment.
Yeah.
Slightly less stakes, technically, but all in all,
it's still racing.
Exactly. Ooh, that's right.
No. Big incident there.
Hopefully it's not too much damage. It's quite hard to tell as we do not have the livery for that car. Oh, that front is a little bit damaged. Doesn't look too bad, albeit though.
Not ideal, but sure, look. Be grand.
I'm not sure. These cars around it racing on these blue flags. That Porsche's very close to Forest Elbow. McLaren getting out the way nice and early. Very well done by them.
Yeah. So that Vickers behind as well, it is. So Leach is really on the back foot now, and especially having these two guys, because Grote is quite fast as well as Vickers.
Exactly, and of course the nice thing is this is quite close to the pit strategies, so it may be worth just coming in that little bit early, getting the damage fixed, getting the car repaired. You see it now?
Yeah, straight in.
Straight in. It's a good thing we are not overly strict on those solid white lines, but they are in the pits nonetheless. The question is, will we see anyone else react to this, trying to maintain position? So I don't think anyone's particularly close around them. Maybe Vickers reacts next lap.
I don't think there's a need to, because they're going to have to any of those two guys that were with him there, he's going to have to fix a bit of damage there as well. So
I believe Vickers' car was rather clean. Perhaps Abranoza can correct us, or a little bit of readjusting in the pit lane there. Vickers definitely does not need to react to this, as we see the bright yellow banana colour Honda come in.
So that's Nadia.
What position are they in? So it's P12. So they might actually jump the Ferrari if this pit stop goes on for a bit too long to repair that damage.
Yeah, possibly.
Oh, I thought Hackler had somehow morphed into the floor, but is still very much alive.
Okay. Very interesting.
Very close between P2 and P3 there.
Yeah, it's actually just a back marker now, I think, in the way, is it? Yeah, it is.
I believe so. Hackler's right on the back of, let's say, Sturgey in the Audi again. Hopefully this Porsche isn't upset by the bump in the middle. Let's cross our fingers.
To be honest with you, it didn't look like the Porsche was really going to let them by, but he did. Still let them pass in a nice amount of time, but ooh, running wide. That's going to give Hackler the opportunity on the outside. He's going to hold the inside. Will the Audi dive back to the inside? No, he's going to let Hackler go. Will he decide to hold out for the mountain straight instead? Great job there from them. look at this little battle.
Oh, that is very close. Aston
That's your
Martin's pretty-
teammate.
That is. Don't get boxed in.
Oh.
Very well done on the back marker to get out the way there. I will be in their PayPal. No,
Look,
jokes
Toby's doing a
aside,
good job.
that's great behaviour from the Aston Martin. They've realised that there were two cars racing in position coming, got out the way so not boxing other cars in. So fantastic behaviour from the back markers there.
Yeah, 100%.
Like I said, this has been over an hour now, and these cars are still nose to tail, still racing the whole way through. So props to them.
Quite impressive.
We have Valanduk, who is checked out at this point now.
Well, he's only 6 seconds. I wouldn't say it's checked out, but he's comfortable. He can, kind of relax a little bit, especially because Tubby is under a severe fight with Senator there as well, that he can kind of possibly, if he realises that, try and utilise this time now to pull out like a good bit of a gap with them. But he hasn't really pulled much more than 6 seconds from what I've seen, even with back markers. He hasn't really pulled that out.
That is true. Perhaps someone from the 787 Honda car can tell us, is this car much harder to drive in quali paces? I would have expected Valanduk to be right up there at the sharp end of the grid, even on P1. Was he just struggling in qualifying potentially, as we did not fully catch that? So, with his pace, I would have expected him to have probably stuck that thing on the front of the grid and then run away.
Yeah, he's doing grand at the minute. I think we're on now, as it looks like that's Senator into the pits. So Tubby, will he now get the undercut done on Tubby? This will be interesting.
That Beamer does look like it's got a little bit of damage. If they've opted to repair it, it should. I mean, Tubby is safe. However, I don't know if they're carrying any damage either. Ferrari from Hackler looks like it's seen them all a few times as well. Lots of clean air now for Matt Tubby. I imagine this is probably an in-lap, so he's going to push as much as he can. And I'm going to shut my mouth before I say something and he crashes.
He'll be grand. Yeah, the Aston, honestly, it's a solid car to drive, to be fair. But when you have pace, that is, it's probably more rewarding when I drive it. But he's definitely on it there, and he's doing a great job with that. And he's only 5.8 seconds off, so he's putting in a little bit on Valanduk there as well.
I imagine this is very much a hammer time lap. Though it will be interesting to see if he does plan on staying out another lap, as I'm not privy to any of my current team's plans.
And Senator coming out of the pits there now.
It'll be definitely interesting to see these two. You watch, Matt Tubby will elect not to pit and will have this picture-in-picture for no reason whatsoever.
But what's interesting, I suppose, to know for anyone as well who's not used to this, so it's a manual pit limiter, so when you come into the pits, you've got to turn it on as well. It's not like a lot of people do in the likes of Formula 1, where it's all automatic. You have to put on that pit limiter, and you have to take it off leaving the pits as well. It gets you more immersed into it, as well as obviously driving into your pit box as well. So like, there is a lot for the drivers to do, even coming into the pits and making sure then, I don't know if they're using ACC drive and maybe setting up the pits then through the team, but there's still a lot to be thinking about as a driver, even going into the pits. Getting the braking right, getting that limiter on in time, and getting the pit box just right so you're not losing too much time.
I'll tell you what, that pit limiter was the bane of our existence last season. We could not get it to work, it felt like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, it worked. We just had a habit of going, oh, yeah, pressed it, and double pressing it.
So that's Valanduk in, as well as Tubby and DeSantis. So the top three are now in. Very interesting. So they've gone about 57 minutes, or 56 minutes, should I say, of a stint. Sorry, an hour, and 6 minutes.
Well,
I'll learn how to count one day.
The outlap as well, so that would have burnt a little bit of extra fuel. But that's quite a short stint, to be honest. That is the 990 out.
So Crawford has got into it now.
So they're electing for singles. Now, where is the BMW?
He's after lapping them.
I think it is
Howdy, Messi.
Carabini, I believe.
Oh no, you're
Wow.
quite a bit of time. So they must have fixed any damage, so you're a fair bit clear. He can breathe.
Breathe, indeed they can.
There we go. And I think DeSantis is double stinting by the looks of it there as well.
That makes sense. I mean, it is the question around here. Is, do I go for a double? I'm already warmed up. Do I keep going? Or do you let yourself have that little bit of time to cool down? Because it is such an intensive track to stay focused on.
I think double stinting is easy enough here, honestly. Any more than that, I can't see it happening.
Exactly. Perhaps at the start, maybe do some singles, let both drivers get bedded into the track a little bit. And then as the day walks on, as exhaustion starts to take place, you do doubles, give the other driver that much longer to rest.
Yeah.
And then with the 990 car, of course, there's only 2 drivers in that car, so... Was that assisted or was that self-inflicted? That is the question.
It didn't look like it was...
We're right on the racing line here. Hopefully cars are very sensible. They've done a great job. Fantastic job from that 89 Ferrari. I think if the lamb was slid up a little bit, they might have got away with a little bit safer there, as we see Chris Vickers coming into the pits now.
The madman, Chris. I'm assuming that'll be Mike jumping in from if he doesn't double it. Although Chris doesn't mind doing a double stint, but I'm assuming it should be Mike going in. Sturge is in the pits as well, who is essentially the race leader inherited.
Now the question is will we see Chris Vickers potentially jump that 94 BMW? Because they're in the pits quite a bit longer as they, of course, opted to repair some damage.
I couldn't see them not jumping them out at this stage. Great pace as well.
I mean, it makes you realise that if that Beamer had that much damage and they were still running that quickly, they've got a very competitive car and team there.
It's a very, very good showing for the fact that they had quite a bit of damage as well. So he's lost, about 15 seconds at least?
About that, yeah, I believe so.
So, you can tell that they've had phenomenal pace. Looking here now on with who was essentially the race leader and probably should inherit it once the other guys come out of the pits. So here we are with this Ferrari. Yeah, he just lost it himself. You can see it's so easy done there if you go that tight in, the little bit of a bump, especially in a mid-engine car. That's quite a bit of damage. Yeah.
Fortunately, both of BR P1 and P2 got through okay, well behaved by the Merc, then getting straight off the racing line. I have to say it was well done by the Ferrari.
I'd say the McLaren probably had a bit of a moment there when you see the car moving. I
think they probably had a minor Code Brown moment, of course, but it was quite a safe rejoin. Was what we like to see.
And Chris Vickers is double stinting, by the way, as well, so he's out double stinting. Mike Amber knows after saying it there in the YouTube chat there. Gobar Hajaz is saying go and tell it Motorsports as well. Great to see all the people in the YouTube chat supporting their teams and having the banter as well. If there's any questions you want to ask us guys, get it in there as well. And if there's any questions you want to ask Tom Van der Meer even about streaming as well, throw it in there as well. The man is a broadcasting legend. Some say the Murray Walker of broadcasting.
I'll have to start getting some Murrayisms out of him shortly, as we see a lot more cars come to the pit now. I imagine a lot of these are repairing minor bits of damage, which will potentially shake up the field as well.
100% that's Mafia, is it out?
We have your friend Skylar Davis in the All-American Mercedes. It is a great livery.
Yeah, Sky and Chris Vickers are well used to fighting each other as well, so these guys will know exactly how to fight each other as well. They race together quite a bit.
I'm not sure how you are with NASCAR, but it's very reminiscent of a Ross Chastain paint scheme that he runs. It's very American, shall we say.
Well, it's 3 Americans, I suppose, at their most American in-your-face selves. Love them.
Appreciated all that. The Audi there, the 88 Audi, running a little bit wide, has actually opened it up for Skylar.
Yeah, you don't want to give these guys, and even Chris Vickers in the background getting a double tone out. Last thing you want to do is give these guys a hint of an opening. They will go for it. And that is Sky through, as Chris Vickers was getting very close there as well. So, what the good thing for Sky is now that he's after getting that bit of a gap between himself and Chris Vickers as well, which will play dividend there. And you can see already Sky has pulled about half a second on that Audi.
Tell you what, after all those pits, it has bunched the whole field back up together. Look at this queue of cars.
Yeah, unbelievable.
I think we must have at least half the grid in one sector of the track alone right now.
Yeah, it's quite congested, and good for racing, bad for anyone overtaking doing the lapping, because it's very, very tough to get a clear, safe path.
Exactly. But so far, everyone's making it work. It's nice and clean, as I do my best to curse everyone.
On board with Chris Vicker as well, so you see the difference in lines trying to set up a better exit. Now that Audi, I would assume, should have the pace on the Aston here. They should be fairly similar on top speed, but the slipstream as well, like they're both getting a slipstream there.
That poor Porsche in the background trying to hold him to the draft for dear life.
Yeah. Look at even the battle ahead, the 3 cars ahead as well.
Yep, so that's the 991 Snack and Sons car. The bright purple.
Oh, look how quick Sky got on the braking and caught up with them.
Fantastic. Porsche's made a little bit of time back as well during those corners.
So Porsche comes alive in the first, they kind of at the end of the first sector into the second, and start of the third, and those straights then is just when it says, right, I give up.
Oh, we have a stop go 30 for the 901. That is going to be speeding in the pit lane.
Awkward.
That is unfortunate. It's quite a short pit lane here as well. So in terms of exit and entry, they shouldn't lose much, but that's it's going to hurt quite a lot though.
Do you think that's Sky getting by one of the back markers?
Yeah, that is the 901 that has the stop go pending. That's rotten. Rotten that is. The one
working very
penalties.
well. I have to say though, for Sky, it's working well with all the back markers now, because it's pushing both as a Felber and Vickers quite a bit behind.
Like a little bit of contact there from the Audi and potentially a back marker.
Oh,
this is congestion, isn't it?
You'd be so frustrated if you were Vickers or Felber right now.
I can only imagine them screaming at their wheels as we speak.
Yeah, that's amazing news, because Sky's after pulling at least a second or more on these guys.
Exactly.
Oh, he was lucky that Lambo didn't bounce back onto the track.
Oof.
Oh, he runs a bit wide. Vickers trying to get the job done, but has to sit and wait.
Oh, that is the problem here. It is very much just gotta wait.
Vickers is pushing quite a bit along there now. And even with that, they still have a back marker ahead, and the back markers are getting that toe in behind as well.
Exactly. And they're not going to complain too much about getting a free toe.
Definitely not.
No,
Vickers, he's going to go for it here. He's going to have to. No, he thinks better of it.
It's well defended by the Audi. Put the car in the middle of the track, but they haven't run wide again.
Oh, and this will be it for Vickers.
They've had a nasty habit of that. I think they keep getting spooked by the car behind them as they come into the cutting, and then they just end up running wide on the exit.
There we have Vickers gone by, so that's been a few laps in the making for him. I'm sure he's glad that move is now done, but that's some great racing.
It is generally fantastic racing from everyone involved here.
100%, and now Chris is going to get by this back marker now, which is grand. And I think, Felber has really fell to Chris and Sky, and definitely the back markers didn't help his fighting chances with Vickers there at all, because he got stuck behind him himself, which gave Vickers time to come up. And then Vickers put the pressure on and the error came in. But look, there's still a long way to go. Still have 7 hours and 43 minutes of this race to go. But phenomenal driving from both drivers as well. You know, that was great fighting through all of the back markers, which is not easy. So well done to both of them.
Exactly, as you said. And we have to also realise that Chris Vickers in these pit stop cycles has actually jumped a great amount of places. He's now right up there at the sharp end with the others, and he's chasing down Davis in the 76 Mercedes.
Well, I did say don't count them out of a podium.
Yeah.
I have to say, Crawford, your teammate as well, down to 2.8 seconds after the pit stops from Lenson now. So great work there from your teammates there. They're from 6 seconds of a gap. In the last 15 minutes after pulling in 5 seconds, pretty much, or sorry, 3 and a bit seconds.
Exactly. I know Lenton is a quick driver. I do believe that there's probably around even pace. Maybe one lap will be quicker, one will be slower. It's hard to know. But Alex Crawford, he's been practicing a lot. It's very hard to not call them by the names I know them colloquially as I would call him Barside, which is would confuse a lot of people. But definitely starting to make time on that Honda.
He's down to 2.3 now. That's he's definitely pulling on time. So this could be a battle on track for the lead soon enough. And you'd really be thinking if you were your teammate there, you can see that there is going to be a few back markers ahead. He's probably hoping, right, get them back markers in his way now, block him on the mountain, let me catch him.
And if you look at that track map, I think he might be rewarded.
It's looking like he will be.
Might have to wait a lap or two for it to happen. Of course, if he does get past due to this though, he's then going to have to deal with the back markers, unfortunately.
That's the joys of the racing.
It is. It almost makes me miss multi-class. I do love a bit of multi-class racing.
I done multi-class last night. It was great crack.
What were you running in? Was it ACC?
ACC. It was Jimmy Broberant's ONID server. The race on in Imola, a 1.5 hour race. It was multi-class, 2 mandatory pit stops with 1 with tyres. It was great fun.
Oh, sounds brilliant. Multi-class is, in my opinion, is the best place to go when you want to learn how to get out of the way of quicker cars.
Oh, definitely. You learn a lot on strategy as well, especially when you have such a mixed strategy with 2 pit stops, 1 tyres that really get you thinking as well. It's very, very, it was very good fun. Very good fun.
The nice thing is you get to drive cars that you wouldn't normally drive before as well, which I think is always enjoyable. It's nice to break out of your comfort zone sometimes.
100%. That little Janetta sounds great.
I love the Janetta. The only problem for me is the steering wheel's on the wrong side for a race car. It's my only complaint. And this comes from someone that drives normally a right-hand drive car.
Yeah. It doesn't bother me. Like, I drive the Bentley, not a bother as well. I don't think the steering bothers me too much. But the Janetta sounds amazing. And even the M3 in it as well, it sounds really good.
That
Much
is
better
true.
than the M3 in that. The GT3 M3 sounds horrendous.
Yeah, it does sound a little bit wishy-washy, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice move on the inside there.
That was Terre Host, was it?
I believe so.
What a dude.
I believe he's looking like his... I don't know. I'm sure someone will tell us.
Yes, Sours. Yeah, I don't know.
And this is going to leave Anthony de Horst a nice big draft up there as we see the Ferrari going defensive on the inside. And there's a good chance his Merc's just got the legs to do it.
Yeah, that Mercedes straight line is an animal. I think he's going to have the legs by the end of the straight, yeah. He does.
Potentially that's a back marker actually. That might not actually be the Ferrari he's racing.
No, the Ferrari's raced to 1.5 seconds in the black one there.
Of course. Too many
That Ferrari
Ferraris.
was in 25th, if I remember right. That's the one that had the spin.
Of course.
That skyline.
Too many Ferraris in the same part of track. It's boggling my mind.
It's great to see the diversity of cars here as well. Like, there's pretty much nearly every car represented, which is great to see. Although we're missing the Nissan, but obviously no one really uses the older cars that much anymore.
Hold it, stay out of the wall. Oh, well done by them. Speaking of Nissans, Alex Crawford, currently in the 990, does run the Nissan in the GT3 series.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I thought it'd be nice to bring Godzilla back out for a little bit.
Good
Yeah,
to see we're on now with Petrovic's there. And I think I'm going to jump out and let Yvonne come in there for a little bit with yourself, and look, I'll pop back in later on at some stage anyway. Enjoy the racing, bro.
Not a problem.
Take care.
Thank you, Colin.
Welcome back to the booth, Yvonne.
Thank you.
Oh, you've been enjoying this so far?
Yes, I did. It's a great track. I really love this track. Very interesting to see endurance races around here. So, yeah, I am enjoying this.
Yeah, I don't quite know how people do it for extended periods of time. I do about 20 minutes and I'm done. I've crashed into the walls more times than I can count and I just want to park it up.
Okay.
So
No, I enjoy it here, the endurance races, because I'm not a sprint driver. So
Ooh, that's a little bit of a big crash. That is an unfortunate thing of Forest Elbow. If you get out too wide and you stamp on the brakes, you lock up the
Yes.
rears and it steps out. That Honda's now grown an extra mustache.
Well, it doesn't look too damaged, so hopefully it's not too bad. But
Fortunately, they could have bent the steering a little bit. Is there a chance we could see the inside of that cockpit? It's a nice whack to the wheels. I'm not saying it's an incident in the penultimate corner as well. Yeah, that Honda's got some bent steering, it looks like. I may have to come in and get that fixed ASAP. That's Malay? Or Malahi? Or Malayan?
Jardy.
Let's go with that. Let's go with the first name.
Sounds
That makes
easier,
more sense.
yeah.
Let's go with that. That makes way more sense. I just like making life as difficult as I possibly can for me. They're coming in. Let's make sure we don't speed into the pits. Don't want to be the second car to pick up a stop go. Well, that is quite a bit of damage actually to the front of that Honda. And it's going to set them back a fair few positions.
Yeah, I'm afraid they will lose some minutes. It didn't look too bad when they were driving back to the pit lane till we went into the cockpit and we saw the steering wheel and we know, oh, this is not good.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate thing sometimes. The that Porsche's gone very deep, and they've just lost out 2 places, I think, as a result of that. It has let Mead and who is that Felber get bypassed. Yeah, as you're saying, sometimes the incident might not look too bad, but it can just hit the wrong part of the car.
Yes, the wrong angle, and it can give a lot of damage, unfortunately.
Tell you what, the front of that purple Aston Martin is looking a little bit worse for her as well. As the Honda that we mentioned speeding into the pit lane has just picked up a drive-through. That is not what you want after having to repair so much damage.
It will be interesting where they end up, because a drive-through is, I think, around 30 seconds. At least, I'm afraid.
It's about that. It's quite kind here compared to other tracks.
Yeah,
Especially compared to somewhere like Spa, where it feels like you're spending a year in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's a very long pit lane there, but here the pit entry is also with a little chicane and it costs quite some time.
Fortunately, you can cut that chicane quite a bit if you know how. Ooh, James Mead, keep it out of the wall. Oh dear, that's a bit of a big bonk for the R18 Teal Ferrari. John Mead won't be too happy with themselves regarding that.
Well, I don't know about you, but I found the Ferrari one of the most difficult cars to drive.
I despise the Ferrari. Genuinely despise it. I cannot figure that car out. I did a 12-hour race in it, and I've never touched it since.
Well, I did more female races in that car because it was mandatory, the spec series, and it wasn't my season. I was glad that I could park the car in the garage.
Yeah, that often happens. It's, one of my problems with it as well is I know a lot of people disagree with it. A lot of people love the gearing and the engine noise. Yeah. I find it annoying now. It genuinely bothers me. I do not like the sound of it. Hopefully that damage isn't too bad for James Mead, so he's still able to keep pace with shops in the 416 Porsche.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. Also not on speed.
Certainly seems to be able to catch the Porsche. Of course, that's not saying much in a straight line. It is known for being rather low on power. It looks up the inside into Griffin's Bend. Chops doesn't defend that. Potentially that isn't Chops, potentially.
I think it's the marker.
Maybe it is. Oh no, that was Chops as the time award has just updated.
Ah, yes.
Clearly just playing it very safe, I think. Not wanting to put the car in any unnecessary danger, which for a race of for a race of this length and at this track of all places, it's probably a very good mindset to have.
Yes. There's still more than 7.5 hours to go. Especially in the mountain, if you can keep it clean with no major incidents, you can have a very good result in an endurance race.
Yeah, exactly. And as you were saying that, it looked like Shops had to take the escape road coming through Skyline. Again, it's you're gonna have to give up the time they gained, if any at all. But fortunately, it's often the best thing to do as opposed to putting it in the wall.
Yes, sometimes better safe than sorry.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh, looking up front, Chris Vickers seems to have taken a massive amount of time out of Davis at the front. We see the AA Audi running wide again, coming out of the chase. Time they've lost a good amount more spots. Have they been in the wall because of that?
I don't know. It looked like they hit the wall, but I'm not sure.
Might have to get a replay of that if it's all possible. It doesn't look particularly damaged, but they've lost a good amount of places there, especially to some back markers. That will be interesting to see again. So we've got quite a queue coming up to the down the mountain straight now. We're going to see anyone make a move as there's a few back markers tucked in there for good measure. Go live to a replay here. This is the 88 Audi of Felber. We'll see what happens here. So he's looking up the inside, late on the brakes to get the move done. Of course, he's going to run wide to keep the foot on the throttle. Oh, helped out by James Mead, unfortunately. That is unfortunate. There's not much Mead could have done there. It'll be interesting to see what the stewards think of that. Should it be reported, of course. That has definitely not helped out the Audi at all.
Hopefully the damage is not too bad and they just can continue and repair it during the driver stops.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, this is right at the start of the stint as well, so if they're losing too much time, they might consider coming in early and getting it repaired.
Yeah, it all depends on the amount of damage there is. If it's worth it or not.
Well, James Mead is a very quick driver, so it'll be interesting to see if he can drive around this damage. Oh, sorry, not James Mead, Suarez, sorry. It'll be interesting to see how they drive around this damage. Probably going to give it a lap or two, see how comfortable they're feeling, and see what happens. It was quite a straight-on collision, so I don't think the steering should have been affected too much, if at all. Do have a good amount of time to the car behind the 42 Audi now.
Well, hopefully he can just continue and at least finish the stint. Then they can see
We have a yellow flag, sorry to interrupt you there. Looks like it's coming out of the dipper. Fortunately, no other yellows have sprung up as a result. It's the 727 of Matt Bryden in the Green Moose Rookies car, facing the wrong way. That is not where you want to be. Got a bit of a gap coming up. Careful, careful. Don't reverse too much on track. There is a risk of being black flagged. More cars coming through. They're going to have to stay still now. This is not where you want to be. And there's a car coming down the mountain. That's the last thing you want to see on the outside. Doing very well. I imagine their spotter is screaming at them.
Yeah. That was a close one.
Very dangerous. That was well done by the 991 Snackinson's car and the car following them. Very well done to avoid that. Shame. We saw some great positioning from the car and they just made a little bit of a mistake there at the end. Of course, you want to get back on track as quickly as you can, but it's not always a possibility, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately not. It's important to make a safe rejoin. And especially in the mountain, there's not much way to go.
Just mute that for a second while I quickly shout at some people in my house. Apologies.
The 417 Lexus looks very steady. Some consistent pace. The Technical Racing team. Here is the battle for P3. Currently on P3 is Davis with the Mercedes, and Vickers is close behind in the Aston Martin. Going through Elbow now. Really like that American Mercedes. And now there's coming a move. No, not yet. It's gonna look into the inside, but not doing the move. Just shows he is there and stays under pressure. The 333 car just keeps the 76 car under pressure and waiting to do the move. Oh, they're going on the mountain.
Apologies for the delay. I've returned with another potential commentator. I'll see if he wants to say hello. You going to say hello?
Hello.
I've now been joined by my race engineer for those races, who has a fantastic habit of standing on the keyboard and changing settings in the car.
Probably the best supporter.
Exactly. Completely unbiased supporter. So yeah, Chris Vickers now, who's really putting a dent in the distance between himself and Skylar now.
Yeah, he keeps him under pressure. He looked already a few times, but didn't do the move yet, but I expect it to come.
Chris may just be biding his time, seeing if Skylar makes a mistake. Now, of course, if we go off what Com said, these are a very consistent team of Yanks, so we'll take his word for it. This seems to be very consistent from both parties. Of course, Chris Vickers doing a double. My co-commentator Kat is now trying to eat my lunch. And there you go. From the other partner in crime of the Chris Vickers car, Mike Abramosa, saying that they're just going to play it smart and fighting too hard will cost them both time.
Yes, that's true.
So yeah, sneak peek into the strategy from the 333 Aston Martin. But it makes sense, I think, around here. It's an hour in, cars have kind of spaced out now. There's no point pushing, especially if the car in front is keeping pace.
Yes. Just hold your own pace, and that's the main thing to do, especially in the mountain. Don't overdrive it, because then a mistake is very easily made.
Exactly. As we see Anthony de Horst coming up here, again in the wonderful liveried CBSR car. Chasing down shots in the 416 Porsche. Now I could be wrong, I thought Anthony was already ahead of this car, but perhaps not. blue flags. That'll be for the 991. Aston Martin up ahead. Unfortunately, they're just going to sit pretty behind that car until the main Conrad Straight. And we'll see if Anthony gets a chance to use that Merc to its fullest. Oh dear! Before we even get to the Conrad Straight, Mercedes has gone into the back of the 416 Porsche. Now, I imagine that's a case of the Porsche is reacting to the car in front, which is slightly slower potentially.
Yes.
That is John Nobbs, I believe, in the 991. And Anthony has not planned for this car to be slower in front and has unfortunately run into the back of them. Now, I don't believe there was any contact between the Porsche and the Aston Martin, but if that Porsche's got some rear end damage, that's going to be a little bit of a handful now.
Yeah, and the 268 car just passed Anthony Towers also.
Lost out a few positions there and gained some damage. I'll be curious to see what the back of that Porsche looks like. We've got a quick glimpse of it there. It doesn't look particularly good. Fortunately, they weren't put into the wall at all, so it could have been a lot worse. As we see the 991 car getting out of the way for the faster cars in front. Oh, managed to clear them quite safely. Now it's time to see how this Mercedes is going to handle around the mountain now.
I have to say, it's a beautiful livery on that Mercedes.
It is very nice, isn't it? The gradient is very good. I've done a few liveries now, but I have to say I'm not quite up to the skill of whoever designed that one.
I can't do it. My partner is doing all the liveries for our team.
Yeah,
I'm just very critical.
It takes a lot of work to design livery. I think people that do it don't get enough credit for the most part.
Yes.
The hardest part, as I'm sure anyone who's done a livery, is making it all line up correctly. And then when the body deforms, it completely changes the shape of stuff, and it is infuriating to say the least.
Yeah, she's spending a lot of time on the team liveries, and I can be a pain in the butt because I want to have it perfect, and I have a vision for it, and I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, it can be very frustrating sometimes. But again,
But now we've got it, I'm very happy with it.
Exactly. What car number is that by chance, or is that not in this race at all?
We are not in this race. I saw the ping yesterday that they needed some commentating for today, and unfortunately this is the only day that I could.
Fair enough.
We didn't sign up for this season. Maybe we can do some separate races.
Perhaps we can take the next round.
With other drivers, but it will be difficult because the both of us can't do the other days.
Of course. That puts a damper on things. So it can be quite a challenge sometimes to make sure your entire team lines up for the correct day. If you're still racing, that's all that matters, really. Perhaps we can sneak you into the Imola event if everything lines up correctly.
It will be nice to participate, especially tracks like this. I really enjoy driving it. It's not all about the speed. I know I don't have the alien pace or something, so that's why I always like to drive those tracks and still can get a good result.
That's understandable. I mean, I think particularly here. Oh, has the leader gone off? Just saw the leader being very slow. That gap has come down quite substantially between the 787 and the 990. The car looks okay. So it's a 7.5 lap time, or 7.5 second gap. Has just gone down to a 3.2. I wonder if they've just run wide coming into the chase.
Yeah, maybe they did. The Aston behind is pushing it hard.
That'll be Alex Crawford in the 990. And that doesn't look like there's any damage on that Honda, so it looks like they've probably kept out the wall. Might have just run a little bit wide.
Maybe we can get a replay.
I believe we have a replay on the way. It looks like Dan Lenson's picked up the pace again, so I don't think it was anything too heinous. Yeah, oh, slow car there at the top of the mountain. What has happened there? It's an Aston Martin of some variety. I don't know what team that was though. They're still there or not. Very hard to tell. There's a lot of traffic currently going through the Kyalami Park. See if they are still there.
I think they're still going.
Looks like they've gotten moving again. Okay, I wonder who that was. Now here's the replay of the leader coming up against the Porsche. Oh, that's unusual. I wonder if they dipped a wheel on the grass as they've hit the brakes.
It could be.
They're very lucky to have kept out of that wall because that was quite a quick accident. We have Chris Vickers here. Chasing down Skylar Davis. We have a 15-second penalty. The car 804.
For causing a collision.
Have a believe the stewards' penalties will be filtering through very shortly. And here you have 15-second time penalty for car 804, causing a collision with the car 416 on lap 3. Now, just to remind everyone, while we do have live stewarding, they are done in stints and batches. So drivers will have to put in report for instance and wait until the next round of stewarding for them to come through. So you could be driving for a while until you pick up a penalty for something you've done earlier in the race. And it may also be a different driver in the car, but as it's a team event, it is a penalty for the car, not the driver.
Also, 10-second penalty for car number 56, causing a collision with car 415 on lap 4.
So these will be the few incidents we caught right at the start of the race. Because we didn't catch all of them on replays, there was a lot of stuff going on. Some more minor penalty there. 5-second time penalty for the car 212, causing a collision with the car 33 on lap 6. Now it's also worth pointing out that recently there has been an overhaul of the rulebooks in SSRI, particularly in regards to how penalties are handled. Now the penalty points for the GT3 series will remain unaffected as the series is nearly wrapping up. However, the rules for the endurance races are taking effect as of this race. So any points, any license points that you earn in this race will be added and totaled up and put in a special championship license points, which will carry over for the remainder of the seasons, but your race license points will be reset every individual event. But you do not want to pick many up in the grand scheme of things, as there will be bigger penalties awaiting.
Okay, that's an interesting but a good system.
There's also been a little bit of an overhaul to how blue flags are handled, which is why I believe this event we're seeing blue flags being done incredibly well for the most part. Cannot say I've not seen anyone diving particularly aggressively or otherwise blocking cars, as there we see the penalties starting to come through. I believe that is the bulk of the penalties already. Should be, I believe, 4 total time penalties and some warnings for other teams. We are riding along here with Ponticelli. Let's go with that name. I was deciding what name to read it for that one. In the 804 BMW, looks like it's also had a little bit of an incident. Again, this could be purely cosmetic damage, as Assetto Corsa does like to pretend that for a car to have damage when it's actually fine. We'll have to see if they're able to catch up with this 991 car.
Well, that's also the car that has a 15-second time penalty, so maybe it was with that incident, I don't know.
I mean, that was on lap 3, I believe, so I don't think they'd be carrying damage for this amount of time.
I don't know, if it's only cosmetic, then you don't have to.
That's true, that's true. Riding on board here with Dominic Mellon, the 911 Porsche. Chasing down Van Rosen in the 6 Aston Martin. Actually not going to be able to do much on the straight, so going to have to rely on the mountain to get close and get past. Well, excuse me, I need to free my crew chief from my room, as he does not want to be in here anymore.
We are now looking to Clazy, place 28, car number 221. I'm sorry about saying names wrong, but I mean it well. Currently also having a 5-second penalty. Earlier on in the race, but having De Jong, car number 34, in 6/10 behind him. And now Connor is coming in for his pit stop for the Astro Racing team. Currently on place 25.
Now, I wonder, is this a case of they've been in the pits earlier in the race due to damage and they're now completely off cycle with the rest of the grid?
It could be.
Because I'm unsure how the Porsche's tank works here. I'm not sure if they can do the full thing or not.
I'm not sure, I don't trust the Porsche much.
I don't trust it.
I really like my Bentley, but I haven't seen a Bentley in here.
I don't believe we have any Bentleys this time. I can't get to hands with the Bentley.
Oh, I love it.
The only
Call
thing...
her Bernadette. Give her a little name, because it's a bit of a cow, so Bernadette the cow. But with the throttle, you can turn it all nicely in a bit of a loose rear, and it's all good.
It's that thing I was talking about with Colm earlier. It's the steering wheel being on the right hand side. It throws me. Which I always say is weird because I'm English. We drive with right hand drive cars normally. You put me in a racing car and the steering wheel's on the right, my brain can't figure it out.
Well, I always say I'm from the Netherlands, so we here driving on the left. But when I'm racing in real life, I drive on the right side because I'm driving for a British racing team, and in the sim, I like to drive on the right side because I like to drive the Bentley.
That makes more than enough sense to me. I will take my opportunity to avoid the Bentley, or as me and my teammates lovingly refer to it as the boatly, as it often feels like they're driving a boat. Particularly when it comes to curbs, it doesn't seem to be phased by them at all.
No, it's just going over it like there's no curb at all.
I think the only curb I've ever had trouble in it is Cheetah at Kyalami, which is coming up this season. It's the 24-hour race. That corner kills most people, to be honest, if you touch that curb.
No.
Oh, that is the 991. On out. And Griffin's Bend, it looked like. Have to see if there's any damage on that car. On board with now S02R02. Ooh, that's a Ferrari that spun there. Plenty of time to rejoin though. Well, getting out of the way. Cars coming.
Is that the 286?
It looks like the
268.
268, yeah, I believe so. It looks like they've got going again before the rest of the traffic caught up to them, so that's well done by them. Get off the grass! It's a blue flag, they should probably let these cars go. Done a good job to get out the throttle then. Will this Audi make a dive? They're looking for it. Porsche's defending well. Audi's got the outside line, now going to have the inside for the final corner. I think they've made it stick. Very well done. Is the Porsche going to look back? Not at all. Lovely overtake there from the number 42. Now right on board with Patrick. He says he's going to make a move, but that Porsche has opted to go into the pits. There's another car in the pits in front. I wonder if we are seeing the second round of pit stops come through, but it seems very early for that to happen.
Maybe because the race is a little bit shorter, they decided to have a few shorter stints in instead of running the full stint timer or tank.
Potentially.
Having a more aggressive strategy.
You'll see the 804 is in. They have served their penalty, so you do not have to worry about that the rest of the race. Unless they pick up another one. So you have quite a gaggle of cars here coming up through the mountain. A few back markers dotted in between them. Oh, very close to the wall there. That's one thing that frightens me about this track is you really have to get close to the walls to make up as much time as possible. Oh dear.
That's the quarter mass car, I think.
Oh, be very careful when joining. They had a lot of space to do that. Simon Bartlett now, was that assisted by the Porsche behind you think, or was that of their own accord?
I couldn't see that well, but it's a shame. I know Mike Tyler, and it's a shame. I was looking forward to see that team doing very well, and they can still do very well.
Hopefully at some point we will get a replay as Colm has rejoined us in the commentary booth. He's gonna stay muted for a few minutes potentially until he's ready to join us fully. And Bas Van Melis, one of the admins here, very active in the community, helping organise everything. The Mode 11 car. I do love the livery of this Mode 11 car.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
I believe it is. It's based off an old livery of an old Beamer that used to race. It is very nice. Very simple, but very effective.
Yeah, I like the simple liveries. Going a bit wide now there.
Yeah, as we praise him, runs wide. That's standard.
Yeah.
That's why you can't say anything nice about anyone racing a car. They just end up going wide. You got to insult them all the time.
Well, as long as we don't do it in the mountain, then there is less risk.
That's true. You can't really run wide in the mountain though. You bounce back on the track immediately if you try it.
Yeah.
So in the places where you can run wide, you're going to have a massive accident, unfortunately. Van Linson is now mimicking his teammate and slowly checking out from Alex Crawford in the 990. It looks like Skylar Davis is also slowly whittling down that gap to Alex Crawford in P2 right now. Of course, there are a few back markers in between them. Perhaps Alex Crawford has been inhibited by a few back markers more than Skylar has. But judging where that Porsche is, I imagine that that pass was only just made down the Conrad straight. I expect Porsche to probably jump to the side and let these two cars behind. We have Chris Vickers following closely to Skylar, and maybe not close enough to get position from this Porsche. He's got to stay behind him now all the way up through the mountain.
Oh, the Porsche's moving over. So let him by.
Very sensible. I'm sure Chris Vickers and Abranes will be very happy that the Porsches opted to get out of the way as soon as they can.
And still a lot of teams are still very close together. This is a fight for place 2 to place 4. And then 6.7 seconds behind is P5.
This is great. We got 3 cars all fighting for podiums right now, although it's only 2 hours in. Very close together. We have another penalty that's come through. 15-second time penalty for car 56 impeding during qualifying. Now that's interesting. So this is a pre-race penalty. As the rule is, if a car is on a hot lap and you are not allowed to slow them down, and you are not allowed to overtake a car on a hot lap as well. Doing so will often net you a very hefty penalty, as this car has just found out about. Now, interestingly enough, Skylar doesn't seem to get close in the on the long straight, but seems to get very close over the mountain, which is unusual considering that Merc has a lot of power under the hood.
Maybe they're driving with a bit more wing. It's a bit more stable in the mountain, but a bit less top speed.
Potentially, yeah. It always shocks me how little wing you want to run at Bathurst purely because of the straights.
Yeah, but in a 9-hour race, I'm a bit careful. But I think in a 9-hour race, it's more about a stable car than most of the speed.
Exactly.
And he was trying it on the outside for a moment, and now the Austin behind is all over him on the rear also, trying to find a little gap in the mountain.
For everything I've seen and I've heard, is there is one line only through Griffin's Bend, and if you're not on that inside line in that groove, you are going to wash up wide and have to get off the throttle. Now, if Alex Crawford can just keep Skylar behind in the straights, I think he should be fine for most of this track. The other 2 cars behind definitely seem more sorted right now in the twisty bits, but whoa, Skylar is very close and is almost alarmingly close if you're the car in front there. Not where you want to see someone. Let's see a drag race down to the chase now. Merc will probably have the legs on that Aston Martin. Martin goes to the inside to defend.
Can he keep it
Had to back off slightly coming around there. This might give Chris Vickers an opportunity to make a charge into the final turn. Looks to the outside, but gets covered very quickly by Skylar. Now this is what Alex Crawford wants. He wants Chris Vickers and Skylar behind to start fighting for position, so it gives him some breathing room.
Yes, I have to say, some great racing here. I don't know all of these drivers, but they are racing very clean, and it's great to watch.
Side by side. Yeah, I'm trying to not let my bias show, as my teammates are the ones in that Aston Martin there. But that move is easily done before getting to Griffin's Bend. And now Alex Crawford is going to have to defend from Chris Vickers behind. Now there shouldn't be any speed differential with these 2 cars now, as they're the same car. And it just depends on what setup Chris Vickers is running in the Team Abbey racing car.
Chris Vickers looks very quick on the uphill part of the mountain.
As Colm said previously before he left, don't rule out a podium for Chris Vickers and his teammates. There's a very good car. There's a white flag there. It looks like someone's gone straight on a skyline. That looks like a very dead Mercedes. And I believe they've just RTG'd as well. Something I'm assuming a lot of real life drivers wish they could do when it comes to this racetrack in particular.
I I think on every racetrack it will make it a lot easier.
That is probably a fair assessment, yeah.
And then it's just fixed in a couple of minutes.
It's one of the nicer things about ACC is the fact that they... Oh, was that the Honda?
I think it is P1.
I think that is the Honda of Dan Lenson.
Yeah.
So they've had another big off. I wonder if they've touched the curb on the inside of the chase again.
Yeah, or maybe hit the grass. He had a moment there before.
Potentially, yeah. Again, the car doesn't look damaged, but I can't imagine those tyres are very happy right now. But that is Dan Lenson down to 5th place now. And somehow James Mead is in 3rd. Oh, looks like there might have been an off for Alex Crawford. I wonder what's happened there. That's looking particularly damaged. Hopefully we can get a replay of what has just happened with Dan Lenson and Alex Crawford. I don't believe there was contact between the two. But Alex Crawford has lost a good amount of time. James Mead in the R&E. Ferrari's now up to 3rd. Here we go. We have the replay of Dan Lenson getting past a back marker. Now he's on the inside here, which is where this notorious bump is. And there we go. Hits the curb, spins around. Great avoiding action by the Aston Martin behind. That is not what you want when you've been leading the race for so long. So now the difficult thing is rejoining correctly. Nice little spin turn. Probably scared the pants off of James Mead in that Ferrari though. I imagine those tyres are probably quite damaged now.
Yeah, but it didn't look like he hit the wall, so it could have been a lot worse.
Exactly. I think a lot of cars have got away with quite a few instances that could have been a lot worse.
Here is a good overtake for place 2 in the race by James Mead. Chris Vickers, who was trying to get on the outside, but it gets blocked by Mead.
Consider small contact with the wall earlier on in the stint. He is still running very quickly. As we can see there is a 25-second penalty for the car 56. So my assumption is they haven't served. They have a 10-second penalty for a collision and for impeding. They haven't served either yet. So it looks like most of the other cars might have cycled through their penalties already, but they have not. And that's going to be quite a costly amount of time for the 56 Honda. Skylar Davis into P1 now, following the incident from Dan Lenson, with James Mead now trying to chase them down. And as Com said, it's a group of Americans all in the same cars. Clearly not made obvious by the livery. But
I like
now,
it. Oh, there is a car sideways.
It is a fantastic livery. And yeah, that is a car sideways at the top of the skyline. Fortunately, no other incidents have come of that. Touch wood, there have been a few incidents and a few scary places, but everyone's been quite sensible getting past them so far.
Yeah, it's looking good, and we've just had a bit more than 2 hours into the race. Still lots of fighting going on and some very good racing. So it's great to see. And hopefully the next 6 hours and 53 minutes will be the same.
James Mead right now is on an absolute mission. Having cleared the back markers, is now chasing down Skylar.
The pace in the Ferrari is amazing. It's around a second quicker than Davis at the moment.
Very impressive. Sadly, I don't believe that the pit wall live is currently working, so we'll have to run off the in-game ones. That's a 2:03.3 for James Mead. That is a very good time, considering those tyres are probably worn out and that car is carrying damage.
Well, I don't know where the damage is, but currently he is one of the fastest drivers on track.
Now the question is, at what point can he or will he try and attempt to get past Skylar? These both seem to be very even over the mountains. Skylar currently have to deal with a little bit of traffic, though it shouldn't impede them too badly. I always love watching the suspension as it undulates as they go through Skyline and the S's. It looks fantastic. Skylar will follow this Aston Martin as much as they possibly can, getting as much tow.
What a battle for the top 3 guys at the minute. It's unreal, isn't it?
It is great to see some great racing, close racing, and it's very good.
Yeah, I've been watching the last few laps. Sky's being held up by these back markers, which is playing into Mead's hands absolutely amazingly. He has carried so much speed there as the back marker gets out of the way, but Mead jumps into the pits, guys.
He had a great stint, and I'm curious if he is going to do another stint or another driver is coming in, and I'm curious what that car can do more, because there is some good speed in that car. It also gives some breathing space for Davis at the moment.
I think he needs it.
Yeah. He already drove an amazing stint, so it's good to see.
100%. And Vickers seems to have struggled possibly in that last phase there, because he was looking like he was attacking Skylar, and then Mead just comes along and put a massive gap between them. But I think the back markers have pulled these guys back in again, so it's going to give us watching the race a bit more action. And it's hard to believe it, it's what, 2 hours and 10 minutes into this race and still fighting for the lead. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's all still very close, and even P3 is only 6.8 seconds behind P2, Alex Crawford, and everything can happen in the mountain basically. To finish first, you first need to finish. Oh, there's
a force backwards. That is Huizenga in 24th position, Michael Huizenga, I can't say the name right. Oh, what a horrible place to be off.
Huizenga, that sounds Dutch.
Oh my god.
Hopefully he doesn't move now. Oh dear.
Oh, that is horrendous, but look, at least he's gotten out of the way and he's given himself a bit of damage just to make sure he gets it around. But look, that's good going. But my heart goes out to this guy here, Dan Lenson, in that Honda, dropping it just at this corner a few laps ago, and it dropped the lead as well. That was very, very tough, but as you were saying in the stream, luckily he didn't contact the wall.
Yeah, luckily not. Still very unfortunately to see it happen, but I'm pretty sure he can come back. He has some good pace, very consistent, so I'm curious what they still can do.
Absolutely, and look, he's already catching up with Crawford again now, so you know, it hasn't hurt the tyres obviously too much. He's able to get the tyre temps back down and pressures down, and is getting on very well with it. The Honda, surprisingly for me to see, and I don't know if you're the same, it's very, very stable on its tyres, even kind of through the race distance.
Yeah, it looks very stable. I haven't drove the new Honda, to be honest, only the old one once for a qualifying event. And yeah, I'd just rather stick with my Bentley, but that's me personally, where the Austin, a little tip on the wall there, the outside. But it looks very stable for the Honda, where the Porsche is trying to go out of the way.
Yeah, it's very good, and nice to hear that you're driving the Bentley as well. Not many people use that car. Now, it's a very stable car, but I love the noise of the engine. Like, you can really rev that car out. It loves to be driven like a hooligan.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like it. I was already scrolling down to see if there is a Bentley in, but I didn't saw any Bentleys. So hopefully next time it is.
Yeah, it's sad to see there's no Bentley in it, because it's actually a good car. Obviously, it doesn't have the performance of some of the others nowadays, but it's still a very, very good car in the right hands. Well, Lenson's doing a great job here, as is Chris Vickers is still putting the pressure on Skyler, getting through back markers. And more interesting look at this though. This is getting very, very close here for 16th and 15th position. And he gets the job done. That was a good one. That just shows the pace difference between the Audi and the Porsche.
Yeah, there's a massive pace difference on the straights.
Wow. I think the Porsche is so fast everywhere else, it needs to have one kind of chink in its armour, and that seems to be it. Look at this though, Chris Vickers as well, I think is getting very, very close to Sky now. This is for the race lead, and the back markers are playing a great hand in this. And there's loads of battles going on at the minute, so we're going to be jumping around here by the looks of it at the minute.
Yes, and Crawford is just into the pit lane, so Lanson got a free track now in front of him, and we need to see what he can do now.
Quite a bit of damage on Crawford's car as well. But we're going to jump on now in 14th position with Dominicus, who's right on the back of Van der Vaart in that Lexus. This is a battle that's been brewing for quite a time, and he's literally sitting on the rear bumper now of that Lexus.
Yes, there are a few scratches on that Ferrari, but it's still going very good.
Surprisingly.
Maybe it's the black livery that you can see it easier, I don't know.
There's a lot of them though. No matter what colour you had there, you'd see them.
True.
It's been through the wars. But this is a nice battle that's developing, and still behind them even in 16th and 17th. Like, the battles are starting to come up everywhere now.
Yeah, that's great to see. Even when there's 2 hours and 15 minutes in, there are still a lot of battles going on, and it looks promising for the rest of the race.
It really does. As he's going to try to move, he's not going to make that one work, is he? No. Not this time. We're going to jump onto a close one here. This is for 35th position, when he looks like he's close. Just not close enough here. We're on with Van Driel, who is fighting with Milan Dauma, as if I can't pronounce that name correctly.
Dauma, is it? I think.
Dauma. Okay. Yeah, you know better than me. I trust you. But it doesn't matter where you are on this grid, it just seems to be fighting everywhere.
Yeah, we come ice too short at the moment. And the 73 car Van Driel is still close by Dauma, and I think there is a lap car in front.
Indeed there is. I'm just keeping an eye up in the top 10. There's battles everywhere. It's just hard to know which battle to be looking at all the times. But we'll try and give everybody a viewing, whether they're fighting for 35th position like this battle was doing, or whether you're here fighting for 9th position with Aaron Van Drunen again. And that is Tubby out for his second stint. So they were running, I think it was P3, wasn't it? Before their pit.
I think it was, yes.
Let's see.
You go.
Oh no, sorry, I was just saying, sorry. Just see what'll happen there. Would you prefer to be the Mercedes here or the Aston? Obviously, we know the Aston has pitted, but which car would you prefer here? Which one would you feel more confident in, especially in this long straight ahead?
Well, I recently drove the Mercedes for another championship, so I would go for that because I have a bit more experience in that car.
Yeah, fair.
It's a long time ago that I drove the Aston, to be honest.
That's the only car I drive at the minute is the Aston. And it's
Okay.
quite interesting. As Skylar Davis, the race leader, has gone into the pits. And Chris Vickers has stayed out. So with Chris Vickers, he's the kind of guy that will put a stint out. They're one of these teams, himself, Nelson and Mike, that will pull a race win from out under your eyes and you won't notice it until the last few laps. They definitely run their stints quite longer than others, as Lenson is also in the pits as well. So Skylar and Lenson in at the same time. And we have Dennis Shops is staying out, or Shops is staying out. This is going to change things up. I wonder, will there be any undercuts here now? The likes of Dan Lenson as well, especially Dan Lenson against Tubby. So this will be an interesting one because they were fighting just beforehand.
Okay, that will be great to watch. I'm curious, can you go longer with the Aston Martin in a stint with fuel than the Mercedes or the Honda?
Look, I think you could get about 70 minutes max out of the Aston. Max. And that's depending how heavy. It depends how fast you are as well. Like if you're a slow driver like me, probably easy enough to do it, but you won't be going anywhere fast. But this is what I'm going to keep an eye on now, because it looks like Lenson's back out. He's cleared it by a long shot.
I think Sam Smates is now in the car for the 787 car.
He is indeed. Sam Smith is in. The Mazda Honda car is what I call that. Deliveries off the 787B Le Mans winning 1991 Mazda.
Yeah.
Very confusing, these guys. They always like to confuse us.
Well, it's a good looking livery. I like it.
Oh, it's phenomenal. It is phenomenal. But it's weird seeing a Mazda livery on a Honda.
Everything is possible nowadays.
Absolutely.
Still look good.
Oh, 100%. We're going to jump on, I think, with Fran Drunen because he's getting quite close to Tubby here.
Yeah, it's very difficult to pass there, but maybe if you have a good exit on elbow, you can do the move on the back straight.
Absolutely, and just a quick one there. Mr. Vickers is in the pits there as well, as is Beatty coming in there now. So, still guys pitting. It is kind of at the pit window. If you've extended your stints kind of an hour and 10 in the first two.
Yeah, that will make it interesting in the end, because you can basically skip one pit stop, and that's easily, a minute?
Easy,
and a half,
yeah.
maybe?
About a minute and 6 seconds, I think it is, when you're fully stopped.
Yeah. So that could be very interesting for in the end.
100% as Vickers leaving the pits because DeSantis has just gone by. Vickers has jumped DeSantis through the pits. That is phenomenal. These guys really do pull out of the bag. And they're after jumping DeSantis by quite a few seconds as well. Wow.
Very interesting. Well done.
When we think we know what's going to happen, this happens. Unbelievable stuff. And looking back, we're going to jump on with 37th position because look at the battle that's going on here as well. Absolutely brilliant. We have Onaker versus Barlett in the McLaren just ahead, going through a few back markers, it seems, themselves. This is phenomenal. Oh, we've had a big incident there. Very big incident there with Branko Kapovic. And who's the other car stopped? Umit Leiker in 30th position. Oh my god.
We need to see how that's going with all the cars that's coming up there soon.
Oh my god, yeah, they really need to get them cars going. How did they obviously came together going around the little kink.
I think they did, yes.
I'm parked there, mate, as they say. As Dennis Shopes comes in from P1 now into the pits. Let me jump on here. It's a bit of a traffic jam here, isn't it?
It is. It's a few back markers, and it's making it also very interesting and a good fight sometimes. And it's very interesting because they are also fighting each other. So, yeah. It can also be giving new possibilities if you let the leader or someone else that you need to let go, let them go through and try to stick with them and see if you can then overtake the other car for position.
Absolutely. And so I think what they're fighting is these guys here who are fighting for 37 to 36 position, Barrett and Onaker. And they're not going to want to give up and let guys by. They're fighting for position. And it doesn't matter whether it's for 35th or 36th or even 37th here. That's a great move by the Aston, and it has the legs on the Aston or the McLaren in a straight line. The McLaren's obviously carrying a bit of damage as well. So for Onaker, that move was a few laps in the making, and he's finally got it done. Oh, there's a bit of contact there.
That is a shame. Violet was earlier also already a bit unlucky. In the mountain.
It's very unlucky, but look, it is what it is. They can surely get in there and get their damage fixed as well, because they were carrying quite a significant amount of front damage on that McLaren. As we are on now with Van Drunen, who is still fighting away with Tubby. The battle of the Aston and Mercedes, the two V8s. And at the minute, it seems like the Aston is just doing enough to hold its way ahead. Oh, look how close. That's a beautiful shot there as well, isn't it, on the hill like that?
Yeah, it's a beautiful track. Some amazing views.
And did you ever watch any of the real life racing here?
Yes. I would love to race here in real life.
It is amazing. For me though, I love watching the classic races of the old 1991-93 seasons with the skylines out there were just crazy.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The Martins, after getting that completely wrong there, but gets out of the way. Oh, a bit of damage on it as well, the 7-up Aston Martin there. So if you're Nicola here, Yvonne, what would you be thinking? Like, you're just getting the toe off that Lambo. What's your next move?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you there now. Couldn't hear you for a second.
I didn't have any sounds for a moment, so I'm sorry, but I'm back now, I think.
I was wondering, I was like, oh no, she's gone.
No, I'm still here, but I don't know what happens.
Look, I'm boring myself, it's grand. But what would you do here if you're Nicola with this Lambo ahead? How would you attack this? What way would you do it?
Well, I would take a look where I'm quicker, basically, and then just try to get a slipstream and overtake there. In a mountain it's very difficult, so you need to have it a bit more from the exits on the straights or the first turn or just before you go up in the mountain here.
I like the way when they start putting pressure on and forcing the other guys to make an error.
Yeah. Yeah, in a mountain it's almost impossible to overtake it, or someone else needs to make a mistake.
100%. And here's one that's getting quite close and maybe a little bit tasty. BMW versus Lexus. Lexus to win the straights, BMW hold its own amount, I would reckon.
Yeah, I think so. Van der Vaart is doing well in the Lexus. Carradine also in the BMW. It seems like they are catching up with two other cars.
That's good news for Van der Vaart, because it's going to close that gap right in.
He's trying to to let go those two cars. So that's good. Let's see.
I feel bad for that McLaren, and he's still going with the damage.
Yeah. Well, it's good that they don't give up. That's always good. And here comes the move from Van der Vaart.
That's just a rocket in a straight line, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Great move, greatly set up. And then the battle for the lead now is something I'm very interested in, as the camera takes 5 hours to get back to where it should be. He's about 4-ish seconds off. It's Mike Ambernozzi's took over for Chris Vickers. So Chris Vickers done a double stint there. So great driving from him there. On now, I think this is Nicholas DeSantis' second stint in the Mercedes. So Nick and Sky have swapped. We were yet to see Antonio Astri with these as well. So these guys here, like, it is Nicholas DeSantis and Antonio who actually race in the SRO North American League as well. So these guys here will be consistent, but I'm very interested to see what Sam Smets can do as well, because that Honda's pulling itself right back into it after having that huge spin and losing quite a few positions. They're really, oh my god, that is Nicholas DeSantis is after coming together with a back marker. What has happened there? Hopefully we can get the replay up on that now in a minute by Tom van der Meer.
Yeah, that looks like a lot of damage.
That was a huge incident. So Sam Smets is really not out of this. Wow. Looking down further then, Nicholas Schroeder still behind this Lamborghini and biding its time. So let's go with this one here and see what happens.
I just see there's a stop and go 30 for car number 720.
On Petrovic's, yeah. David Russo, sorry, is in the car, is it?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, this could be the move here for Schroeder. He's right on the back of this Lamborghini now. What can Reynard do to keep him behind, or wigging and wiving in every kind of way, but done a great job there. Fair play to them.
Yes, he's doing a great job. I think just hold your own speed, hold your line, and
patience.
Yes.
And speaking of patience, Dennis Krul here has had a mountain of patience here. Or Krul, sorry, not Krul. Versus David Russo. And looking back further, is there any kind of close stuff? Not really at the minute. Router's in the pits, alright. But at the minute, it's kind of spread out a bit again. This is normally what happens after the madness of the pits. It kind of spreads out a little bit until the pits go again. Then it's just absolutely manic again. But Dennis Krul doing a great job here. Let's see what he can get done now. And while that is happening, I'm going to jump on with Grot here, who is now in 7th and attacking like a mofo. Oh, has lost a little bit of time, but look at this. Lovely stuff there. And looks like Johansson is after losing himself 2 places. Oh, no, there's only one. There's a back marker in there, so that's not too bad. Great stuff there. So Grotty will be very, very happy with that one there. And it's on to the next one now. Very well done from Dan. So Nick DeSantis is back out in 10th position after that huge incident earlier on, so hopefully he only went in and fixed up the damage, kept the tyres and went on a bit again and saved as much time as possible. But that was very tough for him. He is under a little bit of pressure now from Dominicus. If the camera will eventually get to him. There we go. So he's fixed all that damage and Dominicus there in the quietly scratched Ferrari is close, but was not close enough, which I'm sure Vickers will be happy about. Let's see. what can happen here? I'm going to jump on with John Benton though, because this is getting quite close here. If the cameras are just mad to try and catch up with him. And he's getting the toe here in the Porsche. This should be taking candy from a baby here. When you're drag racing with the Porsche, you shouldn't really have to worry too much. And he doesn't. He has that move well done before the kink. He can line the kink up perfectly. Keep flat out to about the 150 metre board, and on the brakes he goes. That was a lovely move there. Textbook stuff by Benton. As Schroeder eventually has got by that Lamborghini of Reynard. I'm sorry we missed that one there, guys. There was this other stuff we were looking at. But that was a huge move for him to get done. And let's see, can he pull away now from that Lambo, because it looked like he had the pace. So this is super interesting to see what'll happen. But great stuff there, and you can see already able to carry just a slightly bit more speed through those corners. The Lambo will give it a bit of pressure under the straights, but all in all, absolutely brilliant stuff there. Out in front though, Mike Ambrinoza. That's Sam Smith that we're on with. The camera doesn't want to move in time. There we go. Mike Ambrinoza there, sitting away, coming up to the back markers. He wants those back markers to be so well behaved and look getting out of the way, and he can hold that bit of a gap to Speeds. It was definitely on a charge. Looking back down through the field, guys, at the minute it is all fairly tame in terms of gaps at present. But I suppose as a back marker you have to be careful on where you give that place, and ideally Mike would want that place now, but Mike is going to know he can wait till last straight. He's not going to be silly. And the guys are all very well behaved here, in fairness, and they do put on the indicators and get out of the way. So realistically, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for Mike now. And this should be now, you just see the indicators going on and getting out of the way. He's getting that toe. Indicator is on. I'm pretty sure I've seen the indicator there. No need for an indicator, he's just staying out of the way, and that's a fair play. Absolutely love to see that. It's how it should be, guys. How it should be. You set the standard like that, and when people follow, it's absolutely phenomenal to see. Looking at the gaps though, Tubby now is starting to pull in now on Hulman. So that'll be an interesting one to see. So Matt Tubby is starting to pull along again, which is quite good. He's about 3.2 seconds ahead of this madman Aaron Van Drunen here, who's on a little charger as well at the minute. So Nicholas DeSantis as well has kind of kept Dominicus at bay, and I think he just needs to get his head down and get back into the game. So fair play to him. No. James, how are you doing?
Nice. Yeah, not too bad. Enjoying it. Enjoying the fun today.
Absolutely. And so far, how have you felt about the race? How's it gone for you so far?
Been a bit of a mixed bag, but I mean, I think that's Bathurst, isn't it? Like you can't predict the mountain.
You could try.
Yeah. we were caught out a little bit at the beginning. I think just purely acceleration on the Ferrari. It's so difficult when you're in a pack of cars behind to defend the position. So Yonti did a great stint and managed it as well as we could. And then next stint, I mean, there's a few scary moments for sure. The Audi likes to bounce. I mean, the Ferrari likes to bounce and give us some scares. So there was a few of those, but like pace was okay at the end, even with damage. So yeah, it's just good fun. I love this track. I mean, I don't care if I get put off into a wall. Like, you just gotta love this track.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's one of these things. And where's your ideal finishing position for today? What are you aiming for as a team? Have you set a target now after the first hour or two of the race, thinking, right, this is where we are, this is where we should be by the end of the race? Have you set any kind of targets?
We've tried not to. Like, we had a conversation before the start, because I can just see that teammate there, Hulleman's being caught by Matt Tubby's, who's flying today. But yeah, we we just kind of said to each other, like, anything can happen on this track, whether it be our fault or be just an unlucky circumstance, and we get caught up in it, and it's so unforgiving. We could be anywhere, so try not to worry about pace. We'll see where we shake out in kind of like the last stint. The challenge in itself, just surviving it. So yeah, I think on pace we could be potentially podium and stuff. I know I felt really comfortable in the car at the end of the stint and was reeling in the leaders. If I'd have had a few more laps, I was fighting my corner to try and double stint because I thought we could be in P1 after that. But yeah, it's just one of those. We'll see what shakes out and see what happens.
Yeah, you had massive pace, and I think once you got by Vickers, you got released. And luckily enough for you at the time, I think you were coming up on Nick DeSantis. It was it was Skyler Davis that was in the car. The back markers are really helping you, really put pressure on the leader as well, which it was great to see it.
Yeah,
you definitely looked like you were flying in that Ferrari. So it's obviously a car that seems to be good in its tyres and comes alive kind of mid part of the stint, is it?
Yeah, it's really good in its tyres. It is a great car in its tyres at every track, so that's always its strength. It's not the best here, but in clean air, I love it. It's in dirty air, it's another animal altogether, but we are running a risky setup, so we have zero wing on that setup, so we've tried to make it to be a torpedo on the straight, and then we're just hanging on for grim death over the mountain. So yeah, it's a challenge for sure.
Well, luckily enough, the Ferrari make a good enough car, the mechanical grip of a mid-engine anyway, like, you know, you can kind of get away with that a little bit. Yeah,
that's it. It is a strong car. It's the acceleration that kind of gets us. That's why we've decided to go the rear wing, because you'll notice we'll drop off, like on the exit of Forest Elbow, you'll probably see the Aston probably get us maybe here, but then our straight line speed kicks in about halfway down the Conrod Straight and we pull back on people. So yeah, it's one of them. We're trying to do a defense, but it's a bit of a delayed defense.
You got very squarely on the exit there, and mechanically wise, so with there being really no aero on that car, how is the exit? Is there much wheel spin? Is there much sideway? Like, does it hold in mid and slow corners? How is it holding up then, not having that extra mechanical grip to give it a bit more traction?
It's very twitchy on corner exits. Like dialing your time to get on the throttle. It is very like there. It's just got a big slide there. So yeah, it likes to do that. The back end likes to step out. You feel basically the aero wash drop off the back. It goes light and yeah, it just loses all traction. So that's why in clean air it's nice. But as soon as you're behind someone and you have to readjust, you can lose a fair bit of time, and we can't necessarily overtake because we have to get the perfect line, and it has to be perfect every lap for us to extract that pace. But it makes for good fun.
Absolutely, and another interesting battle that's happening while your teammate is defending like a lion at the minute. Let's be said about that. P1 and P2 are nearly in a second of each other now. They're going to be going at it as well. So like, this race is even though we're nearly 3 hours into this race, it's far from over. The battles are still going on for first, second, third, fourth, all the way down. It's crazy to see.
That's it. Anything can happen. We were a good way down when I took my pit stop. Gus Yonti had 12 seconds damage. I've passed the car to Robin and had to repair 12 seconds damage, but yet we're still in P3 because of the issues that others have. It's so easy to have an issue and still be in contention. It's just got to survive this track.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Luckily there he's got a better exit going down the Conrod Straight, so you should be fine this lap and actually a bit less out of pressure, or less under pressure than you were the lap before. I'm going to jump on quickly though, because Smeets now is literally about half a second off Mike Ambrinoza here, which is unbelievable for the race lead. And all the way down there's just everyone starting to pull in at each other again. Now, the only place it's kind of stagnant a little bit now is in the back bit, but I'd always wait for the pits for that to happen. But looking at your teammate here, he's doing a great job. At the end of the day, he's got Tubby all over him pretty much the whole race, or the whole stint, shall I say, and he's just, he's kept the composure, which is the biggest thing, especially because you have set it up to be such a wild car with no downforce.
Yeah, he's doing a mega job. I can see he's bringing Van Dreunen into that as well, so that might help us if Tubby gets a bit of thing there. But Smeets is absolutely flying in that Honda. That's a great recovery drive already. Like, they had a mass. I just saw the aftermath of that crash. I came up on it and was like, oh god, that's the leader. So to come back there, they're flying. They're going to be strong for this win.
Yeah, they were very lucky that they didn't actually hit the wall as well there, but Yeah, not what they ideally wanted.
No, that's it. But yeah, I think it's going to be tight between all of us. It really is going to be the team that stays least damaged. I think that's gonna win it. We are quite even. There's in pace, so it's going to be a fair tooth and nail battle. But it's going to be good fun.
Absolutely, there's still 6 and a bit hours of a story to be told, and as you say, it's all about having the least amount of incidents, spins, accidents, and by all means, you'd prefer running wide and like losing 5-6 seconds than hitting the wall and getting, you know, a minute and a half in the pits, whatever it could be.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can't write anyone off. Like Groot, I think it is. I'm sorry if I butchered his name.
Groot.
I've raced with him a few times. He's a great guy. The recovery they did at Laguna, I still don't want to write them off. The Porsche might not be the best round here, but he flies as well. So yeah, I think anyone in that top 10 is definitely on for the win if the stars align for him as well.
Absolutely, and as we say that, Smeets is side by side now with Ambernosa. Ambernosa is going to give him the room, and Smeets is back into the lead of this race. That Honda, after losing the lead of the race about an hour ago, is now back into it. That's unbelievable driving there. Fair play.
That's a great move. That's awesome, Joe.
But it's great awareness as well from Mike in second position. He just did you know what, you're faster than me, good boy, mate. I'm not going to hold you up. Race, I think that's one thing it is. Once you have that awareness to race your own race and not impede your own kind of strategy, I think that's the smartest thing to do. And he's going to get the toe off the Honda for a few laps. And Robin is still keeping Van Drunen behind.
Yeah,
this is unbelievable.
It's an endurance mindset you need for this. You definitely need to employ it for this race. You need to be like Mike did. Let him go, play the long game. He can save some fuel there and extend a stint as well. So this could be a real big strap for him.
And while we were watching, we didn't actually get to see what happened to Tubby because he's after dropping a few seconds off. So Tubby must have had a moment, and that's why it is now Van Drunen versus Hullman.
Yeah, it's getting spicy. I might jump back and see if I can give them some words of encouragement. But keep it going, guys. It's the stream's awesome. Thanks for having us in. And this race is I love Bathurst and it's so much fun. So yeah, awesome job.
So well, best of luck to the rest of you. And just tell them to keep licking that stop and sending it. It'd be grand.
Thank you. Yeah.
Cheers.
See you later, guys.
Take it easy. So Yvonne, it's non-stop action here, and like literally we went to one battle and come back, and this race has changed again when it should have been Tubby, then Van Drunen, and it's now Van Drunen right on the back of Hullman with Tubby quite a bit away. It's forever changing. It's just you can't stop watching.
Yeah, I was away for 5 minutes and everything changed basically. So it's very interesting how quick it can go and changing.
And the Honda is back in the lead.
Yeah, it's great to see that livery in front again. Keep saying it. But he has some good pace, mate. And the 333 seems to be a bit in traffic. Yeah,
Mike is just keeping it nice and steady. I don't know if you missed it. Nicholas DeSantis, who was running in second, had an incident with a back marker and had to pit and is now sitting in 10th position. Got huge damage, but luckily for them, it happened right beside the pits.
Oh, I'm glad. So they could go in right away.
Yeah, it happened just down the Conrad straight coming down to that little kind of left right. So it must have been either on the bump or just the back marker didn't see. We didn't actually get to see, so it's all speculation. But very unlucky for them, as Russo is in yellow flag. Where's his car? He went massively off. And then Higgins now is on another one. But yeah, so it's completely changed for you, I suppose. Let you acclimatise into it. We jump back on with Van Drunen and Hullman. It seems to be the closest on track.
Consistent pace.
Yeah, he's quite consistent.
Behind Ullman.
So I have to say one thing though, the defensive driving of Ullman has been amazing. He's placing that car perfect. Now, his teammate, as he did say, they're running zero aero on that car. It's zero.
To have a good exit. Ferrari is looking very fast on the straight.
You'd see they're doing a great battle there.
Yes, and Toby is also not far behind them. That will be interesting as well.
It's definitely playing out beautifully now, this part of the race. Higgins here versus Kapovic. Getting quite interesting. And Tubby is one.
It is great to see all those battles going also into the mountain. It can be quite difficult here, as James already said, so it's very interesting.
Astons are definitely doing a good job. We're going to jump back on from Jonah because now it's Toby jumping into this, so it's a 3-car battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. They're all now within a second of each other.
Toby closing quickly on from Lunen and Helmand, so it could be interesting to see what's going to happen after Elbow.
Very interesting. I'm looking at the lines as well because they're 3 different beasts of cars. You've the Ferrari, Mercedes and Aston. The Aston able to carry way more of the curb as well.
Yeah, I think the Aston is a good stable car also with curbs.
Yeah.
The push there in front was getting a little bit loose on the exit of Elbow.
Having 0 wing has really helped them in the Ferrari today. They've run literally no wing, and that has been their whole strategy, is to defend as much as they can. 0 wing on the front and back, yeah. No wing on that Ferrari. It's crazy, but he did admit it in the stream, that's what they went on.
I'm glad I don't have to drive this Ferrari with 0 wing in the mountain then, but it sounds like handful to drive, but it will be very quick on the straight line.
And that's it, they're just hoping that they keep them behind and then on the straight line they blitz them, that's all. But the Mercedes getting a good tow here. Will he get by though, because that Ferrari will have the top speed factor as well and a bit of a tow from the Porsche.
Get them moved on now.
That's unbelievable. I think that's the reason why they're doing it, because it's so hard to overtake on the mountain. They're able to defend like champions. And quite interesting to note as well, Nicholas DeSantis is catching up with Jasper van der Vaart there for 9th and 10th, so soon enough we could be looking at that battle.
It's great, the battle's all over at the moment. Mercedes and Aston are closing in again before they're going onto the back straight.
It's going to be the same story.
Yeah, see if they can get a good exit and then just try to close in at the 0 wing Ferrari.
It's just impossible to get by it. A genius strategy though, you have to say.
Yes, it is. I think you hold your breath sometimes in the mountain, but it is an interesting and yeah. It worked out well now.
Absolutely, I think you'd be holding your breath and closing your eyes a little bit.
Yeah, well, don't close your eyes too much, because you're gonna need them in the mountain, but yeah, sometimes I think they want to.
Easier said than done at times. I have to say though, I'm going to jump on while this mad battle is going on. I don't see it changing down this straight. Eccleston here though as well is on a bit of a battle for 16th position there. He's about half a second off and fighting in. I'm loving that all these guys. Oh, I'll jump on with Nicholas Santos here as well. This looks like it could be a possibility of a tow drag race on the Lexus of Van der Vaart. So he has the back marker getting out of the way. The back marker not getting out of the way for Nick. Gets a bit sideways. And we've seen that Ferrari already had an unfortunate incident earlier on in the race. Oh, Van Drunen's after having an incident. Oh, and I can't see what happened. He's back on anyway. Tubby though, not a bother flying down. Where is the Ferrari? Right, Ferrari's there as well, that's grand. So it would just mean it must have been Van Drunen on his own, had a bit of an incident. Hit the wall possibly, but luckily still going. Tail between the legs, I'm sure.
Yeah, hopefully the damage isn't too bad. They just can continue. And there is a car off, going into the grass a little bit.
They've huge frontal damage.
Out of the way.
I thought that was Van Drunen there for a minute, that's why I jumped on him there. Yeah, there was huge damage on that Mercedes, it's not him though. So, let me go down.
Well, it doesn't look too damaged, the Mercedes van Drunen at the moment, but we saw earlier in the race that the car didn't look much damage on the outside, and then we look into the cockpit and you saw the steering wheel in a different angle than it's supposed to be, and then, you know, it's going to be very difficult to hold it on track, and you need to decide if you need to pit to repair or not.
Absolutely. I think at this stage, Victor, better off just, you know, if it's drivable, keep going.
Yeah.
As we jump on with DeSantis here, who's right on the back now of Van der Vaart, and is much, much closer. So let's see, can he out-drag that super fast Lexus?
Yeah, they are trying to come back into the top 5 again where they were. 3.
Yeah, they crashed out from P2 with the back marker that time, so they were having a great stint. But look, it's still a long way to go.
Yeah, everything has happened. Everything can happen, and there's already a lot happens in the beginning of this race, and we have almost 3 hours into the race.
It's crazy to think we're that long already, isn't it?
He is going for the move now on the inside. Doesn't get it done. See if he can get a run now here before they're going up into the mountain.
I think he's just going to have to be patient and try to get it further on. Look, we're going to jump on with Matt Hubby though again, because he's getting super close now, and it's coming on to, well, we are on the back straight with him now, and he has the tow. He's much closer than any of the cars being to this Ferrari.
Yes, can he go on the outside to have the inside later on?
He has.
Already.
Wow. I didn't think it was possible to overtake that Ferrari.
Well, it looked like the Ferrari lifted off there for a moment, but I'm not sure. Can't see the inputs from here.
Well, great driving there from Human and from Tubby there as well. And Tubby has been absolutely super fast in this stint. So let's see now what he can do. Can he get closer to Ambernosa? Like, he's 17 seconds off. It's a long way to, or a lot of time to put in, but then again, there's 6 hours and 5 minutes to do it, so.
There's still enough time, and maybe the Ferrari is coming back now again. Go to the inside to have a little look. It stays behind.
Unbelievable. And this is where the Aston should fly.
Yes, I think nobody else will get a little bit of a gap for the back straight.
Gosh, look at the distance already.
Yeah.
That's the difference of having no wing and having wing.
Indeed, I just wanted to say.
Wow. That was like looking at a GT3 versus GT4, that's the difference.
Yeah.
ballsy move, I have to say. The guys there in that 169 Ferrari trying something crazy, but it seems to be working for them that they're still in the top 4, which is still phenomenal.
It is. It's very good, and I think they can still get on the podium if they maintain this pace and just keep it steady, out of the wall, out of incidents. There's still a lot possible here for, I think, even the top 10.
100%, I agree. It just takes one mistake and you're in the pits.
Yeah.
One mistake is all it takes. But they've been doing a phenomenal job.
They're doing great. This is still the battle for P10.
Yep.
And Nicolas and Dominicus. Is it Dominicus? No. It's 49 Van der Vaart and
Van der Vaart, yeah.
Santos.
It's quite interesting. The Lexus seems to be quite strong, doesn't it?
It seems quite strong, yeah. I haven't driven the car for a long time, but it seems very good. See if the Merc's coming out of the slipstream. Can I move?
Doesn't have the legs on that. Lexus seems to be just super fast. Well.
Oh, just a tap there on the rear in the braking zone.
Ouch.
Unfortunately, it's Van der Vaart off now.
That was tough.
Yeah.
No way. Higgins here. Is he going to go for the way he is? Oh, lovely driving.
Good move, yeah.
From him and also from Tironi there as well. For Asher Tironi's going into the pits. He wasn't fighting nobody. Interesting. So that's Tironi. And so this is now the 3rd pit stop. So I'm assuming some of these drivers won't be pitting till at least the 6.5 hour mark for people that have been doing like an hour and 10 minute stints.
Yes. I think they will stretch every stint out as long as possible, save a pit stop, and maybe do a splash and dash in the end and don't change tires.
Yeah, that would be the smarter thing to do.
Yeah, that's what I should do, but you never know. It's Bathurst of all places, so you never know till the end what the right strategy was, basically, and what's gonna happen.
Very true. Very, very true. But, I have to say the top 10 is now looking very tame. They've spread out a little bit. I'm sure the pit stops will change that for us and give us some crazy action again. We're going to jump on here with a battle. What I was going to, but it's after dropping out. Never mind. Somebody jumped into pits to stop it.
It seems like that Van der Vaart lost 3 places with the incident. Was that? They are currently driving at place 12.
Yeah.
He's trying to come back now. That was a black marker, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're right. We've got Mackenberg who's ahead then in the other Lexus, who is up the road from Van der Vaart, who is putting the pressure on Peter Dominicus there in that Ferrari. That Ferrari is definitely seeing better days.
Yeah.
He's got more hits than Stevie Wonder.
Oh dear.
I love a really bad joke. We're jumping down into 29th place for Marcia versus Bart here. So it doesn't matter where the guys are, they'll be fighting hard, and that looks like the race leader right behind them.
Yes, and I need to cheer Ricardo a bit on. He has a supporter of mine. Supporter, I don't know. He supports me a lot, so that's good.
Nice.
It's good to cheer the Team Revolution Sim Racing also on for them.
Nice one. So we've got a biased commentator here for you. But doing a good job though, and the Audi probably on the straights will pull in the Porsche, but this is where the Audi needs to do its very best to keep with it. Now, how would you go about this? So if you were Ricardo here, would you let the leader go by and try to use the leader then to pull the position, or would you just keep fighting?
Well, it depends a bit on my pace, but I did it sometimes because then I was just stuck, and then you can just try to make a move with the leader basically, and I was then stuck because I was on different places quicker, and I tend to lose it more in the braking zone, but I gain it on the exit of the corner more. So yeah, then I just try to do that sometimes.
Perfect, absolutely brilliant. I'm just going to log out of doing them controls, which I have done to let Mr. Tom take full control. But yeah, look at this now. So he's getting out of the way, so the race leader's going through. Now, if I was him, is he going to let them? That's very smart by the Porsche.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ricardo's done the right thing there.
It is.
Yeah, there's good stuff there. He's dropping off a little bit now. He clipped the glass. I think it was the grass coming out of the last corner.
Let's see if Ricciardo can make a move on the straight here. It's not closing in that quickly. It's probably going to look after the mountain again.
He's been very patient.
Yes, but sometimes it's good to be patient, especially in endurance races like this.
100%.
Seems like the Porsche Bath has a good steady pace. Just driving his own pace, basically. Gains a little bit on the exit of Elbow to give him a good run on the straight. That's also what the Porsche needs. Good exits. Closing her in now for a pit stop.
Nice one.
Sim Racing Holland car. So we go back to Ricardo here.
He's doing his best, as that looks like Amber knows it isn't the pit. So will he do a double stint, or will Nelson jump in? I can't see Vickers jumping in again because he's done a double stint. He might jump in later again, but there is a few war wounds on the Aston. Back on with Marcia here. Oh. That is tough going. Oh god, oh no.
Keep it still.
It frightens me every time I see someone move.
Well, there it's important to have one of your teammates around and have a good spotter.
That's a big thing for that as well. Now that's the Santos. Still recovering from the earlier incident with the back marker at the start of a stint, but because he pitted again, he might have done a splash and dash in fuel as well while getting the damage repaired. I couldn't have imagined him changing tyres to get out of the pits that quick. So I'm sure he'll be in soon enough in about the next 20 minutes or so. As for the race leader here, absolutely flying out there. There's no other word to say. What a recovery drive.
Yeah, it is a very good recovery drive here. Saw a little bit of gravel there from one of the cars in front of him. But nothing going on there. Nice shots here from inside the car from Nicholas DeSantis in the American Hamburg. Now close behind Van Thielen, the 888 BMW.
They've been having quite a good race as well, that AAA car as well. They've kind of gone under the radar for a lot of it.
Yeah, but they are now having a good pace and a very good battle with them going inside on the back straight. Having the move done for now for P7 in the race.
Slowly but surely coming back.
Just read a message in chat from Mike Abrenosa. We're in P2. I'm sorry, Mike, if I say your surname wrong. I mean it well. I hit the wall on the last corner, slight tap of the wall, broken suspension, and 30 seconds of damage. Oh dear.
Mike, that's not good enough. You have to do 2 shots later. Minimum. So I see Chris Vickers actually back in the car now, so Chris has gone in for his 3rd hour already. Look, these things happen, Mike, you know yourself. You just keep the head down and go with it. There's no I in team, it's a team race. It's still a long, long way to go.
Yes, a very long way to go, and maybe there are also teams with 2 drivers, I'm not sure. Those will be interesting to see also, because 5 hours in the mountain is a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I understand that's frustrating, Mike. Well, still well done for your stint. It was a good one. And the race is still long, so you all can make up for those 30 seconds, don't worry.
And you get to do a few shots, Mike. Think of that. Think of the shots. These things happen, but you know yourself, you'll easily come back out of that one. I wouldn't be worried too much. How you, Lulu B? What's the crack? Great to see a lot of people in watching the race live as well. It's good to see people supporting their teammates and teams and leagues possibly as well.
Yes, it is great to see all the support in there. Yeah, it can happen. A little mistake like that, it can happen. Just maybe a little lose of focus or something like that. It all can happen. And now the 88. Oh dear, I barely can say it. 88 car is coming back out of the pit lane. Matt Royal gave the car to last Craig.
Nice.
Not sure if I said the name right.
I mean, I get every name wrong, so I'm alright. You're asking the wrong person.
Well, I'm already struggling with the numbers at the moment.
Yeah, no. For me with names, no, it takes a long while. But Tubby's still doing a great job there as well, in fairness to him. He was being absolutely flying. Hullman done his best in that Ferrari with zero wing to hold them off. But unfortunately, of course, eventually he found a chink in the armour and went by. It's good. I think Lulu's going to be joining in now in a minute while I jump out for a little bit, so we'll wait for Lulu there. But yeah, honestly, he's been very impressive to watch Tubby. Oh, as he follows the other car, I think that's one thing I notice as well. When you're following a car behind, you do exactly what they do and just follow them off. That was quite unlucky.
Yeah, sometimes it's very easy to follow someone for a moment and then just copy the mistake, basically.
Yeah, perhaps a copy and paste is literally what that was there. But he got by anyway, and they're all only back markers. It's not someone he's fighting for position as well, so that's absolutely fine for him. That's great stuff. And here is the amazing Lulu back, and I will talk to you later on, guys.
Thank you.
See you later. Thank you.
Keeping us at Syncom.
Cheers, guys.
Well, that's
Welcome back.
yeah, it's good. I've just been on board with the 990 cars, my teammates who are running this race. Without me, we've made our way up to P2 after a little bit of accidental murder. We're not quite sure what happened. As speaking of dead cars, the front of that Ferrari has seen substantially better days. Well, nothing's been in the wars, hasn't it?
Yeah, and the side also, the right side of that Ferrari.
Yeah, I think
it's a little bit better before.
They might have taken that tobogganing down the mountain. I'm not sure that's quite how that's supposed to go. It's looking a little bit worse where... Oh god, I thought they were going to make a move then. That was brave. Also, why does that Ferrari say Fiat on the side? I've just noticed that.
Yeah, I haven't saw that before either.
This upsets me greatly, even though Ferrari are owned by Fiat. This is nearly as offensive as the Porsche Ferrari we had running for a while. Hideous livery that was very funny at the same time. So we have the RN car.
Number 3, the zero wing car.
Yeah, when we found out
the pit lane.
Well, I was on board with the 990. We were. The driver, Matt Tubby, was actively complaining that they've got a rocket in the back of that or something, and then we found out they're running no wing. But
yeah, it's an ID. If all of the drivers are comfortable with it, it's a great idea.
That is true. I will give that, Mike. Everyone knows in chat. The Porsche Ferrari was beautiful. If anything, it messed with your brain a little bit. It was definitely a bit of a weird car to look at. But yeah, that.
I can imagine.
Like you were saying, that a Ferrari is wickedly quick in a straight line. And so in a wickedly quick in a straight line, here comes the Honda of Sem Smeets. Also, the fact that they're called Gazoo Racing 787, they've got a Toyota reference, a Mazda reference on a Honda.
Yes.
They have.
It's a great looking car.
They have every reference they could possibly get, I guess.
It's good.
As far as they haven't put a Lexus badge on it, or an Acura badge. But no, it looks like, yeah, the 333, as everyone was saying, unfortunately got some suspension damage from a light tap on the wall.
The 348 car is also in now.
I mean, I imagine we're looking at some pit cycles properly coming through. Just might be quite a late stop for the 888, as I don't believe they've been running too high up recently.
Well, I'm not sure if you're making the most out of everything while Van Drunen is coming in. I think you'll be now around this time or in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think you might be spot on with that. The front of that Beamer, the 888, Sebastian Fack, is that looked very damaged coming out. Hopefully that is a visual glitch. As the Ferrari is also still carrying all of its damage.
Well, maybe it's that the scratches are not going away, but they repaired the damage. I'm not sure.
Potentially. Normally it does repair the visual damage, but if the drivers are out, the car must be functioning absolutely fine, or at least the degree that they can control it.
Yeah.
So
And if the
kudos to
car is
them.
good, and then you don't need to repair it, basically.
Exactly. If
Takes
it's
time.
5 seconds of damage, but it looks like that's almost not worth it. The racing, it's been pretty good, I'd say. We've had just over 3 hours of racing. Still not even at the halfway mark yet, but there have been some fantastic battles throughout the field. It seems to be quite rare to be in a pack by yourself. I say that as a massive gaggle of cars come by. Van Drunen seems to have repaired some damage and has come up behind a few cars now.
Yes, and Van der Vaart with maybe a little bit of damage is now also into the pit lane. Van Drunen lost some places with a pit stop.
They may have picked up a little bit of damage on the front of their car with some assistance from the 990.
They crashed earlier indeed into that stint that he was driving. There was the BMW for a moment.
Jim Fack. Very hard to say his last name without cursing. I do apologise if people think we are.
From Sim Racing Belgium.
Oh, is this the team that normally has a beer on their car? They normally have a beer branded on their car in the some other races, I believe.
I can guess which brand. I'm not sure which one, but I know Belgium has some good beers.
They like their wheat beer in Belgium, don't they?
Yeah, I am from the Netherlands, so we are sometimes very lucky here to have some good beers there in the shops here. So that's good.
Fortunately, we've got Scotland for the whiskey, as well as Ireland as well. To be honest, Chris Vickers looking to take a position off of Anthony de Horst now. Now, as Abranoza pointed out, they had some suspension damage, but now Chris is back in the car. He is probably going to be driving hell for leather right now. But as we saw earlier, that Mercedes is no slouch in a straight line. And there is a absolute gaggle of back markers up in front of them, as well as a few cars on the same lap. And a lot of cars exiting the pits. Oh, God. All getting a little bit dicey right now.
It's getting a bit busy there.
This does look like multi-class now. We've normally got the LMPs weaving in and out of slower class cars. Oh, excuse me. Porsche being sensible, running wide, letting Chris Vickers through, trying not to hold up the lead cars too much. Coming through the cutting, they still have a lot more cars to clear. They probably won't be able to clear them until the main straight, unfortunately. Ooh, not sure if that was assisted or not. That looked pretty dangerous. How's Chris now, Mike, after seeing that that McLaren make a little visit to the wall? I can imagine he was a little bit stressed.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, navigating this is stressful, as Mike's saying. Yes, I know it is. Sometimes you hold your breath probably for a moment.
Yep, and people are probably holding their breath going up and down the mountain anyway. They're just making it that much more stressful now. But that is the issue you run into when doing either multi-class or endurance races. There are always going to be discrepancies between driver speed among the cars, and eventually you will come up either as a back marker or you are coming up on a back marker. And Bathurst, as we've mentioned many times, is not an easy track to address that at.
There was a short yellow flag, but I couldn't see what happened there.
272 coming out of the chase. looks like they're parked. That is the Green Moose Rookies car. That looks like it's had a rather nasty incident. I imagine the team will be on the looking for a replay for us to look soon. Got it going again. Clearly the engine had turned off. Will they dive into the pits? Opting to not dive in just yet. Hopefully it was not as bad as it first appears. To see if they're losing anything over the mountain with this Audi in front of them. It's hard to judge on the straight as the Porsche lacks with straight line speed anyway, but it does look like that Audi is really running away. That Porsche may be struggling. It doesn't look like there's too much damage on it.
Hopefully not. Hopefully they can continue. I think they already had quite a lot happening there with the car.
Here we go. We've got a replay of the Porsche. We'll see what happens. Hopefully it's just a little bit of a lock up. Maybe just a spin. They helped around by this Audi. Gone deep. Gone deep. I don't think the Lexus tagged them.
I don't think either. He went very deep there.
I think
as soon as he released the brakes that he lost the rear.
Yeah, I think you may be right. They're just being very sensible, waiting for the cars to shuffle them through. Yep, I think you may be right. I think they've just lost it on the rears out of braking.
Here is the battle for place 29 with Van Rossen and Bilotti from Astra Racing Team, currently on P30.
It is fantastic. We have so many cars down the grid still racing for position. It doesn't matter where you are, P1, P2, P40. If you're racing someone, you're racing someone. That's the whole point.
Yes, that's great to see. And it probably still keeps going into the end. Fights everywhere, because the last 2.5 hours that I'm sitting here, there was constantly battles all over, basically, all over in the field.
Exactly, and that's probably not going to stop, and that's probably what's making this race quite stressful. Because at most tracks you've got a little bit of time to think, but with the constant damage, positions are shuffling, drivers are out of place, it is causing these battles throughout the field. And as a spectator it's fantastic, as a driver I imagine it's very stressful.
Yeah, it can be very stressful, but I think a lot of the drivers also enjoy racing here.
Flag right now because he's trying to navigate his way through the CBSR car behind of Anthony de Horst. But it looks like Vickers has gone away a little bit, and I imagine these back markers have helped out quite a bit.
I think he is letting him pass now. That was very close.
So we got cars fighting for position, all while trying to let the CBSR car past. The 18 cars let them pass now. Now the other Aston dives out of the way and they can resume their battles at both ends of the field. We have the 34 Aston now racing the Mercedes in front of it as well. As we said before, battles up and down the field right now. It's always impossible to stay focused on one bit for too long because there's something else happening elsewhere.
Yes, it's sometimes very difficult to keep up, but it's absolutely great to watch.
I love that camera of the cutting here, it is brilliant.
Yes, and the look over the mountains there with the cars, it looks great.
My crew chief has joined me again. He's not happy. He's meowing at me very aggressively.
Okay.
I'll have to quickly allow him to leave the room again.
No worries. And we're looking here at Marvin Mockenberg, who is just leaving the pit lane at place 11 for Tegmon Racing. He is currently on place 11.
Just realised that the 416 Porsche's just taken P2.
Yes, indeed. I didn't realize it either, to be honest.
It's happened.
Not sure what happened there.
As I believe all the cars cycle through pits already, unless they're out of sequence. But I don't believe that's the case. We must have missed this. But clearly the 416 Porsche going very well right now, up into P2.
Well, I think if it is a 70 minutes window, in the next 1 minute and 37 seconds they can pit. And now Smeets is in after a very good stint. Question is he staying in the car or is his teammate taking over?
And we're going to drag Oliver Anderson in from the Mode 11 car, I believe. Oliver, how you getting on?
Quite well. We are recovering somewhat according to plan at the minute. Yeah, we got involved in a free wide incident early in the race that cost us about a lap in pit stop repairs. So we're just fighting our way back through the field, nice and easy.
And how's the team feeling? They relaxed? Stress? What's the general feeling?
Like we are maybe one of the 12 fastest cars on track, so we are moving up the field nice and easy, or steadily at least.
Well, you've still got 5 hours to get that lap back, so...
Yeah, and I think we are back into 21st at the minute, so long time to go.
Exactly.
A lot of things can still happen.
Exactly. I'd say both far incidents have been quite far few in between, and it seems to be when they're happening, they're somewhat isolated, which is nice to see.
Yeah, definitely. There's not a lot of notice on the track. Oh, René's in the pits in the famous OF car.
It is a fantastic livery. There's a McLaren that runs in British GT with that livery as well, with a livery like that.
Oh, it's nice. Yeah, we were talking about going both cars with the OF sponsor, but it seemed a little bit too similar for broadcasting purposes.
That is understandable. You just gotta change the colours up a bit.
Yeah, I'm actually in the orange car of those. That's someplace different on track. Even though it is a true beaut. How are things going on in the booth?
I think we're getting on quite well. There's racing up and down the field at the moment, so you can't stay focused on one thing too long or you'll miss something else entirely.
Yeah, it seems like every time we go up behind a group of cars, they're always battling for a position, and they're obviously not just letting us go through.
Yeah, it is.
It's a little bit annoying, but it's nice to see other people having fun further up the field.
It's definitely been a little bit of a tricky thing to figure out. How have you felt the blue flags have been? So we've got some newer blue flag rules that have rolled in now, of course. How do you feel people have been respecting them around the mountain? As of course it's a very difficult place to let people pass.
Yeah, well, it was mentioned in the briefing that there are no overtaking of blue flag cars in the mountain section, which is bothering me a little bit because I have been in situations where I've almost pulled alongside a blue flag car, but then I had to back out of it.
It's understandably frustrating, especially when you are the quicker car.
Yeah, when you come up behind a blue flag car and you catch them just before the mountain, or you've caught them at the start-finish straight, they're not just letting you go through, and you have to stake out a lap behind them in the mountain. It can cost us up to 3 seconds being there, so it's not the best, but it's the same for everyone. I think my car have just gone off the track actually, or there's an incident. At least.
It looks like the leader's out potentially.
Yeah, the leader was behind us in that one, I think.
Yeah, that looked like the 416 has just picked up some damage potentially.
That is interesting.
Where is that? That looks like it's just coming through the cutting this happened.
Yeah, I saw on my second screen that it was, in the first corner on the mountain section, the 90-degree hairpin, and now it's going all wrong for my car. God damn it, Dominic.
Well, Tim Neubauer is now caught up to the 416 Porsche, so clearly something's happened. Trying to see if there's any damage on that Porsche, whether they've been to a wall or something, or whether they've just got tangled with a back marker. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, they were definitely spun around at least at some point, I saw, so could have been that.
Lexus diving out the way of the Porsche. Looks like there's a little bit of damage on the front left, but not too bad.
No. Anyways, I'll have to jump back and see what's going on in the team.
By all means, thank you for popping in. It is always happy to have drivers in the booth.
Yes, have a good one. Bye.
Likewise, thank you.
Good luck, enjoy.
That was Oliver Anderson again, currently participating in this race. So we now have Tim Neubauer chasing down that 416 of got in the Porsche. Now, I imagine if Tim Neubauer is lapping a little bit quicker than that Porsche, we should see it soon, but he's just running a little bit wide in the final turn. It's not going to help his chances on the mountain straight. Oh, the front of that Porsche is looking quite damaged now.
Yeah, it does. And the Honda is already quick all the race. Didn't have all the luck, but they are coming back very well.
I think they'll be able to... Oh, and also we have a yellow flag at the dipper right now as well. Some white cars. Looks like everyone's moving, doesn't like a big traffic jam at all. I'm curious as to what happened to the 416. But we'll have to wait and see and just watch Tim Neubauer's up. Beamer very bravely gets out the way at the top of the mountain. As Oliver just said, they don't have to do that, but it looks like they're having issues potentially. So they're going extremely slowly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they had an incident or something. I don't know exactly what happened, but it will be interesting to see.
Can't be too much damage to that Porsche, as that Honda is not gaining much time over the top of the mountain, while the Porsche is quicker over there. You'd expect the damaged Porsche, particularly a front-end damaged Porsche, to be struggling nonetheless. But I do not think they are. Again, this could be driver skill, once again showing how well they can cope with a damaged car. I cannot, I am terrible.
It depends which car I'm driving.
It's understandable. The Porsche for me is, I pick up any damage, I want a new one.
Well, I normally drive the Bentley with endurance racing, and even if you have 20 seconds of damage, you still can sometimes do the same lap times.
20 seconds of damage on the Bentley is cosmetic though. That thing's built like a tank.
Just a little scratch.
Yeah, it just needs buffing out. That's all that is. I think you could put a dent in the door of the Bentley and it wouldn't bother it. So we've just had a back marker unlapping themselves from Tim Neubauer. So Tim's potentially struggling, but that Beamer in front of them is very quick. And the question is, will we see this Beamer catch up to the back of that Porsche?
Yeah, I can't see the number of the BMW to see who it is, but it is going very fast.
You almost need NASCAR numbers sometimes where they're huge.
Yeah, sometimes it could be handy.
So Abernoser in chat believes that might be the 94 BMW who currently holds the fastest lap.
Yeah.
So if that is that driver, there's a good chance that they are actually quicker than both of these two in P1 and P2. Being a lap down, they're trying to gain as much time back as they can. They are flashing potentially a little bit too early with that Porsche. But we're just letting them know we're there. It is the 804, so it's not the fastest lap BMW, but it's clearly a quick driver. The Porsche's moving out the way.
Andrea Alfonsi, it is going to false currently.
I believe they were one of the top cars at the start that were caught up in a few incidents, which has caused them to fall back a few laps. But
Yeah,
clearly running very quickly.
Yeah, they are currently in place 20, but curious to see what they still can do.
And it looks like the Porsche that was in the lead has just dived into the pits as well.
Yeah, maybe it was the Porsche that was on a different strategy, but I'm not sure if it was that one.
Potentially it'd be interesting to see how that shakes up the timetables. We have a lot of cars in the pit lane right now. We have Nicholas DeSantis in the American Mercedes coming into the pits for their stop. They're down in P16 right now. Ignore me, that's the wrong car. DeSantis was in P10, I believe, not P16. So we have Matt Tubby. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, the American Merc is how I call the car.
You're very correct in that assessment. See if this is a long stop or a short stop. It didn't look to be damaged at all. There appears to be a stationary car, however, on the Conrad Straight. I believe they've got going again now, potentially. Or have they RTG'd? There's a slow car as well coming out of the chase, car 54. I wonder if there's been an incident down the Conrad between two cars.
I'm not sure, but Shops is coming out of the pit lane now.
Porsche comes out in P7 now, so they must be off pit cycle then. Interesting to see where this pit strategy leaves them towards the end of the race.
It could be very interesting to see the different strategies. I still think the quickest is to run the full stints and do your splash and dash in the end, and that will reset the stint timer basically. But yeah, then there needs to be no incidents, etc. But in case something happens, it could be interesting to see what they are doing, and maybe they are going for an aggressive strategy and do a bit shorter stints and pushing it a bit more. Yeah,
Potentially.
It will be interesting.
Because I know with the 10 hours, run very wide there. They've done well to keep it straight and narrow though. But as you're saying, it will be interesting to see is with the 10-hour strategy, the splash and dash was unavoidable. So people, ourselves in the 990, were going to run flat out and not fuel save. But now with the hour less, it may be worth saving that little bit of fuel where you can now. Just maybe get rid of that splash and dash at the end. So I wonder if the new driver in that Porsche is struggling, or if it does actually have damage indeed as we hop on board with Dennis Verhoeven. It's probably said differently to that. But in the 16 Audi, also a very nice livery. I particularly like the pattern on the back of that. Is he chasing down? Not the car in front, I don't believe. Oh no, it is. He is chasing down the 720 Mercedes of David Russo. He's going to have to get a lot closer than that over the mountain to have any chance down the Conrad Straight.
Curious to see in the end who's running which setup, because I think a lot of cars are running very low wing to have this piece on the straight.
Well, that is the risk reward you take here. You're going to lose a fair bit over the mountain, but it's so difficult to overtake there. If you can then run away on the straight, you might as well ditch the wing.
True, but you also want to have it safe and your drivers to feel comfortable, so yeah, I think it's a very fine line, that balance for the car.
Exactly. Sorry, I am very distracted by other chat boxes popping up occasionally. Who is this? That is John Bianchi leaving the pits in the 991. Another American now taking to the grid. So quite a nice livery. That livery on that 991 was designed by John Bianchi, who was currently in the car. Big NASCAR fan with a lot of NASCAR styling cues taken from that. He jumped back on board with Anthony DeHorst, who was now chasing down Chris Vickers in the 333. Now Chris is going to get a big toe potentially off the cars in front, but that Mercedes is so quick in a straight line. Be interesting to see if it's enough. Under the bridge, off the top of the Conrad Straight. A little bit of dust kicked up ahead. Laying on the brakes. Chris is being slightly held up by this other Aston Martin in front. They're going to have to probably let them pass. They've done a great job, but that's definitely allowed Anthony to close up in the 69 car.
Now in is Pascal Eckstein in the 911 car, while we're going back to Anthony Terhorst, who's driving a very good stint, close to Vickers at the moment.
So he doesn't quite have the legs to catch up just yet on the mountain straight. He might have to wait till Conrad, as these two are probably going to catch these back markers in front, which is going to slow him down slightly, but it's going to allow Anthony to stay that much closer over the mountain. Blue flags are being waved, of course, but they do not have to yield until the straight. That Mercedes is looking very planted in comparison to that Aston Martin, which is almost the other way around to how I'd expect it.
It does. It looks very stable there. Although the Aston was looking a little bit quicker into the uphill part of the mountain. Now they're catching up the back markers, so maybe we can see a move on the ends of the Conrad Straight.
A bit wide from the Mercedes there. He's two cars in front, potentially have to yield this position, though they are racing in front as well. So it's two battles going on two different laps. But someone's going to have to give at some point, and they might have to let Mr. Vickers pass. But it doesn't look like they have any intention. Ooh, a little bit of confusion there as Vickers has taken up the inside. A little bit of door bashing, but everything's safe so far. 16's bring up the yield now as well. And I believe that's the Lork driving Mercedes has just snuck past as well. So that has really put that Audi on the back foot now, but the Mercedes is going to have to return the favour to the other cars and let them pass. Can they do it in a way that doesn't lose them any time?
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult when you're battling your own, because you still need to have the leaders pass, or the leading group. Yeah, it was very close. I wouldn't stick my hand in between those two cars there.
Exactly. So it looks like Matt Tubby. Oh, that is the 991 Snack and Sons car that is facing the wrong way in the mountain with John Bianchi behind the wheel. Having to find a safe point to resume, and they've found a good gap. The car is looking particularly damaged. That may be having to come in to repair. Needs to play it nice and safe to get that car back to the grid. Now here's the sister car, the car we just saw. The 990, currently chasing down Tim Neibauer, and I believe Matt Tubby is slowly eating into that time difference. We'll have to wait a few more laps to make sure. I believe that time has slowly come down. Neibauer crosses the line, doing a 203.5. Sadly, I do not know what the 990 is doing, as unfortunately Pit Wall Live is...
I think it's 203.4 at the moment, so it's a tenth in between each other.
Very even lap times right now.
But they're both having a good pace. Well, there are some back markers coming up now. With a little moment, I think, for the push it was.
I think that's the Green Moose Rookies car. I know they've been struggling a little bit. Clearly a big speed difference between these two cars right now. But that Honda is going to have to wait. As painful as it is.
Yes, sometimes it can be a bit frustrating, but I think it's still a good rule.
It makes a lot of sense. I think we'd have a lot more accidents, but that's really let the 990 close up now. But the Porsche jumps right out of the way. Now the question is will the 990 be able to clear the Porsche as well? I don't believe they'll be able to do it down Conrad. They might have to wait until the pit straight or the mountain straight. Car slow on the outside there, and well to avoid it. Porsche gets out of the way, well navigated by all drivers involved there. Now we'll have to see if this battle continues, as we actually have two Snack and Sons cars either side of the Honda. Hopefully the lead car does not get in the way. They've done a great job of getting to the side.
Yes, well done to get out of the way just before the mountain comes up.
Now we really can see whether or not Matt Tubby can hunt down Tim Neibauer, as we have Bantley de Horst chasing Chris Vickers, who's weaving potentially a little bit too much. I'm not sure whether that will amuse the 69 car. We'll have to wait and see what they think about that. Of course, that's for the stewards to decide, and the cars, if they want to report it or not. It seemed a little bit excessive, but it is not up to me. Not today, at least. Anthony's been hounding him for a good while now.
Well, unfortunately, I need to go. I wanted to say thank you very much. This was one of my first experiences with irritating, but I really enjoy it. And I wish all the drivers and teams and the crew, of course, very good luck and enjoy.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Yvonne. It has been a pleasure having you in the booth.
Thank you. So I'll see you all later. Bye-bye.
And now, unfortunately for all listening, you are stuck with me and only me for the duration of this race until we get someone else popping in. Again, if there's any other drivers who want to pop into the booth for a quick interview, you are more than welcome to. You get to watch from the commentator's perspective, you get to see all the action on track a little bit before it happens. Unless, of course, you're currently riding on board with your driver. And right now, we do have Matt Tubby trying to chase down Tim Nybow still, but that Honda has such good legs in the straight, it's going to be difficult. And it's not going to be anywhere near as difficult as getting past in the mountain. And there is another gaggle of 4 cars up ahead, which is not going to make life any easier for either of them. Matt Tubby is glued to the back of that Honda coming through the cutting. Back markers in front are probably going to distract quite a few people, unfortunately. It looks like we have another slow car on the Conroe Straight, the 56. Flashed up briefly. Might have an incident coming into Forest Elbow. They seem to have got it back on the grey now. Now this is where stuff potentially gets interesting. I'm not sure if the Honda just clipped the wall then, it's very hard to say. And I don't think either of them are close enough to even consider coming past these back markers just yet. Matt Tubby is right up behind that Honda. Whether or not he makes a move is another thing entirely. Looking to the inside. He thinks better of it, or potentially. Is he still going? Looking for the move. The Honda's run slightly on the inside. And that is Matt Tubby up into P1. After Tim Nybow slightly outbreaks himself and run wide. Now the question is can Matt Tubby run away and get past these back markers as soon as possible? Great bit of racing there, unfortunately for Tim Nybow. But everyone else in that car is still extremely quick, so they are not out of this race at all. And we will drag Mr. Abranosa in for a quick interview. Hello, hello.
Hey Lulu, how are you?
Getting on. It's hard to calm my bias after I have seen my teammate take the lead, but you know how it is.
Yeah, congratulations. Snack and Sons are absolutely killing it this weekend.
Because I'm not in the car.
Nah, I don't think so. I think it's just all coming together this weekend for you guys.
Oh no, I'm rubbish around here. Seriously, we'd be in the pits like 5 times over if I was still driving. Anyway, enough about my team, but I'm not racing in right now. How are you and Chris getting on?
Yeah, so far so good. To be completely honest, I didn't get to do much practice. It's just been a bit mental of late. So I think first time in the car was Wednesday night. Did a couple of laps. Like, hey, you know what? Setup feels great. Let's crack on with this. And then meant to do some practice yesterday, and I ended up with a bit of a blocked nose. So I was in bed by like 9 p.m. So this morning I was like, Limsip race, let's go. But no, we're doing good. Chris is always fast, consistent. I couldn't believe it. I picked up the car. I was in the lead. I was like, what am I doing here? But no, his few stints have gone really well, and then my stint was going really well. And I don't have the pace of the top guys. But the objective was just keep it out of the wall, do your race, be consistent, as we always do. I think you've seen Team Abby in the past, and we were chatting about the driver swap, changing pressures and the like. I wasn't actually even changing any settings, and next thing, clout. I was in the wall.
Yeah, it's you get slightly distracted around here. There's always a wall to remind you not to do that. But, the fact that you've only practiced since Wednesday and you didn't practice at all yesterday, and that's big testament to your skill, because you say you weren't keeping up with the guys, and I'd say You were easily keeping pace with at least the top 5, top 6 cars.
Yeah, I think 203's easily possible. I think, once I get in the zone, maybe like a high 202 is possible. But really, we just want to, keep doing what we're doing. Probably 203s if we can, stay out of trouble, avoid the incidents with back markers. I think, we started. Gosh, I need to remind myself, where do we start? Was it 10th or 11th? And we found ourselves as high as first, all the way back down to 8th, and I think we are a little bit out of sync with pit stops at the moment, so trying to work out what our net position is, but I think it's probably around 6th, 5th or 6th.
That is one of the more difficult things when it comes to endurance races, when you fall slightly out of sequence.
Yeah, we've been racing the trying to keep up with the DeSantis car. So DeSantis, Nick and Sky, we raced with them in another league as well. Sky's raced with Team Abbey as well in a couple of the endurance races before. So let's see if we can catch them again. They were going strong, but I know they've pitted, so we are completely out of sequence with pits when it comes to pit stops with that car.
Yeah, I believe they had an unfortunate incident with a back marker pulling across the field, and unfortunately they went straight into the side of them. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's...
Ouch.
That's... not sure if that was a blue flag or not. That was a... I mean, they've done well to not cause an incident between each other, but that's... no one's going to be amused by that. That might have done some damage to the underfloor of the car, potentially.
Yeah, I've seen the other Snack and Sons car stuck there a few times at the dipper. But hopefully, it's good learning because I think I heard you say on stream that it's some new drivers in the team.
Yeah, they're a team that's we've kind of goaded them into sim racing, and now they've got the bug, unfortunately, and they can't stop.
Nice.
So we ran a second car this season. Both ran with the Astons to help them out, and then we're swapping when the new Lambo comes out.
Yeah, what's that? 2 weeks away now, ish.
I believe so. It comes out on the 19th, I believe. The new Ferrari, Ferrari, Lambo, and Porsche is the other one. As we just talk about your competition, the American Mercedes down the road, they've just run a little bit wide.
Oh dear. And I see Anthony. He's been all over the back of Chris for the last couple of laps. I do know they're on the beers today, so let's see as the hours go by if they can keep the pace. Generally we find most seasons that we're generally having a good battle with the 69 car, but then as the beers start to kick in later in the evening, let's see how they go.
It's usually the beers that either take effect, or usually one of them ends up on the gear and the gear fails.
Yes, yeah, so looking forward to that. But yeah, we've still got 5 hours to go, and going strong, right? Have we still got about 38 cars?
I believe so. I think we've only had a few retirees. I think Colm was one of the first retirees, as the car just wasn't working for them properly, so they decided to retire as opposed to be a mobile chicane, which is... it's understandably frustrating, but you've got to have mad respect for them for making that decision very early on.
Yeah, a lot can happen in 9 hours, and if you're not going to enjoy it, then yeah, I can fully understand, it didn't work out, but at the same time, it's a good opportunity to get really familiar with driver swapping and strategy, and anything can happen.
Exactly.
We've seen the lead change hands a good couple of times now, and yeah, the 787 was leading, Matt was leading, who else? Well, we were leading.
You were leading. I was going to say, we've had a good few leaders here.
Yeah.
It's made for some great racing.
Yeah, so looking forward to the rest of it. But yeah, I thought I'd come in, say hello, and give you a few updates.
It's well, welcome. Out of curiosity, what kind of wing are you guys running on the Aston? Have you opted for the no-wing rocket approach, or you decided to give yourself some wing for the mountain?
I would be lying if I said I knew. The car is really stable. I'll say that it's really stable. I think we've got a good balance between not wild rake and probably lower wing. So I wouldn't say we've got probably minimal wing. I haven't seen the setup. I literally just done a couple of laps.
I haven't seen the setup. Done a couple of laps, still running with everyone out front. It's very impressive to say the least.
The car is extremely stable. So where we don't have absolute top speed, we've got just absolute consistency. You spoke earlier about the Ferraris bouncing off the curbs. We can, except for the curb that I hit, pretty much.
That curve upsets everyone bar the Bentley, I think, though.
Yeah, that curb just sucked me right in, but we can pretty much clobber the curbs and get away with it. So really, really good balance. Unfortunately, I don't know how much wind we've got.
That's understandable. And as you said, this race, Bathurst in particular, it's a race of attrition. If you can keep it out the wall the entire race, you're in for making up a good amount of positions.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see how we go, and I'm probably going to head off to get some food now. But might come back and catch up with you later if you're still about.
By all means, feel free to hop back in the booth whenever.
Cool, thanks Lulu.
Pass on my luck to Chris.
Thank you, good speaking to you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
That was Mike Abranoza of the 333 Aston Martin, who are currently running P4. Currently fending off a very leery Anthony Terhorst in the Mercedes behind. The gap does seem to have opened up slightly now. So we hop back on board with the 888 from Leslie Streje, who were running quite well in the opening stint, but due to a few incidents have dropped down a few places. They're currently being chased down by the 888 of Sebastian Fack in the BMW. Sebastian currently looking to be in the 204s. Of time, I do not quite know if he's gaining on the 888 or not. As we see Eckstein in the Porsche, currently chasing down Van der Kraan in the Lork driving Mercedes. Interesting to see if they can make any moment a pass on this car, as it's going to be substantially faster in the straights. At this point, being Pascal, you're going to really want a bigger engine and some more top speed when you're trying to chase down a Mercedes, especially in a straight like this. It's almost all uphill. I imagine they should be able to get up quite closer on the mountain, but they're not going to be able to make anything work over it. Unless the OnlyFans car in front that is going to hold them up. Will remain to be seen. It's still quite a way off that car. Martin Van der Kraan on board. It is the Lork driving car. It looks like they are just gapping this Porsche on the mountain, so this Porsche is probably not going to have any answer to this Mercedes as of right now. Down from Skyline as we top on board with Timo Zedek in the rather pretty Lamborghini. Of course, I raced that last season in the endurance event, and what started out as utter hate for the car eventually turned into quite a Stockholm syndrome for the car. That's the reason why we are changing that car as the new one that comes out and the old one is potentially retired. But they're currently under threat from an Aston Martin behind, but I don't think it's for position. There's maybe a backmarker looking to unlap themselves, or some that they have just lapped. We'll have to wait and see, but this Aston looks to be sticking quite closely through the mountain. Back to the cutting. I believe this fight now here has been going for quite some time, as they were caught up in a little bit of argy-bargy with some of the front runners earlier on. Always a great camera when you're on board around here. Slightly left, turn in, get on the power as soon as you can, and then stamp on the brakes as late as you dare coming into Skyline and the S's. Then tucking it in for the dipper, which to this day still freaks me out. Nice and clean from these two. They are currently racing as hard as they can without putting it in the wall, which is all you can really ask for, drivers around here. But will that Aston Martin have the legs on the Audi down the Conrad straight? That is the big question. And right now, signs point to no. Instead, they do seem to be coming back at the latter half of it, but nowhere near close enough to make a dive. Anything more than 0.2 seconds, I think you're asking for an incident. As we hop back on board with Jonas Hackler, the driver of the RNE Ferrari, who was the starting driver for this car, is back on board. Who is now chasing down Tim Neibauer of the 787, I nearly said Mazda, the 787 Honda, who has been in the lead for a good amount of the race. It'll be interesting to see if the Ferrari is going to be able to get past them, as we know that Ferrari is not running any wing. So for all we know, this Ferrari may absolutely rocket past on the straight. And then it will be a mission to hunt down the 990 that's currently sitting in P1. And that is a good 7-second gap to make up. Hopefully we'll stick on one a little bit longer with this Ferrari. See what they can do down the main straight. Ooh, a little bit squirrely from the Honda there. That's going to allow... Oh, into the wall first, elbow. That is what we call a commentator curse. 787, send me the repair bill. That is completely on me. However, this does now mean that the 787 is behind the Ferrari and may be able to launch a counter-attack. Be careful on the inside curve, that's already done you dirty twice. You've been sensible. Will they look up the inside? Nope, they're very content to sit back behind. Now, will we see Tim Neibauer be able to take this place back from Jonas Hackler, or will Jonty run away in the distance, much like Matt Tubby has done in the 990? Hopefully that little bonk hasn't upset the aero too much on that Honda. It hasn't taken away too much straight line speed. As Tim runs slightly wide, it's not going to help his speed chasing down that Ferrari. Jonty's definitely out of threat into turn 2 this time, going to Griffin's Bend now. It'll be interesting to see if this Honda can catch back up over the mountain or not. Come through the cutting, fantastic camera angle once again. Jonty, of course, lives in the Ferrari. If you ask him what car he drives, it is pretty much this and only this. I don't think I've seen him in any other car. And I imagine they will probably be making the change to the new Ferrari on the 19th when it comes out. We have the Porsche of Exide again, once again racing the Lork. They're a lot closer this time. Will they look up the inside? Nope, they're quite content to sit behind. But clearly a lot closer this time around. Potentially the Lork cars made a mistake. Looking inside. Will they stamp on the brakes a little bit later? They're going for the move. Will they make it stick? Very respectful racing there. Plenty of room given as they have a drag race down into Hell's Corner. I imagine the Mercedes might be quite okay with letting the Porsche go through first. All sticking around the outside, very respectful racing. Lots of room being given to both cars. This is fantastic, to be honest. But that Mercedes has the inside line going into Griffin's Bend. So we'll have to see. Will they brake late? Is this Porsche going to watch wide? No, they've dived in. Fantastic move from Exide in the 911 Porsche. Now it is Operation Runaway. Ooh, Lork's looking the outside. That's a very brave place to do this. They're going to have to back out at some point, because 2 does not go into 1 there. Porsche's quite easily getting away now, though. We'll have to see if Lork can make up any moves later on. Martin van der Kraan chasing down that Porsche. It does seem to be so much quicker and more nimble around there than the Mercedes does right now. And it looks like they've probably picked up a big enough gap where they're not going to be under threat from that big V8 in that Mercedes. As we now hop aboard the 34 Aston Martin with Bart Zurink chasing down this Audi of Verhoeven. A lot closer this time. Potentially they might be able to make a move. But it looks like they're going to have to sit behind for just a little bit longer. Coming into the cutting right now. Going to have to be nose to tail all the way up through the mountain, barring any accidents. Of course, we don't want that. So Eric clearly looking to make a move. Probably not actually wanting to make a move, but rather just spook the Audi in front. Perhaps then goad them into having a slight contact with the wall, just slow them down. As we have a absolute gaggle of cars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars, I believe, currently on the track in the same space. Back markers interlaced with people racing. It is what you'd love to see. Good evening, Moritz. It is wonderful to see you in the chat. Ooh, Bart's making a move. That is very brave. Made it stick through the anchor at the right time. The Audi gets a little bit of a wiggle coming off, trying to get on the power a little bit too soon. I wonder if the tyres are slightly cooked on that Audi, or if they're just a little bit too eager. Zurink nearly runs a little bit wide in the Aston, but manages to stick it. Now we'll have to see if Verhoeven makes another move, or attempts to make a move coming down the mountain straight, as that Audi is pretty handy in a straight line. Tucked into the slipstream now. Have to wait and see. I don't think they're going to be close enough coming into Griffin's Bend. Nope, I believe as long as Zurink can now run away from Verhoeven, that should be the position gained and done, barring any unfortunate incident. Now we have a potentially three-way battle here, unless there are blue flags being waved. I can't quite tell right now. There is a blue flag. Don't know what car that is for though right now. It's very hard to figure out. The Aston Martin is the 18 car. It is P23. There's no Lexus around, so I believe that Lexus is potentially... That's the 417, that is a Lexus wanting to get past, but of course it's going to have to wait. As I believe this Aston Martin is racing this Audi behind. There's the number 2 Audi of Gary. Apologies again if I say anyone's name wrong. Oh, that looked like a bonk. That looked like a pretty bad incident from the number 2 Audi. Just as I say the name, they crash. I think that's 4 times I've done that now. I need to stop saying people's names. And we haven't seen them reappear there. There they are, right at the back of Forest Elbow. So they haven't lost too much time. Hopefully the damage isn't too severe. See the Astro Racing team, number 18, now running away again. And we have John Nobbs back in the Snackenslands 991 car. Currently with what looks like 4 cars behind them, potentially 1 or 2 back markers. It is hard to say. I believe I saw Chris Vickers' car at the back of that. I believe that is the Abranosa Vickers car, the 333 Aston Martin. They're going to have to wait their turn, unfortunately. John Nobbs dives down the S's and Skyline into the Big Dipper. Coming down to Forest Elbow, we'll see who gets out of whose way down here. I believe that is the green moose car. Just behind. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars. Nose to tail. With a little bit of damage on that beamer by the looks of it, but it doesn't appear to be slowing them down too much. Albeit I'm comparing them to the straight line speed of a Porsche, which isn't completely fair. So this is Vincent Vilzek in the 212 Porsche, who is currently, I believe, ahead of the 991. Oh no, right behind. So this is full position? No, it's not. Ignore me. It's two cars very close to each other, but there's a lap difference between them. Getting out of the way, but they've got to make sure they don't let the BMW past. Very well done. It might be a better option to let them pass in the mountain straight, though. So that gives the car behind even less chances of getting through. Going to ride on board with the 991 currently under pressure from Senatore behind in the 94 BMW. John Nobbs, a newcomer who was picked up after showing some interest in doing endurance season. He's been picked up by the 991 sister car of the Snack and Sons team. Currently running very well, and as we welcome Wouter to the commentators booth.
Good. Well, evening.
Evening, afternoon, morning, it's one of those times somewhere in the world.
Yeah, it's will be one of those times. Hey, good evening.
Well,
how are you enjoying this race?
It's tell you what, it's been a cracking race. It has. There's been fights all over. Touch wood, there's been no massive incidents involving multiple cars, so that's always nice to see.
That's great to see on this, especially on this track, Mount Panorama, which isn't very given.
Yeah, I'm currently looking at the rear wing of the Lexus, but it looks more like a T-tray from this angle. I struggle to believe that's doing anything.
Yeah, it's just so little, but still so much error from it, and some amazing footage from this camera, especially on this part of the track.
Generally fantastic. It feels so much faster when you're in a position like that. This is Anthony de Horst now. Have they lapped the Mercedes? They must have done. So I believe that's the 76 Mercedes behind them. They also put a lap on them now. But that rear wing is
Ooh, very close.
Looking a little bit damaged. And it looks like that BMW's managed to get past the 991 car as well, as we see the green moose car in the background. Getting a little bit out of shape. Oh, we have too wide going in. You need to get ahead before the corner. Oh. Pushed wide and have to let the other car through now. Always difficult overtaking into Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, but perfectly executed. And no issues, so it's always nice to see a clean overtake.
That is true. I'd rather see a failed overtake than someone being a wall for sure.
Yeah, as you said, from the driving perspective, you get a and
keep up the wall.
Mercedes goes off, but he keeps it out of wall indeed. But the driving is much more intense. We are on board with a car with a very tricky circuit, especially like this one.
You're very, very boxed in, to say the least, around here. Once you finally get into Conrad, it feels like you can breathe again.
And then on to this long straight, where he will try to keep up with the BMW with his big power.
Say big power, the power in that Mercedes as well is no slouch. It's a blue flag overtake. Done quite well to do that.
He is not wanting to let go and even goes off track.
Be racing.
And he keeps it, but
oh no, they wanted to pit as well. That was
unfortunate.
I wasn't very well choreographed by all the drivers involved there. It's very lucky that they were able to pit at all.
Yeah, and that nobody hit a wall or each other.
And that's allowed the 991 to sneak back through as well. I'm sure they're not going to be too upset at the position gained. But I imagine the 69 car is probably not best pleased with that BMW for fighting so hard when they were a back marker.
Especially on that part of the circuit where you don't expect a bit of difficulties.
Do that. I will quickly take a break. I will be back in 5 minutes. I will be back as soon as I can, Walter. Once again, thank you for hopping into the commentary box.
Yeah, no problem. As we follow the 221 car onto the mountain. Tricky first car with a livery I can't really place. Yeah, nicely trying to follow that Audi through the tight hairpin onto the hill. And trying into those very fast left-handers where you will get to the maximum of your car. Otherwise it will be all or nothing. As we see blue flags. So that's also a big part on the mountain when you will be faster. And you will come into cars which you will lap, then it can get quite tricky, as we have, I could say, a drone shot or anything. Following it through it, well, it was just a livery, but it thought it looked like the front bonnet was getting a bit loose as it goes to the outside of the track. Letting the Ferrari past, which will be a faster car, trying to go past as fast as possible. And trying to stick onto the back of it and follow through. As he has the bar in his back. Blue flag still. Simmer is one car, I believe. We follow the 42 car in P4 at the moment. Sticking behind the Mercedes of... Can't really see it that good. P11, 417 in the Lexus. And with probably a lot of cars having a bit of issues here already. It's great to see still a lot of cars in the race. Getting onto the mountain cleanly. As we saw BMW go wide there, it would just be to let a car pass, but this Ferrari seems like it has seen better days. So interesting to see it. Might be a tap on the mountain or something. Yeah, it definitely isn't in his best shape. So he tries to enter that car around. Onto the forest elbow. On the corner straight. As we see a lot of cars, James Mate cutting through the traffic. As we saw him just getting past the Mercedes we were following. And onto the last corner. Finish up the lap. On the mountain straight, dashing towards Griffins, as we are on board with our leader Matt Tubby with the Snack and Sons car. So that might be a reason why Lula is happily here as she is a regular driver on that team. Doing a great job. They had some trouble back at Laguna Seca previous race, but they are doing great out in front at here. So just cutting through the traffic.
I mean, we still have 4 hours for Matt Tubby's internet to go down, but we'll have to remain and wait and see.
Hope I didn't jinx it from here.
We've made him he's been doing network tests. He's not allowed to stream his perspective when he's in the car.
What's clean, but you're also driving for that car this race?
No, unfortunately I'm out. I ended up going to hospital at the weekend and they've advised me against doing anything muscle related around my chest area, so no driving for a little bit right now. So I'll be out until I get the go ahead from the doctors. I've offered my services in the booth where I can annoy all the other teams instead of annoying them on track.
Yeah, it's always helped if people were interested in commentating to help out, but also wish you a very speedy recovery. Good recovery. So
I appreciate it. I'm sure it'll be fine sooner or later.
yeah.
It just means no racing, and the fact that I'm missing Bathurst, as much as I love the track, I'm not that upset about it if I'm perfectly honest. Because I'm probably the weakest link in terms of the pace around here in the 9.9 car. With our current driver, Matt Tubby, being our resident alien, as we have dubbed him.
Yeah, it's for me. I was shortly on the roster, but I don't. Personally, it's a lovely and beautiful track by Bathurst, but I just don't enjoy driving it for a long time. So that was the decision for me, and now for us, we have a great lineup. So.
It's understandable. Sometimes you have to take yourself out of the car, especially at tracks you don't enjoy.
Yeah.
And when you're locked in for that amount of time, sometimes it's just not worth it. I will say, one of the best races I've ever done around here was in Assetto Corsa, in some classic touring car minis. That was some really good fun, that was. It's always nice to drive different cars in places where they probably have never raced before.
As we have. Well, we're on the rear rings again, but in the waiting channel we have Jonas Cola.
Drag. Oh, there he goes.
Welcome, Jonas.
Thank you, and hello.
Good evening. How are you doing?
Doing alright, just got out of the car, resting my hands.
Understandable. Now, I need to talk to you about your car. Because from the 990s car perspective down the straights, it looked like you got a damn rocket ship in that thing.
That is true. We are running zero wing and inverted ride height in the car currently, so it's gonna go, especially in the slipstream, about 288 kph on the straight by the end of. So yeah, we really focused on the straight line speed because we are very handicapped when it comes to acceleration, and the corner still it does well enough, so yeah, I think that was the way to go for the setup for us.
I was going to ask, how are you, if that's the way you're running the car, how are you coping around the top of the mountain? But it sounds like you've got a handle on it because you're clearly not slow.
No, it's okay across the mountain. It's sometimes if you get the line a bit wrong you get a lift, but I guess that's the case with most cars anyway. But yeah, if we compare to the Mercedes, for example, which is a very strong car here, over the mountain, it's gonna, yeah, they're gonna be faster around there, but then on the straight we're taking it back.
I will need to quickly pop away for a second. I'm going to go join the stewards for a moment, but I will be back very quickly. So, just good luck to you again.
Thank you.
And your car, I will leave you two to it.
Yeah, so now you can say those things as nobody can change anything to their setup.
Yeah.
But you did a 1 hour stint in that direction?
Yeah, I mean, we are a bit... I have no idea where we are sitting currently. pit stop strategy-wise with the others, but we are hampered by a relatively small fuel tank. We are not able to do our stints all the way to the end, and fuel saving. We tried looking into that, but the pace drop compared to how much we save is not worth it. So we just decided, yeah, we're just gonna run map 1, all through the race and see where it gets us.
And if I try to follow it, but I don't know for sure which car you're running.
Oh, we're driving the Ferrari.
Okay, great car. Well, in my opinion, great, lovely car.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful to drive around this track. I mean, I like the track, I like the car. You know, even if we don't win, you know, I'll be happy.
Yeah, that's great to hear. As this track, it pretty much depends if you like it or you hate it. It'll be everybody's personal choice. Yeah, that's, I believe, the most important part. If you're happy about your own performance, even, and then with such a rocket ship on the straight, as being said, well, I think then you're having a great time.
Yeah, I mean, we qualified quite alright. We qualified P2, just 200ths of pole, and well, I was very sad because I felt I did have a lot more to offer from qualifying, but yeah, couldn't extract it this time. But yeah, we ran into issues in the first stint, mainly because, well, we were in a 6-car queue at the start there, and when there was fighting up ahead, well, you know, when I get blocked somewhere, and then you know, the car behind, when it accelerates better than the Ferrari does, and then they get a chance to come past, so I was just progressively falling downwards with those things happening, fighting up ahead, slowing me down through corners. Because really the strength of the car is maintaining cornering speed, and if you can't do that, then you're vulnerable. But,
yeah, so you're driving for the car currently in P3, or?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I thought that one was making quite the moves on his way, but yeah, I believe then you did a great job getting those cars, and well, had a good race. As we saw that the lead has been given to Tom Nyboer in as the 990 car pitted and changed to Alex Crawford.
Yes, and we seem to be about 7 seconds behind them currently. I hope that we're reeling them in. I'm not sure though about Nyboer's Honda in what kind of strategy they're on, how their strategy is gonna pan out towards the end. Currently, they're lapping pretty nicely, so hopefully we'll catch them soon.
Yeah, we'll see. Any hopes and sights on actually competing for the win, or it'll be just driving and we'll see if we can get a good result out of it?
I think win is definitely possible. It just depends on, well, it depends on some things that we're not really sure about yet, but I think currently it is possible as long as we keep up the speed.
Yes, it seems with the position with Skoogard, we're a bit down that it's still not very spread away in the front of the field. So.
I know it's been pretty good so far. You know, I like the fact that we haven't had, you know, a race where just one team runs away with it and laps everybody. I mean, we have on the lead lap quite a few cars still at this point of the race. I mean, we have about half of it to go still, which feels like it's been going on forever already, but we still have halfway to go. But yeah, I like this, and yeah, hopefully we'll get close, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I wish you all the best of luck for it, and I have no doubt that if you'll keep it, you'll have a lovely race.
I thank you, and yeah, you guys enjoy yourself as well.
Yeah, will do. Have a nice day. Yes, we're on board with the 804 BMW P50 starting his lap. As you might see a full lap of it. Well, there we go to the P8 Ferrari, getting past some traffics. Take a quick look if there are some on-track battles. It seems like the 32 Mercedes is in 2 seconds of the B12 Porsche. Furthermore, no very close gaps it seems. As everybody is getting into his rhythm and settling in. Yeah, as you see there, the blue and black Porsche with behind it the bright blue Mercedes. As we're on the back of James Mate, the car where the driver Jonas just came into the commentary booth. Everyone doing their best and settling in, putting out their laps and no big issues. Some cars looking a bit more used than the others. As we have a beautiful lineup and a difference of brands and liveries. A very USA-like livery there. On this grid today, with a large scale of cars. As where there we see the P2 driver of Alex Crawford hopping in after a great job by Matt Tubby. Following in the number 10 car. Yeah, it's great to see all these cars still driving and still a lot of cars even on the track. Even after 133 laps even. So no, not much DNFs. People hopping out or crashing out. So great to see, especially on this track. Jan Barth for the SSRI Racing Team, P21. As it also is great for me to see that the fastest lap is set in the car, which is currently being driving in P29. Apologies for my word, I tried to see position and P, and it came out as a different word. As we're also following Aaron van Dronen, the CBSR team, a team which most likely is sitting with each other in a LAN room, so actually being with each other during this race. Another Mercedes P38, so the last one in the race, but also still driving, so great from them to keep going. Alex Crawford and a pass made by the American Mercedes. As we follow James Mate down the straight. P2, P3 actually, and close behind. But as there's a live, I'll have to take a break real quick, so there won't be any commentary for a few minutes. So just for the viewer, go enjoy, maybe have a chat with each other if in the chat. Enjoy the view and the sound of cars lapping around Bathurst for a moment.
hello, hello. I am back in the commentary booth, as I had to quickly assist the stewards in making some important decisions regarding some penalties. They will be rolling through at some point. I will not say what cars have or haven't been penalised as of yet, as we have not currently got through the current batch fully. But anyway, let's jump back on board with the 990 Snack and Sons, who looks like he's just been overtaken by James Mead in the Ferrari, who are both now stuck behind some traffic, it would seem. And as we know, Alex Crawford is going to struggle to get past that Ferrari in front, as Yonti has smuggled in a rocket ship into the back of the damn thing. Still have Mike in chat and Riddle time. Not sure when the message was sent, but thank you guys for sticking with the broadcast. So have Valenduke back in the Honda, who is probably going to start his mission of chasing down Alex Crawford in the 990 as well. Of course, I mean all the best to my teammates, but as we know that Honda is particularly quick around here, and Valenduke is a very quick driver. You just got nowhere else to go, have you, Mike? You're stuck. So when are you telling Chris that he's doing the rest of the stints? Just going to stay on Valenduke for a little bit now. He's cleared the Audi back marker. And it looks like we have a yellow flag of the 212. Ooh, stay there, stay there, stay there. Oh, that was questionable at best. Oh dear, now I have to allow all these cars to come through. There is going to be a little bit of code brown from the 990 car there. That almost spelt certain disaster, unfortunately. As you know, rejoining on the mountain is particularly dangerous if you do it incorrectly, as there is nowhere else to go. We see Fabian overtaking the Aston Martin as they allow them past, along with the Green Moose Rookies car. And the 991 car, currently driven by John Nobbs. Chris Vickers will not be driving the rest of the race, as he apparently has abandoned his team to go party, clearly. Has his priorities wrong. We've got a few yellow flags now. Looks like we've got a little bit of a roadblock in the dip, but that is the 888 car. Jinty van Thielen, Sim Racing Belgium. That car is looking a little bit damaged now. I think we also had a yellow flag in the chase. I could be wrong. They all seem to pop up at the same time. Forgive me as well if my voice is going slightly. It has been a long commentary period. I imagine they are going to be making an unplanned pit stop rather soon in that 888 car. Hopefully this Ferrari doesn't make it any worse, but it should be absolutely fine. We'll see now if they're going to peel off left into the pit lane. They are not. They are going to ride it out with the damage. Fair plays to them. Clearly they think that the car is not slow enough yet to not slow enough to need pitting as of yet. We hop back on board now with James Mead, who's currently in the lead and pulled out a 3.5 second gap to the 990, clearly running very well. James Mead was in it early, of course, as well as his teammate Jonty, or Jonas Hackler, as he's also known. I say as he's also known, as if Jonas isn't actually his name and Jonty isn't the nickname. But as is often the way, nicknames often take precedent. So we drive on board here, or ride on board with Timo Zedek. Currently racing the BMW, I think that's for position as well. I think that is Ponticelli in the other car, could be wrong. It's so hard to figure out who is and who isn't racing anyone right now. We ride now on board some cars cycling through the pits. We have the 911 Porsche currently on pit exit, as well as the Audi currently pitting in. Doesn't like to be any damage on the Audi, so they shouldn't have an extended pit stop. All the race engineers looking on. Enjoying the track with a nice bit of clear air for that Porsche. They should be able to put in some great lap times with fresh tyres. The track temp has gone down slightly now, though. With the ambient has only dropped by 2 degrees, so we might start to see some quicker times coming up from some cars now. As the track cools, the cars get a little bit more power, and the tyres are no longer under as much strain. I imagine a few cars are running a little bit warmer. It's amazing that after 5 hours of racing, we still have so many cars still in contention and racing for position right now. Of course, Dominic Gamelin in the 911 is probably quite happy though to have all this space to himself. And there's no excuse for any mistakes at all as of right now. Timo Zedek in the Lamborghini coming into pit. Front end of that looks okay. I can't tell if that's just the paint scheme. Hopping into their box. Might have overshot a little bit. They have indeed, having to reverse a little bit. That's going to cost them a few seconds at the grand scheme of things, unfortunately. Hop on board now with Jasper van der Vaart. It looked like they lost it, but I don't think they did, as there's no yellow flag. As the 888 has now repaired that damage, I wonder if after a lap out they decided it was not worth running. That is the 268 Ferrari of Fabio Suarez, who's being incredibly intelligent and moving. Oh no, that is incredibly unfortunate, as we've just seen the 221 from Oliver Anderson go barreling into them. I'm not sure if they've reacted unnecessarily to Suarez having a yellow flag up ahead, or what's gone on there. Fortunately, I don't think they've got too much damage, but that looked like a nasty contact. That could have a lot more damage than we think. It looked like it mostly clipped the rear of the Ferrari, so potentially they could be alright. That Ferrari is looking a lot worse for wear now. That steering has been bent to the right. They're always definitely going to come into the pits and have to repair that, as I imagine that is no longer drivable around the mountain. It's a shame we don't have a commentator with us, because that would be a fantastic thing to get a replay of. Perhaps I will bring it up when Tom returns. Tom is back. He's going to fish out that replay and find out exactly what happened to Oliver Anderson. If anyone in the chat or any of Oliver's teammates know what happened, do let us know. It was a bizarre incident. We see Suarez now coming into the pits. The All-American Mercedes in the pits, as well as the OF car. Following them behind is the 991 Stack & Sons. Surely that 268 replaces any damage that is picked up now. Imagine this is going to be a long stop for them, unfortunately. Here we go, here's Oliver coming into the dipper. So, Oliver's lost it on the way in. Just as Suarez is recovering, I don't think we can blame either driver for that contact. That's just an unfortunate incident between the two of them being in the wrong place at the right time. Again, there's an evil bump on the inside of there if you go too tight. And I wonder if Oliver's just seen that other car and he's reacted to it slightly as we see Thomas van Schalk getting past the 52 of Renard. Now we'll see if this Lamborghini can make another run down at the Audi into the mountain straight, as we have another car going slow. We're coming out the S's in the Big Dipper. It looks like the 221 or 271. Very hard to tell sometimes. Looks like that Audi has pulled enough of a gap to not worry about that Lamborghini. On board now with 33 Van der Kraan, Lork driving. I keep wanting to say Lork Racing as I'm convinced that's what they were called last year, I could be wrong. Who I believe to be a very Dutch team as well, also sporting the 33. And we have Oliver Anderson limping back to the pits now after having that unfortunate incident in Skyline after making contact with Suarez in the 276 Ferrari, I believe. Lamborghini of Renard is caught back up to the Audi over the mountain. Not sure if the Audi's been impeded by the Mercedes, who's running a little bit wide. Suarez is going to get as much tow as he possibly can. Looks like he's flashing his lights to let that Mercedes know he's there. That Mercedes is unfortunately very quick on the line. It's going to be hard to get past. He's backed out of it though. Oh, they've touched the curb. I don't know how they've lived through that, to be perfectly honest. Normally you touch that curb in a mid-engine or rear-engine car and you are going for a ride. And more than often or not, that ride ends in a wall. As we've seen one of our front runners, the 787 Honda, have two separate incidents there. Fortunately, they themselves kept out of the wall. They are fortunate enough to have touched that and lived. I can only imagine Jorn is very, somewhat nervous after touching that curb, but well played. And they can continue their hunt down of Van Schalk in the 16 Audi. Looking inside, just trying to spook the 16. Clearly, I don't think they were buying it. They were not close enough at all. Had they dived, there would have been almost definite contact. We are on board with Nikolai Schroeder in the 11 car, just getting past the 911 Snack & Sons car. 991? 911? Oh, I can't remember now. Too many 9s, too many 1s. Mode 11's double 1. Too many numbers. Again, the Mode 11 car looking fantastic. Now, I believe they are racing this Ferrari in front. This is the Suarez car, the 268, that we saw had the big coming together with Oliver Anderson as Oliver spun into Skyline. We'll have to see if Nikolai can get close. Looks like that Ferrari might have just run a little bit wide there. As we see, Nikolai is a lot closer now coming to Forest Elbow. Hopefully they don't mess up the braking too much. Tuck it in, get on the throttle as soon as you can. And now it is a drag race down to the chase. And unless that Ferrari's taken the same strategy as the Team RNE, that BMW should absolutely sail past, and I think it will. Gaining. They're taking the inside. The BMW can handle the bump on the inside. Ferrari on the inside for the chase though, but completely outbraked and outgunned by the BMW. Very clean overtake from Nikolai Schroeder in the Mode 11 car. It settles down now into a nice little rhythm. We are right on board with Tyler Johnson in the 720 Mercedes. We've seen them be in a few fights, a few little scraps. Currently running a P25. Don't believe they're currently in a fight with any of the cars around them, as the car up ahead is 35 seconds down the road. So Fabio Suarez, who was just overtaken by the Mode 11 down the road, is slowly falling back into the clutches of this Aston Martin. Of course, it's not for position, I don't believe, as I believe that Aston Martin is down a lap. However, if this Aston Martin gets close enough, they may attempt to overtake them and potentially try and run away, because this Ferrari looks like it is struggling around the mountain. So I believe it is John Nobbs in that Aston Martin. It'll be him or Daniel Higgins, as I believe John Bianchi has finished his stint for the day. Now have the 33 of Martin van der Kraan coming into the pits. Car looks quite clean. This should be a very, very standard stop. And there is our race leader, James Mead, in the Team RNE Ferrari. Currently going very strong in their rocket ship of a Ferrari. How they're surviving on the top of the mountain, I do not know, but well played to them. Because right now they've pulled out a 10-second gap to Alex Crawford behind. Now, I don't think Alex would be too upset if I said he's not the quicker of the current pair in the 990 car, but again, none of us are quicker than Matt Hubby in the 990 car. I'm sure he will be happy to keep as close as he can and keep out of the walls as much as he can. So I believe we'll see the 990 in the background there. So that's the gap that James Mead has currently pulled out on the 990 car. About half the length of the Forest Straight, or Mountain Straight rather. And there's still a 14-second gap back from P2 to P3, so there's still a lot of time between P2 and P3, and I believe the 333 car is even further back than that. So there's a lot more of a gap now we're seeing between the top 4 cars than there was earlier. It'll be interesting to see if the 333 car can start to come back into contention. So they were leading earlier on. We'll have to check in with Abranosa at some point. Let me know how their stint time is going and how their pit strategy is panning out. Good evening, Stefan. He's also sweating down at P38. I don't think it matters where you are on this racetrack. It's a solo endurance race, and there happens to be other cars racing around you occasionally. It's the first car you've got to beat is yourself, and just make sure you're not putting it in the wall. So it doesn't matter where you are, P1, P2, P15, P38. Keep it on the grade, finish the race. That's the most important thing here, to be honest. Fortunately, it's very hard to DNF here, albeit unless you magically break your engine with a downshift of immaculately poorly timed proportions. I think we've all been in the wall at some point, Stefan. Most of my time in the wall was in practice. And that, amongst with other things, is why I'm not in the car. It's clearly a skill issue. Or picnic, as we often refer to it as. Problem in chair, not in car. James Wade is now currently bringing that gap out even further than 990. It will be interesting to see, however, when the pit stops start rolling around, because I have lost track of what car is on what strategy right now, as I believe every car is on a different sequence, it certainly feels like. Have a yellow flag. That is the 991 stranded at the bottom of the hill. Looks like we've got going, it's Daniel Higgins in the car. We are indeed, Thomas. If you would like to come in for an interview, please hop into the shed in the Endurance Discord and we'll drag you over. The 991, a little bit of front end damage on that. That may be due another service in the pit lane. I believe they started P20 once. They lost a few places, but there is still just under 4 hours to go. There is still plenty of time to get them back. Daniel Higgins has opted not to repair the damage and is going to continue around. Hopefully the damage is not too severe that it impacts the car over the mountain. I'm assuming Alex is a teammate of Thomas's. Back on board with Nikolai Schroeder, currently chasing down Van der Vaart in the 417 Lexus. Now the Lexus is not going to be as easy to get past on the straight. They've had to check up a little bit there. That Aston Martin. BMW is very close to that Lexus. Looking to go inside. So we have the two teammate Lexuses there. Lexi. Is it Lexus or Lexi? Tell me in the chat, because I haven't got a clue. Porsche there, giving plenty of room. My apologies, I'm not currently shouting at this battle. So it is, apparently Stefan is saying it's a Lexus. We'll go with that. Or a Lexus I, as Yonti is saying. Again, if anyone wants to hop in the booth, keep us all entertained for a little bit. As I do need to disappear, unfortunately, at some point. I'm going to have to run away for a little bit as the stewards are calling my name. I haven't been naughty, but I need to decide who has. So I will leave you in the capable hands of our current race director, or stream director rather, of Tom, who will not be on the mic, but he will bring as much action to you as possible, and I will rejoin you as soon as I can.
Well, good evening, and I'm back for my. Took a little bit longer break, but I'm back now for the commentary. So if you saw the message down, you're still free to join, I guess. But we're back into the race, as we'll see the number 2 P15 Audi in the car, in the pits. So, we're back into the action. I'm again Wout de Woert, and we'll see for the last 3 hours and 30 minutes what will happen. As we saw before I left, the lead was handed over to Tom Neibauer, which is now Yannick Valenduk, and he's still in front of the 990 of Alex Crawford, which is behind there, only 2 cars separating those two right now. So that might be coming close or expand, but those two are inside of each other, so it might give Alex an extra push to close the gap in and contend for the lead. Well, has a bit of a disadvantage as he is now on the mountain where Yannick has a clear track ahead, and we saw Alex having 2 cars in front of him, and especially on this part of the circuit, it's tricky to lap cars and to let each other by. We are on board. Very beautiful shots here at Mount Panorama, on board with a car driving close to the wall on the absolute limit, trying to chase down the HRC Aston Martin in front. You see the gap expanding a little bit. They're trying to make something out of it, as these two are challenged to each other, with the Ferrari still pushing behind of Hulleman. We saw James Mate early in, Jonas, who also joined us in the commentary booth for a short interview, saying that this is a car with next to no downforce, so it's beautiful to see them on the circuit. As there we have the 88 Audi made his pit stop, going back onto the circuit in P11 it seems, or P9, and getting out just next to, you see Nelson Avarosa being chased by a Ferrari, which we saw a bit bruised earlier, so good to see that car back in better conditions. Are in a team red, so teammates of the P3 car, I believe. It's great to see them with a better car in better shape. It might also be a bit faster to challenge some people in front of them, maybe make up some positions. Over down we have Anthony Terhorst making his way through the grid, with it being P6. Good position for the CBSR car, running a very good race. Bit to the back, P35, we have the 54 Ferrari, also still, despite being in one of the higher places, still keeping going, and that's the Endurance Spirit. So great to see those cars also still driving on track, as we still have 37-38 cars or so left in the race. There's Sanderville, Stefan Hofman Arvidsson, if I don't mispronounce it, 220 in last position. So we saw that car in last position, but in the span there wasn't commentary. There has been a DNF with another car with a very interesting livery, to say the least. Well, it's some cars which you actually also see in real life with that kind of sponsoring. So yeah, nice to see everybody giving their own twist to their car and their looks. But also, despite being in 37th place, 38 before, and in that last, still going, is the spirit of endurance. It's also great from them to see them still driving and don't giving up, as it is still a very long way to go. With 3 hours and 25 minutes, it isn't over in any way. As we see, I believe this is for track position. Tironi going to the outside for the chase, yeah, being past it, as the BMW has a much higher top line speed, straight line speed, making the pass on Gmelin. I hope I don't mispronounce it, but making a beautiful pass around the outside using the power of the BMW on the little top speed of the Porsche, which it sadly has. It's a great move from them, and now trying to get away with Gmelin, trying to stick at the back of it and getting the position back, or just hanging back there, maybe hoping for a little issue, a little wall tap or something. Let's go to Johnson in the 720 Mercedes. Driving, taking those curves beautifully into the forced elbow to exit the mountain part of this circuit, and getting on the throttle through the Conrad straight with some big elevation in it for a very fast corner into the chase for the tight chicane after. As you see him on the left of the straight, taking a bit of that extra pavement on the left, very fast flatted corner, and then slamming onto the brakes for the chase. I'm getting back on the power towards the last corner of this circuit to finish up a lap of this beautiful and great, but also very tricky and challenging corner, to say the least, with it being near like a street circuit, with the walls being next to the track on top of it. The American car being in P8 also driving a great race, just doing a steady job with, I think, a great looking livery. Yeah, just being there. As I see that the gap between Valentin and Crawford has opened up a bit from 4 seconds when we watched it last time to 11 seconds now. So, of course, the 787 will try to increase the gap as much as possible. While we're watching Skylar Davis getting up to the mountain straight into, well, different pronunciations of this corner, with the fast right. I'll just go by Griffin's Bend into a tight chicane by the cutting, getting to the inside wall there, but not getting into the wall, and then some very fast corners to the right here. The Ray Park with all the blue, yellow signs, apologies, and a few very fast left-handers which require maximum sand and good setup of the car to make them stick. And then coming into Skyline, a very blind downhill chicane with some super tight corners in there, a lot of compression here, get on the power early, and then some last twists and turns before the forced elbow, getting to the inside there on the outside, not hitting the wall there. Very great driving by every driver on the Conrad straight onto the chase. So this is straight where you can relax a bit after the stressful mountain section. getting to that extra part of pavement there, getting your car on the left there to the apex, and then hoping that the braking marker isn't run over, which it seemed it is. But that's what you get when you're driving this track for 162 laps already, with still a lot to go. So actually saw a short yellow flag there, as we have the leader here in a bit of traffic, trying to clear it as fast as possible. Past the Aston Martin with the beautiful McLaren West livery of Team Abbey Racing, and getting to the back of that Ferrari. Driving great with the Honda, which is a good car around this circuit. And it's overall, it became a very good car the last few months, as it was a bit out of contention for a period of time. As we see him just cutting through the field, don't losing as much time. You miss yellow flag on the mountain, so it's still standing there. You can't see what it is. Oh, it's the Sim Racing Belgium Porsche with a not so convenient place in a very fast and blind corner, as we see cars coming through very close to it, and having to wait, as he is gone now, as cars will pass on the left side, but if he will drive off, then he will crash into them. So great waiting by it, even if it loses a lot of places, as the car doesn't seem very damaged, as there's the pit stop of Alex Crawford from the 919 car. So you'll see it probably will still be Alex in the car, driving onto the circuit. The pit stop in P3 at the moment, or P2 in the timing tower. We'll see in a short moment of time where this will actually be executing their pit stop with. Also, with the trickiness of the circuit, it might very often occur that teams are on a different pit strategy, as they had a wall tap or wall bang or something, and they will have to compensate for it. So yeah, they are back into P3. So we'll see when Hulman and Valenduk will make their stop to driver, get new tires, and mainly refuel, as we heard from Jonas that they are having some issues with the fuel tank on the Ferrari, as it isn't the largest and it's tricky to save fuel, or drive a bit slower to manage it. So we'll see how they will roll out in their pit strategy, and how they will do it. So it will be an interesting one to see, and still a lot of games open. Jasper van der Vaart in the Lexus driving P9, also a good result, and just doing his best to try and drive as fast as possible around this circuit. Honest driving time, yeah, it sounds very easy, but it's still, especially here, still the task to do. So we'll see if anything happens, but everybody's doing great so far. As Lulu said earlier, no big incidents, so that's great to see, as this track is also very known for having its big incidents involving sometimes half of the grid in the first lap or something. But it's very good to see that not being the case, and still the first 5-6 cars being on the lead lap. and not that one car will drive away from it and lead the entire race and go and win it by like 2 laps advantage or something in that case. So yeah, following it through. Going past Ferrari on the straight line speed, just doing some blue flag management. Through the cutting, getting the cars turned in beautifully, and through the fast corners there, doing very good to keep it on the tarmac and onto the wall. Following Jasper van der Vaart through the skyline to the last corners of the circuit. And getting onto the Conrad Straight. If you're a driver and watching right now, feel free to join Waiting for the Shed and give an interview or quick insight on the race from your perspective. Just hop in and have a talk about this. Yeah, well, it's not the biggest action at the moment, but still lovely to see those cars tackling the difficult mountain. As 2 cars went off there, as we see a lot of smoke in the chase and some cars going through the grass, so we didn't saw anyone in the wall, and again putting up some smoke, so cars definitely getting the limit, as I believe I saw the McLaren there having a bit of a scratch front, the blue McLaren there, Simon Bartlett, which is showing some wear, I believe. Yeah, the front hanging a bit off, so that car is in the best shape. Seeing if this will force them into a pit stop or they will drag it into the rest of the stint. Hitting the wall again, so not the best condition that car has been. So we'll see how that will roll out. Getting blue flags left and right. Cars driving onto the grass, so that car had a bit of a scrap there and hitting the wall again. This is definitely not the way they wanted. We see Skylar Davis coming out of the pits, dropped down to P13, so those cars in the P8, P7, P9, P10 also close to each other. So we'll try to see if now it seems like the McLaren definitely has to come back into the pits to get it fixed and hopefully continue into the race. As Davis is on his outlap, getting the tires good and warm up, and into his second stint, so he will be in the groove, I must assume, and having the feel. As there we see Chris Johansson in P7 just driving his car beautiful without issues. As we see the pit stop from the leader, Yannick Valenduk, for the 787 Team Rocket Gazoo Racing. And we see Robin Hulleman on the Conrad Straight. So we'll see how he will come out in comparison to this Ferrari, if they will get a position from it. So we'll see if they do only tires, only a bit of fuel, or maybe even a full driver swap. So Hulleman near to the final corner as we see the McLaren limping back onto the pits. As it seems like the 787, it's still standing stationary. And with that being said, going through the last corner will mean that the 169 car will take the lead from the race over, as the 787 comes out of it right after with 2 cars between them. So the 169 will try to increase the gap as much as possible, as they will lose time, as they of course still have to pit, as Daan Lensen took over the car from Yannick Valenduk, also a very fast driver, so he will try to do his best to get into the rhythm and reel back in the Ferrari driving in front of him. As we see Dennis Krol for Lord driving in the fluorescent blue Mercedes. I believe they used a Lexus last year, so it changes in car for them. Also just driving the race P11, good result and place for them. So driving steady, as we still see again some cloud of smoke being thrown up out of the grass. Hoping not cars have again gone off like the McLaren, which sadly had an incident in one of the last corners, which probably meant they had to fix things for their pit stop, and strategy wise that it had to do a whole other lap, which lost them heaps of time compared to their competitors. As Dennis Krol is changing down Audi, which might be, yeah, indeed, it is 4 positions, so the blue Audi and the dark blue Mercedes behind are 4 position. The Porsche also says, you're lapping me, so I'll just let you go. So Velber being under pressure really hard from Dennis Krol, getting through the cutting, just following each other and trying to maybe force them into a mistake. Is the mindset of Krol, and not losing some aero here and putting it in the wall in itself, as it's always tricky to follow a car through here. It seems he is getting bits closer, especially in this corner. He gained a big load of time and trying to stay to the back of him to come out in first elbow and get the run on him there. Going as fast as possible, breaking into the forced elbow, trying to get the best exit out of it and getting the overspeed. He's being in the slipstream and he's getting the overspeed, but will it be enough to go past him at chase, or will it be a sand from him? He is still behind when turning in, and looks down the inside and does brake a little bit later, but doesn't make it stick, so still hanging to the back of it on the liquid moly sign. To the last corner, also giving a look at the inside, but staying nice in line, going for another lap of the Mountain of Hell. So braking into Hell's corner, the first corner of the circuit. Getting the run out of there for the mountain straight is very important, as this could brake and maybe allow her overtake into the first corner of the mountain. Trying to get the run, staying in the slipstream, but doesn't have enough power in it to get alongside or past it before the cutting. Apologies, the first corner. Getting onto the cutting, and now it's just a case of sticking to the back of it and making it stick at the next straight, so the corner straight that will be. And on this corner, keep it clean and keep it behind him. Getting nicely on the curb there. Here are these corners, which that's the absolute minimum, the absolute maximum of the car. Apologies. Braking nicely into the beginning of Skyline, which some fast corners here, which definitely can make or break your lap time if you can get through this good or have some trouble through here, will hard impact your lap. Getting to the forced elbow, all both they taking different lines, so looking which one has the best exit, as he is further back now, so he will try to make up that gap into the chase and maybe have a look down the inside, but most likely will be behind him. As we see Eric de Jong going back, and well, 3 on track battles, but this one is for the lead. So here we have Daan Lensen getting in the gearbox of that Ferrari 488 in the lead. So this will be one taking the inside line through the forced elbow on the exit, with the Ferrari being in front. Being said, is a very hard rocket ship with next to no aero, so they will have the advantage on straight. But will it be enough for another lap? As we saw that Daan Lensen closed in a lot in the last laps, as it goes very close to it on the acceleration. The Honda will be at power, but especially on the straight, the Ferrari will get away from it most likely. To start a new lap of the circuit into Hell's Corner, trying to get that run for the thing. As we see the McLaren coming out of the pits with still a bit of his front nose hanging loose. So I'm curious to know if they also repaired their bodywork and suspension, of did they do other things or just forgot it to see. But now we'll focus on this great battle with just 3 tenths behind them. Absolutely being on the back of him, all over him, trying to get close to it in the cutting. No issues through that sector and keep it clean there, as this will be the place where the Honda is much quicker than the Ferrari. But just it's so hard to pass around here that it will be tricky for the Honda to go for it on this part of the circuit. As they go through Skyline, close to it, as we also see Dennis Krol down the inside into the last corner and making the move stick. Making it stick, so great move from him. And we go back to Daan Lensen being behind the Ferrari, as another car goes off into the gravel, taking the long road. And taking a look down the inside, trying to get close to his. And being on the back of it. Getting on the straight, but still again, here Ferrari will pull away from it. So getting really very close, intense battle, which must bring the sweat to the drivers. As they will try to make it past there. As the Honda has too much overspeed here, as he goes side by side next to the front wheel. Very close there, not the best place to go side by side, but definitely wanting to go past it. So going through there, through Skyline, taking the limit there, and getting a bit squabbly to the last corner before forced elbow. Close to the wall, hang on to it, and he touched the wall. Yeah, you see a bit of an impact there, so that won't improve his car on the straight, as the Honda has the overspeed. Takes a look down the inside, but does he have enough speed? It seems like, but it's very close. It seems like the Ferrari with his no arrow has the advantage, being absolutely nose to tail there. No space given between them. With the Honda, we'll try to look down the inside or the outside. Now just sitting in behind, as the Ferrari just has so much straight line speed that it's great setup, that it's a trouble for the Honda to get past them on the mountain straight. So it's a handful on the mountain section for the driver itself, but it's great for being able to defend, as on the straight, when you don't have the best exit, you still have the overspeed. So the Honda will be faster to the next couple of corners, but it's just so little space there for two cars to go side by side each other or do anything. So through the cutting onto the yellow sign bar, where they tried to go side by side last round. And this whole situation will be great for Alex Crawford, as both the cars have to fight now. And will slow down, so he's just 18 seconds behind. And we'll try to minimize that gap even more, as now the you see the Honda getting very slow for its own perspective, as Ferrari is just harder to drive and slower to that section, as it takes again the inside line on the first over that they can allow themselves, as they know they don't have the best acceleration. But on the straight line, the Honda comes closer, but then it just flies away. It's pretty high speed. It's a good choice in setup, which will make them van hard, as he's very close now, but still not close enough for an overtake move there. So he'll try to get the faster speed and the overspeed, but still again nose to tail through the final corner for the whole lap. But it just isn't enough for the overtake. So that's a very tricky part. And we hope to see that he will still might be able to pass him. Getting to the back of him very close. Getting very close to the cutting. Yeah, much closer than before. And again, trying around the outside, absolutely behind him, almost touching each other. And still, for this part, it's just impossible to go side by side there. But it's still a great job by these drivers to go side by side for so many laps, and no issues and no troubles, with Alex Crawford tanking for this battle and just driving his pace to go there. If he touches a bit of grass, the Hulleman in the lead, as they also get a traffic Aston Martin in front. So will that be a part, as he takes again that inside line? That's very he almost did it every lap of this race, as he just has much more straight line speed. So he'll go past the Aston Martin, and will this be a chance for the Honda to catching up? It doesn't seem so. So it seems it will be another round of this craziness. As they go through the start finish to start another lap. Great driving by both of them. Getting a bit wide there on the curbs, but trying to get a great run on the mountain straight. And maybe try and move in the first turn of the mountain. Getting a bit on the inside. Will be through the cutting, still nose to tail, which is very recognizable for these cars now as they are doing some laps after each other, with just these battle, and it's just insane and great to watch and do it. So it's just amazing to see. As they sparks flying off, so absolutely on the limit. As they go side by side, well, not side by side, nose to tail, it's so close, it's just unbearable to see this, well, unbearable. It's just nerve-wracking, and hoping that they just don't crash. It's just so amazing to see these drivers giving each other also the respect and not going for a move which is out of this world, like a crazy dive or something. Yeah, moving to the outside, it seems he has a little overspeed. Yeah, he is side by side it. Maybe he is on the line, so he can brake a bit later as he goes side by side. Well, not yet, as still the Ferrari has the lead, so this might seem like another lap. He has to slot in behind and give the Ferrari the space. As you go to the cutting another time, amazing camera shots from there, in my opinion. As we'll try to almost bump draft him faster over the hill. Absolutely nose to tail through that section, and yeah, getting a great exit there, as the Honda has a better exit, better acceleration, as you see, but the moment it comes just to the back of it, it will just be, yeah, he's at the back of it, but it will just be the Ferrari who has the better overspeed, so it will go away from him. So he will probably be saying on the radio, talking about how crazy the top line speed is. It will be a very nice thing to hear those radios from the teams, as it might think that it could be quite fun watching it from the 169 perspective, as it's every time on the straight the difference is being made. And for this situation, it might be for the car and for the drivers on the normal parts of the race, it will be a trickier car to drive on the mountain section, as the Honda has overspeed again, but Ferrari is using its straight line speed. So the Ferrari, a car with great straight line speed, just driving away from him, and just for the defending, it makes it so much maybe better to for them. So great choice, as now they just have to drive their lines good. As it's just nearly impossible to overtake around here, as they have a little bit of contact with the Honda wanting to brake a little bit earlier, to no spin outs or something, just a little love tap, trying to see if that makes any difference. Well, a little tap with the wall there for the Ferrari, but it's not a corner where the Honda can profit from that mistake, so it will be so close to him. Seemed like another contact, but I'm not sure. But it's so close between those two guys. It will be very, very heated. Oh no! The Ferrari misses his braking point and drives into the wall. After such a good battle, and we see another car driving there in the grass, but after such a long battle, the Ferrari getting one bit offline or something and just losing it into the wall there. Yeah, that's the trickiness of this circuit. So we see the bumper standing up and hanging loose, so that will most likely be a pit stop for the 169 Ferrari, which is terrible news for them, as they were in for a very good position, as they driving just amazing. But it's just so sad. Oh, here we have the replay from the incident, as we see the Ferrari, yeah, getting a tap on the inside, hitting the wall there, and then into the tire bundle getting a hit there. But it's such a sad end to the race, as we still have a yellow flag there. We see the Ferrari in the pits, but we saw when he crashed a car driving slow. It's the 2 Audi, and it seems like it can't steer to the right, which is a common issue in Assetto Corsa Competizione. I had it if I'm honest, some more times on this track. So he's trying to use the wall as his guideline for the driving and make it back to the pits. But as he's standing offline, doing his best to not hinder any of the other cars. There's another yellow flag on the top of the end of the mountain, with the Felber the Felber Audi standing with the wrong side of his nose pointed to the track, so also not great for them. A bit of issues now and here, as we saw the 2 car having issues with his turning, which I don't expect to be able to make it to the pit straight, as they seems like they can't steer properly or just using the track. But if they can't steer, they won't be able to make it past the wall on the chase. So we'll see how they will do it, with this being the very fast corner and getting a bit on the track. So choosing a time where there won't be any cars, as Johnson is looked down the inside for position by P6 is this battle for. So these two are also battling for position. Great, yeah, for position here, as we saw. Hopefully it won't end, as I just saw on the map the number 2 car going back to the pits by Toad, so he didn't make it by driving, so they did lose a lot of time. As we're now on board Chris Johansson, driving to try and get P5, as Hulleman went back to P7, which is very sad for that car. But on the other hand, we see that the CBSR car of 96 of Anthony Terhulst came into 3rd place, so they also did a great job from P3. I saw them the last moment to P6. I saw them driving to P3 now, so great from them. As we also see some penalties applying. For Skylar Davis, we have a 5-second time penalty, and for Tironi in the 804 car, we have a 25-second penalty. So that's almost a full pit stop as penalty, as the Audi is trying to get down on the Porsche and make something out of that. Yeah, we see a lot of more penalties. Vincent Wilczek with a 10-second time penalty, 212 in P22. D. Land in 89 with a drive-through, and the car with the fastest lap, Dini, the 94 BMW with the 5-second time penalty. As we see the driving, so we'll see if that will make a big play into the result. With Skylar Daving seeming that it won't be the biggest issue. Well, it could be. We can't see into the future, but it isn't in a battling car for position. Driving through the last corners for shot, as we have a yellow flag again with 2 cars. It seemed like, I believe I see the 416, yeah, standing sideways, and that's the shop's car. So we don't know if that will be something from that battle with which caused that. But it's also a very fast blind corner, so he has to try and get out of it cleanly. He has a bit of clear track, but the leader is coming through, so nicely gone offline. Very good standards of him, but also that Porsche isn't in the best shape. So if that will be a contact, we'll probably see shortly. We'll see. But that would be a sad finish to the battle. Yes, we see Johansson in front of it, so that might be an issue in the battle with a move which wasn't placed properly, or we'll see. With him being overtaken by some cars as he's limping down the pits, as we have the replay of it. So we see the BMW, the Audi, apologies, down it, but he's just on the curbs, getting onto it, and actually putting the Audi into the wall. So he was getting off the curb and driving back into him. So, and this is a great place to be spun around. So there we see then we saw what happened. But he just went onto the curbs a little bit too much and into the wall, taking the Audi with him. So he is also in the pit, so also a shunt for the Audi, which is bad luck for them, as they were driving good till they had a tap. As we see down the rest of the order, car P31, car 73, Jesse van Driel having a 15-second penalty, Wat Nieuw having a 5-second time penalty, and Mackenberg having a 15-second time penalty. As these penalties are from the last few hours, we don't know for which extent they all were, but those were decisions made by the stewarding team. So we'll just see how they will compete with it, with those cars in post P30 are just driving great, still being there, with almost every car having pretty lots of issues. As I know from the 73 car, they had some wall taps and stuff. And in the last few minutes we had some action. So see how they continue on, getting back into the groove. With cars being fixed, maybe the drivers get out of the car as they then did a longer stint, getting a bit frustrated and don't being as focused as they were. Anthony Terhorst, yeah, driving in P3, so great for them. They had luck by the issues from the other cars. Yeah, just enjoying it probably, as we saw a car facing the wall in the chase, just on the background, which wasn't on the track, so it seems like a Same Racing Holland car, and it's driving back. Oh, it's Apex lover Stijn van Onakker, P29, and it's limping back to the pits with his bonnet standing up by itself, and that isn't the best shape an Aston can be in, so they had quite the impact there. As they're back in the pits, as we have Daan Lensen driving his best out there, increasing the gap to Alex Crawford, so doing great by driving there and having no issues. Don't say it too loud, but yeah, just minding their business. Had a battle and had a struggle with Ullemans' Ferrari, which is now taken over by Acola. As I said, Ullemans is probably a bit frustrated and trying to get a bit of a rest before any more issues can happen, for the best. And hey, Aaron van Dreunen in the chat, which is from the 69 car of CBSR, which is currently in P3. So further, yeah, we see the 990 car adding 20 seconds, so the gap is increasing to the car in front. Then we'll have to see what the gap will be from the CBSR car to the car in front, as we saw a couple of incidents with the cars in the top 10, as we saw an issue in the battle for P5 and 6, an issue in the battle for the lead, as they are 29 seconds behind, so still in the lead lap, and just doing great there. Well, staying stable on the car. Through the first corner, taking a very nice line there. As there we see the Aston Martin again from P29, which was in the pit, but his bonnet still looked a bit crooked. So here you have Skyler Davis on the back of Dominicus and Jonas Hokula. So those cars are for position. The black Ferrari and the American Mercedes are for position, and the car in front is for P2. But it's, I don't know if it is from the same tab as we saw, but they have their bonnet up again. So I don't know if they had another incident they're working, or they didn't mind fixing the damage as they are continuing. I think they just continue on with the number 2 Audi being out of the race while being driving back to the pits for so long. As we welcome Lulu back into the commentary booth.
Yes, I've been in the steward's room sorting out stewarding penalties for the last hour or so. But I believe the penalties have started rolling through already by the looks of it.
Yeah, as we see the Mercedes and the Ferrari battling hard.
Who is this? This is Davis on... Oh, yep, Skylar on... Ferrari up ahead, of course. The Ferrari probably isn't too worried though with that pending 5-second penalty on the Mercedes. So how has the racing been since my departure?
Well, I've been for hour or period of time, but we saw some great battles. But unfortunately, as you see, the 196 car of Hokola having a bit of contact, which was in the lead, defending from the currently the Dan Lenson, but had an unfortunate tap in the forced elbow, getting a bit out of shape. We saw P6 and 7 now having some contact with each other, and both being sent back to the pits, and some other cars having a bit of issues. So we saw great battles, as we see now, being in a second of each other, but still not. Also we saw some issues, and now with the penalties, we'll see how they will roll out.
That is potentially it. Yep, we are seeing penalties coming through. So I'm assuming this damage right now that we're seeing on this Ferrari is a visual bug, as I believe it was, I want to say Beaker, because that's what everyone else calls him. Heulemann, I believe is his actual name, was in the car when the incident occurred. So I'm assuming, as Jonas is now in the car, that must be a visual bug, because that Ferrari is still going very quickly.
Yeah, it's going super fast, so it's trying to make up the position lost as it was running in the top 4, top 3, and even in the lead. Good, so
Shower of sparks there.
yeah, they'll try to get some position out of it, or at least get it back, as they were doing a great job, but just an unfortunate incident.
It does happen, unfortunately. We will have to see where Jonas or Jonty can get the car back to. If it is just him and James Mead left to go, then I imagine they are probably... I imagine they're probably cycled through. If they've been keeping their pit strategy, it seems to be cycling through the 3 drivers. So I imagine Heulemann might be popping in right at the end. Or if the stint timer allows it, maybe it will be a double stint from one of the other 2. We'll have to wait and see. That Ferrari looks a little bit on edge coming out of the chase there. If anyone could drive the Ferrari fast, it's definitely Jonas Hackler. See Dan Lenson as well. He's far, far in the distance right now.
Yeah, he is driving away from Alex Crawford and just doing his best out there and putting in some great laps and consistent laps to increase that lead from what I saw an hour ago with 20 seconds. As we still have 2.5 hours to go, so it's still a pretty open race. As we saw, an incident can be in a very small spot. If everyone is in their own zone, there won't be any big issues. But as you saw, when a battle is occurring, it's more likely that a car will go a bit over its limit and crash out. As we see the number 2 car having a stop and go 30. So going into the pit to serve that. So big penalty, which will set them back quite a long time. So it basically being a pit stop without gaining anything. As we see a lot of penalties, especially in the back part of the positions. Team Hot Air Balloon, the 52. Bjorn Reinhardt in 19th position, also doing a good job driving there. Vincent Wilczek, the 222, with his 5 second, 10 second penalty. Looking to get a big enough gap to not lose the position when they serve the penalty to Johnson in the 720 McLaren, Mercedes.
Sorry, I am miles away right now in other chats as well. There is so much going on in this race, and when you have teammates in the race as well, it becomes very difficult to juggle a lot of things.
Yeah, I've let that part go. It's always good to see that in this community we all race with each other and get to know and busy with the race with it. So everyone is pretty involved with it.
It is very close-knit. Look at Sander Vale right now in the mode 11 with Anthony de Horst behind him. I believe we've had a few more retirees as well.
And last time we know it were still 37 cars in the race, which is still quite a lot. So still pushing onwards, but still not a lot of cars having left the race, crashed out, or just decided to stop going by or personal reasons, or just a lot of things can happen.
Exactly.
Oh, as we see, a 15 seconds time penalty for the car 990, so that is the P2 car.
Yep, that is my team car. That I will refrain from making any comments with regards to penalties involving them, as I do believe it is not my place as a commentator to comment on those.
A bit of an incident. Yeah, that's so.
What car was that? Was that a Porsche?
Yeah, there was a.
And there you go. Now you got the 990 and the 991, nose to tail. It was planned all along.
Yeah,
we just wanted to get both cars on stream. That's all that was. It was all well planned.
Yeah, so see drive for car 89, get a collision, and as we see these penalties, lap 34, we are now well in lap 187. So those are 150 laps back plus, but also with the stewards being volunteers and everyone involving being volunteers, it's still great that we still have live stewarding. And as you said, that even if that nothing is biased or planned, that you won't get drivers who will also steward will not let any penalty for their car go through, as even both of the commentators here, their car got a 15-second time penalty, so no influence on that.
At least I can say it wasn't my fault this time as well. There we see Aaron van Drunen getting in the 69 car, currently in P3. It'll be interesting to see if they stay ahead of the 333, currently with Nelson Abranosa on board. Like they probably will. No, alright, they have been overtaken by the 333 of Abranosa.
Yes, they came out in a lot of traffic, so first having to clear that.
It looks like the 333 has passed all the traffic, so they are making up good time right now. That has potentially really hindered the the 69 car.
Yeah, so see here we have Tim Kroll right behind the Ferrari, and also the Mercedes behind that are all battling for positions. So within a second, the Ferrari to the second Mercedes, it does have a 5-second time penalty, but it's only has to be served at the next pit stop, so they won't have to be forced in to serve the penalty.
Okay, and we just heard from Mike in chat, Nelson's brother, I believe, or however the relationship works. I believe his brother, so I could be wrong. saying that they're actually due a pit stop soon. So this is just the pit stop cycles being off sequence as we see the All-American Mercedes go slightly into wall there, I believe. So we will imagine we will be seeing the 333 dropping back below the 69 car shortly once they peel into the pit lane. I believe the 333 is currently on the pit straight, so have not pitted just yet. Uncle, there you go, Nelson's his uncle. So who got who into sim racing, Mike? Was it you got your uncle into sim racing or vice versa? Oh, so that's great, isn't it? Families sim racing together.
It's lovely to see them, which might also make a great team dynamic into the team and just having a fun meet up with it and increasing upon. So it's great to see that.
A lot of smoke there, but no cars in the wall, so clearly must have been this Lexus further up the road causing all of that. See Tim Kroll now running away from Skylar Davis in the 76. Skylar, of course, still has a 5-second penalty to serve, however. Through the cutting, so the sun is setting now, and we're going to start entering the night time running of the race. Arguably the hardest time to run this track, as we see the track temp and the ambient air temperature have both now dropped to 17 degrees C. Whatever that is in Fahrenheit, I have no clue for any of you Imperial users, as I'm not one of them. But you imagine now, if you've got your tyre strategy slightly wrong, your pressure's wrong, you are going to start running into issues. We'll have to be right back as I need to go collect some food from the oven.
Yeah, as I have the statistic, it is 62 degrees Fahrenheit on the track as the Ferrari hits the wall, which sends the Lork Mercedes on the grass, but it saves it. So also the American Mercedes will get the overspeed there. So a bit of a brown pants moment, I can assume, for the Mercedes, as he has to go on the grass when you're full throttle there. So now they go a bit sideways there, but the Tim Kroll has been released, to say, from the row. As we see that Mike has been gotten into sim racing by his uncle, but we also see Joost Vermeeren standing backwards on the track, nicely waiting till the cars have passed for a free piece of track. So he also lost control to there and went sideways. So we see a Ferrari. Well, and Mike Arosa, good luck with your stint. As we see them driving through that fast section we talked about. So Tim Kroll trying to escape from it, and now Dominicus. Oh! Tim Kroll hits the wall and spins it like 3-4 times, with the Ferrari having to drive off it, and the American Mercedes being able to go past as he makes off track, which is a very fast section there. So one small instant and it went like spinning 3 to 4 times, and it seems like it doesn't have much damage, but it will most definitely not be a nice hit, as we see the stop from Nelson Abrahosa to give the car over to his cousin Mike Abrahosa. MP3 of the race, as we might see Aron van Dronen trying to do his best, getting away from the closer to the 990 car, because it has a 15-second time penalty. So we'll see how they will come out to it when the penalty will be served, as they overtake P4 now, the Abrahosa car, as we have the replay of Tim Krul getting up that fast section. No issues as we see there, no problem, and getting a bit on the curb, losing it, hitting and getting hit.
No.
Oh, just spinning 2 times. Yeah, very unfortunate. A little tap, which caused in some really big time loss.
They've done very well to rejoin and get the car to a safe place when it was clear. That's going to hurt them in the long run, isn't it? And after we've just seen that incident, we then see another Mercedes going into the same wall.
Yeah, the Mercedes Skyler Davis getting very good out of that incident with P9. It still has a 5-second time penalty, so in the next pit stop it might be overtaken again by Dominicus. Yeah, doing great, driving out there, having no issue, and just driving their own race. As it goes through the chase, trying to keep it on track, as it's the place where we see a lot of dust coming up from the track.
And you have to think now as well, if these cars have been pressured for higher temps, they're going to start seeing the pressure drop in them, which is going to make running over the mountain that much harder.
Indeed. With temperature, sun setting, also I don't know the direction of the sun, if the sun flare may pick a role, as we see the Ferrari going a very wide line on the exit of turn 1.
Yeah.
So
sun glare shouldn't be too much of a factor as long as the drivers have been sensible enough to disable the feature. So I refuse to use that feature, as you can probably hear my other co-commentator, who is wanting part of my dinner.
Yeah, as
commentators and drivers alike are probably getting quite hungry about now, if they have not been able to have a break.
Yeah, with now being the stints where, as a team, you always have to see who will change his dinner for which time, which is always the different time depending on which location you're racing from, which
exactly
the time is. As with a Dutch team, mostly the hardest stints are about 5 o'clock to 7, and in different countries maybe later, as we see the 990 car, and still the 991 car, I believe.
I believe that is probably John Nobbs in that car. John Nobbs has pretty good pace around here. I imagine he is just currently following Alex Crawford around the track. I imagine Alex Crawford will be pitting shortly to make the swap, as my cat climbs all over my monitors and I can't see a thing.
Yeah, so great for the car. Another car being off.
Aston Martin by the looks of it, not sure who.
Yeah, it seems like it was the John Ruben Aston Martin. Yeah, the Apex Lover Motorsport, which we already saw another time, crashed in the chase. So I also see the Lamborghini again in the pit. So I hope it will just be a regular stop, which is
Doesn't
2
look
times.
like a regular stop.
Yeah, it's not hoping that it has a very long stop or having some issues.
To see. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, we see Janus in the chat saying that he was looking for his own cat when he heard the noises.
Yeah, cats and sim racing is a potent mix. Mine has a wonderful habit of sitting on top of my PC and turning it off. Whereas his new favourite thing is going behind the pedals. And then you go to press the pedals and then something meows at you. It's quite unnerving.
Luckily, not such issue for me, as Abarosa is now also behind the Jonas Hakela, so they are also on a great drive back from their incident, but still Dan Lensen in front driving absolutely amazing and driving away from everybody. So he's doing very great, as I see that Hakola is also off the lap, so I assume it's now just the top 3 who are on the lead lap.
I think only just. I do believe that Dan Lenson has close to half a lap, if not more, on the current cars right now. But the thing is, with the 169 Ferrari that Jonas Hakela is currently in, is the team combination is very quick, with it currently being James Mead, Jonas Hakela, Bika. I've completely forgotten your name, I'm so sorry. And unfortunately they are missing one of their regular drivers, also known as Raggy, who is the community manager for Assetto Corsa for 505 Games. He is currently missing from the roster this weekend.
Yeah, but still driving amazing there.
It's still a very strong team composition, and they can definitely make up any deficit that they're given, as they've proven time and time again this race so far. So I wouldn't rule out a possible podium for them at this point, not with 2 hours to go.
No, with 2 hours to go, it's in terms of I believe it's been a 9-hour race. A beautiful Sprite 7-Up car there behind the Jonas Hakela. But 2 hours seems like a short time to go, but it's still a long time. As we see, yeah, it's I have to say a nice car, but it's just plugging my own team.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with plugging your own team.
Yeah, not driven for them this season yet, but maybe later on. But they're also, as you see, like from P28 back down, those are all cars who had all sorts of issues, maybe disconnects. I don't know about that, but especially on this track, having a bit of incidents, and just continuing on. So also all the cars who are in a bit of a further place back, it's just great to still see them going, as we have little disconnects, as we're still with 37 cars on track, I believe, if we didn't lose another one. And it's just, I think the endurance spirit we see there, of everybody trying to go to the end, and even when you're far behind or have a lot of things coming from you, still going to the end. And then if you're having troubles, 2 hours a long time, as there's a yellow flag in front of them.
That's the 93 Porsche. Ooh, careful about reversing there.
Fortunately,
there is no one behind them.
Famous place to tap the wall the last few minutes, as we see 2 cars doing that earlier.
I imagine as the temperatures are cooling, we are starting to see that cars are maybe struggling as they get to the top. Perhaps the tyres aren't holding the heat as well. Perhaps they're under pressure, and perhaps that's what's causing them to slightly run wide. It could also be exhaustion. The drivers, while drivers are swapping cars, this is a very, very demanding track. And you do need to stay alert, especially as you're going up the mountain, because there is no margin for error, really.
Especially on this track. It's great, and we see quite a lot of drivers I know doing just one stint or in that direction, as on other tracks drivers might do a double stint or even cells in a very extraordinary case going for the triple stint. But just on this track it is so demanding, and when you have such moments like a bit of a spin or a wall tap or a battle which is more demanding or just can get to you mentally, it's just great to also have the choice to swap drivers.
Exactly, but we have to remember, some teams here are only running 2 drivers. The 990, for example, is running 2 drivers. I believe there's a couple others also running the same setup, as we see the 990 coming in for the stop. The penalty has been cleared from them for the time being, as they have appealed the penalty. So that means it will go back to the stewards' room. It will be looked at independently by another set of stewards. Then the penalty will either be reinstated the same or at a lower degree. I do not believe the penalty will disappear. As I saw the incident, I don't think it will go anywhere. It's still worthy of a penalty, but it is up to the stewards now to see what's happened. They've removed the penalty so that it is not unnecessarily imposed while the stewards are making up their mind.
Well,
and I imagine Alex Crawford is probably swapping to Mike Tubby. Mike Tubby? Who's Mike Tubby? There's no Mike Tubby. Matthew Tubby. Ignore me. I am also tired, even though I've done nothing today except watch a fantastic motor race.
Yeah, as we see Van Dreunen getting onto the start finish, getting the position. Yeah, he is past it. Yeah, he is past it. So they're on track in front right now, but they're still a pit stop behind.
I imagine the cars currently ahead, particularly Van Dreunen, is probably due a pit stop, however.
Yeah, he is. They're still yet to stop, so we'll have to see if there will happen anything to the penalty. How that will play out, as it's still necessary for all cars to stop, to say at least 2 times.
I believe there'll have to be some fuel saving, you're right, if people want to get the most out of these stints.
Yeah, so we will see some more penalties, but we see a lot of cars doing different pit strategies, as almost every pit stop is with only 1 or 2 cars and not with like 5 or 6 cars going in on the same lap.
Exactly, a little bit of grass there, not the last thing you want to do because the brakes do not work when you're doing that. Matt Tubby gets it stopped in time regardless. As we're talking about pit strategies, pit stops and stints and stuff, what's the longest stint you've ever done?
Well, the longest stint would be probably in an I'll assume it will be last season Silverstone 6 hours, where I did 75 minutes, but the longest driving time I've ever did was the 3 hours race of remembrance one time, which was 3 hours solo, but longest stint was 70 minutes or so.
Oh yeah, I managed to at the SSRI charity event we did at the Hungaroring, I didn't select change driver, so I ended up doing 4 hours in the car. And let me tell you, a double is pretty harsh. I hope no one around this track is tripling, stinting, or quadruple stinting for any ungodly reason.
Yeah, from that perspective, I know team members who did last season back at Donington, who did buy some issues in the team. 3.5 hours, which was, for me, sounded completely crazy, but also about the charity event. There were some amazing drivers. I think 3 or for example, Yannick Valenduk, Erwin van Dreunen, John Beton, who did 12 hours all by themselves.
They did.
And
they are insane for doing that.
Insane for doing 12 hours, and even I believe one actually didn't do any pit stops over 2 minutes. So that's just crazy to think, in my opinion. For me, that race was one hell of an issue, as I woke up very sick for it. So my team had quite a job to do it with 2 of them. But yeah, so for this track, if someone, I saw some people doubling it, which in my eyes on this track already seems a bit of a task. But if someone quadruples it or triples it, it's just crazy work.
It's going to be exhausting mentally and physically, especially from a direct drive wheel, which I imagine there's probably quite a few people in here that are.
Yeah, and then you will be absolutely knackered at the end of it, and I can't imagine that you might want to do another stint after it. That would just be after 4 hours, your time done.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to get in a car for a few days after doing a triple stint after being around here. But hopefully our drivers are finding plenty of time to rest in between their stints. Hopefully there's no big issues causing them to have to jump back in the car. I imagine our American team, in the Mercedes, I believe it's the 76 Mercedes, are probably just about waking up now, as they started the race at 6 in the morning for them.
Yeah, that's just crazy, an all-American team, as these races are based on the European side, on those time zones. So it's great to see them taking the time for it to be there and race with us overseas, and great work that they are just so early, and for them it's just getting in the midday afternoon, so they might even function more in the hours that the Europeans are getting tired, as there is a yellow flag on the start finish.
Is that the 991?
Yeah,
that is the 991 of John Nobbs.
Well, what has happened there? It's a pretty unusual spot to crash on the middle of the start-finish straight.
My assumption is he might have dropped a rear tyre on the grass coming out the final turn, which has just caused the thing to loop. But we'll have to see if Tom is able to pull up a replay. If not, we will just have to be left to our own devices. That, or I will quickly message the team and ask what happened, as I am in the Discord with them as well.
And yeah, as we probably get some answers to what has happened there. It doesn't seem like they lost a lot of places, but there we have the replay. So hitting the wall after the chase.
A little bit out of shape there.
Into the braking zone for the final turn.
Yeah, on the grass.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't go the way I thought. Fortunately though, they've kept it out the wall, they've kept the brakes on, not caused an issue, getting off the racing line.
And with the Lork driving Mercedes, which drove there, luckily no one got hit or tapped by any means, so it was all clear. As we're coming in the real cooling hours, 8 o'clock in the evening on the server time. So,
funnily enough, currently the server time is matching my time exactly. And it's currently 8:05 in the UK as well.
Yeah, sure. It's located in the UK.
I believe it's about 9 o'clock in game is when the darkness really starts to set in, and it's quite a quick progression to pure darkness, as I need to let the cat out again.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock will be the real dark hours. So then we will see everyone just driving with their headlights, and then it's the hardest part of the race. Excuse me. Whereas the real batters 12 hours, it is the starting few hours which are the dark part of the race. Here we will go to the darkness, so we'll we'll see if any driver will get unstable or unfamiliar with darkness and get off there to see if there be things changing at the end of the race, as we have now been driving for, in a few seconds we have been driving for 7 hours, I believe, as there were a bit of issues in the first hour of the race. So still, having said 37, 36 cars driving on track is a great number in my mind, and everybody involved in it doing great. So we'll see what the last 2 hours of action will bring to us, if we will see major things with the field being spread out a bit on a few laps, as we see on the bottom of our screen on the timing tower that the last place is 14 laps behind, but still continuing going. Is, yeah, I said it a few times, but it's so great to see, and it's absolutely yeah, amazing in my opinion. So I'm looking forward to the last 2 hours.
It is definitely great, as we got a little bit of dust kicked up. Just want to point out, our leader is currently in the pit box. With the current time of the race, they should only need one more stop. They shouldn't need to stop any more times, barring any emergency visits to the pit lane. So should they keep damage to the minimum, we can expect the 787 Honda to only pit one more time in this race.
Yeah, as now you just want to go to that last hour, as we see that the leader will most likely do 2 full stints. We might also see some teams who will do a last hour splash or something in that direction. So now we're going in the real closing hours, where it's not just anymore, it's a long race ahead, but it's still keeping the focus for 2 hours, which is still a long time, and keeping to drive.
I am wondering now, if any cars pit before the 2 minutes 10 or the 2 hour 10 minute mark, they're probably gonna have to make another 2 stops, because I don't think many cars can make it that far on fuel. I think the Porsches should be fine, but I think any of the Aston Martins may struggle unless they fuel save. Cool. Valter is just gonna take a short break for the time being. See, and I'm just catching up with the endurance chat as well in the Discord. Should you be interested in getting involved, please join the Discords. They will be linked to you in the correct order. Should you want any other teams? Oh, that was a strange move from the Porsche up ahead. Have to keep an eye on that. We follow the 990 of Matt Tubby. On board, I've just read through the penalties that are coming through. The 990 penalty was unsuccessfully appealed, so it will be reinstated. So that will have to be served at the next pit stop. At some point, that penalty will come back through. Have Jonas Hackler now chasing down Matt Tubby in the 990. Having it to get past this Porsche first, who I believe at some point was running in the pack with these cars. As there you can see the penalty has been reapplied to the 990. Again, if there are any drivers watching right now, want to pop on stream, have a chat, decompress for a bit, watch other people ride around the track that's not your team, feel free to. So many Discord channels I'm trying to go through to find out any pertinent information that I can relay to you guys. I've completely lost the endurance chat. Where is it? Where on earth is it? There we are. Found the channel again. So we're currently on board with the 18 of Carl Van Horn. As you can see, all the lights are on now. I imagine it's about the time that the game has forced the lights on. If you do not turn the lights on within a certain amount of laps, I believe you get black flagged or at least a penalty. So we have the Porsche flashing. Oh, that was a very opportunistic move from that Ferrari. I don't believe it was for position, mind you. Maybe it was. Was that the 89 Ferrari that's followed that car through? May very well be. We'll have to see the side of the car. I couldn't quite make it out. Do not believe that was for position though. No, they are still a lap behind, so maybe unlapping themselves on the car ahead. It was done in quite a safe manner, as long as they can get away. There should not be any issue with that. But right now, I do not believe there are many cars on the same lap fighting for position. I think the field is thoroughly spread out after any incidents, penalties, and unintentional pit stops have cycled through. On board now with the 54 Ferrari, looking a little bit squirrely at parts of the top of the mountain. Wonder how much wing they're running, as we found out that Jonas Hackler in the Ferrari, currently running in the top three, are virtually have no wing and an inverted rake, it seems. Just causing their car to be extremely quick and very tough to overtake in a straight line. Apologies for not being as vocal right now. I'm slowly losing my voice, and I'm trying to at least give you some comms for the remainder of the race. But right now, as it's quite quiet, no one's really attacking anyone or trying to overtake. That being said, I can see Jonas Hackler slowly making up time on the 990 Snack and Sons car. And with that 15-second penalty to be applied, I imagine that that fight will not be fought too aggressively right now. Now on board with Jonas Hackler, chasing down Matt Tubby in the 990. I imagine it will be a lap or two until he's within striking distance, but it is probably going to be somewhat soon. The question is, as I said previously, will we see Matt Tubby fight for this position or not, as we do have another 15 seconds on a 990 to serve. Ooh, looks like Jonas is just tapping the wall there. Hopefully not too much damage. I imagine he's starting to get some of the aero wash from the car in front, but as we've seen before, he is very, very capable of following closely around here. Oh, that being said, as I've said that, he has just become very magnetized to the wall and probably caused a fair bit more damage. Hopefully that does not impact him going forwards, as that is not what I want. Though I imagine it is a sigh of relief for the car ahead. Do wonder if this car now in the cooler temperatures is a little bit harder to drive, considering it is not going to have the extra grip that comes from nice and toasty tyres during the day. Gap has slightly increased now. To see if Jonas can make that gap back up, because he runs a little bit wide. Shouldn't cost him too much time. Again, if any drivers wish to hop in the commentary box, you are more than welcome. You don't have to spend too long in here. You can spend 5, 10, 15 minutes here, or you can commentate the rest of the race if your team do not need you anymore. And as horrible as that sounds, that is not what I mean. But you are more than welcome to join in. Like Jonas has closed back up again, so clearly that damage is not affecting him too much, if at all. Good evening, Sem. Fortunately, there hasn't been any pile-ups yet at the dipper, though I would not put it past it to happen. We still have just under 2 hours to go. have Walter back joining us in the comms box. How is your voice now?
Yeah, it's getting a bit better. I had some dry coughs at the end from talking.
It does happen. It's quite difficult to pace yourself.
Yeah, and especially with this battle on the track. It's just calling it out, and I believe we are seeing another battle on the track right now, so I came in right at the good moment.
I believe you are correct. I believe that is the 417 chasing down the 88 of Felber. I believe the Lexus should have the legs on the Audi down the straight. The Audi moves to the inside to defend. Hopefully they don't encounter the bump. The Audi's just gone clean around them. That was effortless.
Yeah, here we see the top speed difference making a big part, as we saw that was the reason why the 787 just couldn't come past the 169 Ferrari, which I don't know if it said has the new fastest lap.
That sounds about right for Yonti. He's got the lead out right now.
They're driving their absolute best, and they're in half a second to the 990 car. Believe if I'm seeing correctly. So they are busy with a push back to the P3, P2 podium. The best. Actually, they're in the pits right now, so
In the pits?
no big battles.
Shouldn't have been scheduled, I don't believe. I wouldn't have thought that was scheduled.
Yes, we might see if this was an unscheduled pit out of an accident or any other case, or this will be a strategic master plan, so to say, that they think will be their reason to win the race, as the last cars still have to do another stop if they stop right now. We're not yet in the one-stop window.
I'm keeping an eye on the 169 currently in the pit lane, as I didn't expect them to be pitting soon. They are moving again, so this must have been a planned pit stop. Hackler is still in the car. He's on his way out. Very strange. I did not expect that, but that should mean they only need one stop left. And one of them will be on a shorter fuel stint, as they're currently racing the Fiat Ferrari. On the inside, who needs to let them go?
Oh, getting a bit white.
Potentially should have yielded that corner to Jonas Hackler. That may be a report in the future, but that is up to the Team RNE car. Apologies, that is not Hackler in the car anymore, that is James Mead in the car. So I guess they got as far up as they did as they had not pit. As we see Timo Zidek forcing his way past the BMW, and the BMW flashing their lights to show they did not appreciate it. There's a little bit of argy-bargy, a little bit of door banging, but I don't think anything malicious.
Yes, there's a big queue of cars now, with Timo Zidek being second in the row, as it doesn't seem like anything of that is for position. As we see in the back, Walter Kramer going past the car behind there.
Slide right back in behind that BMW. Lots of cars going through. The 990 currently at the back of this pack. All cars in front are currently laps down. We get a great shot of all the cars behind with the lights on as the sun is fading at Mount Panorama. I believe that Porsche just kissed the wall a little bit there.
Yeah, getting a bit tricky with those cars. Don't know if it is for position. It doesn't seem like it is. but still racing hard. Well, I don't see. I don't think this is for position, but still 911 not giving up the position easy to them, as we have our drone shot, seeing the cars going side by side into the fast right-hander.
4 cars actually a few laps down from them, so they're allowing them to unlap themselves.
Yes. You see Ron Velber coming out of the pits. So going for the stint, as I just noticed that the maximum stint time is 75 minutes, so we'll have to see if anyone will make it that long on one tank, but in that case we will know that at least they have to pass another time to the pits if they will now stop before 1 hour and 15 minutes, as Tim's Spans was off track.
Just go with Tim. Let's go with Tim. Let's make this nice and easy on ourselves. Let's go with Tim.
What's the Belgian name? So probably just Tim Spans getting out off the track in the Sim Racing Belgium Porsche. I believe they have a few cars in this race.
Belgians are everywhere.
But no major damage, no forced pit stops, so just a little spin. As we have Andrea Alfonsi, excuse me, with his BMW 804, driving through to the American car on the chase. There was a for position, no, there was just a lapping car.
I believe so. Now, do you see what I mean? How all of a sudden the track is getting much, much darker, and I reckon within the next 10-15 minutes we'll be fully under the pitch black of night. And that is where this track really starts to get hard to drive, as if it wasn't hard enough already. And also note the track temp has fallen again.
Yeah, it's 16 degrees now and getting dark, so it will get very dark, and we see a long train of cars forming behind the Audi of Ron Velber. So yeah, driving there, as we have here the 990 of Matt Tubby with on the back of him. Yeah, it's well, it was a long camera, so you didn't see it quite as good. As Aaron van Dronen, our second place, which is yet to stop. It's still 40 seconds behind the number 1 787, so they are just having their best race and doing great.
I am wondering when they're going to have to pit again, though, because I don't remember seeing them pit before, or when they pit around the 2 hour 10 mark. If they pit quite a bit before that, they may be due an extra stop, maybe a splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, they might have to.
Because I don't know the full situation.
Yeah, so of course, as you have 75 minutes drive time as maximum stint, but that will Oh, Maarten van der Kraan going through the gravel at the chase, so...
The Lork driving car, I believe.
Yeah, the Lork driving, not... The car had a good race until it was off and went spinning, so... Not the best for them. They're marked to be 11, but as I was saying, the drive time will be on 75 minutes, but once you will cross the pit entry line, it will stop and reset when you get out of the pit, so they won't have to change driver and can just do a few stop of 1 second or just a few liters, or even if they want to and are able to even just do a drive-through to reset their stint timer. So it's interesting to see what the strategies will pan out, as we are just coming in 1.5 hours, which in some cases might be called like a sprint race distance. So I'll be curious to see what will pan out of this.
We will definitely have to wait and see.
It's really getting darker every minute on the track, so the sun coming down. The most of the cars we see are just headlights. It will be harder to recognize them as we see some cars coming out of the pit lane, so getting a bit buzzy on the mountain straight.
Well, the last thing you want now is your rear view vision to be filled with nothing but bright lights, but unfortunately that is what all the drivers are going to have to deal with for the next hour and a half. We have a brief yellow flag. It looks like a car has lost it in the dipper. Sam got what he wanted after all, but they seem to have got going again rather quickly.
Yeah, especially on the mountain, when you have an incident there, it's always tricky.
Slow moving McLaren there, that was. Sorry to interrupt you there. They're under instruction not to let cars pass over the mountain, so I wonder if that McLaren is struggling with some of the issues.
Yeah, it's hard to see. As of course I said, the mountain, a lot of the corners are blind and very fast, as there's a little bit of contact with Leon Wessels, who is being chased down by the car in 29, but a little off tap with the Audi there, so no big issues from it, but not the best situation, as you always hope to get into the mood, and this might upset the driver a little bit.
May very well do indeed. God, I don't know about you, but I would not want to be driving down the skyline and the S's in this level of cover.
Yeah, it's I tried it once, and it's just crazy work, and that's a large reason why most of the drivers who in the real life 12 hours are when they know they will be doing a night stint, they actually practice in the night if there's the possibility for it, just because it's so different driving the night. Every track will get different in the night, which we race also in these GT cars, but especially this track will get so much harder. It is, in my opinion, one of the hardest track in this simulation. Then also doing it in the night is just it's crazy. Every driver showing talent, driving clear through here. With the number P5 169 Ferrari being about 80% of a lap behind the 787 car. So in a few hours they are just driving away from everybody and showing the best to their capabilities. Yes.
I do think that if that 169 hadn't had any of those small unfortunate incidents, they would probably be P2 or potentially even challenging P1 right now. But that is that's the big caveat that comes with sim racing, is it doesn't always go to plan, especially in endurance racing. And you will have to try and fight your way back up the field, but they're doing a bang up job of it right now. As we look at Mike Abranoza come round Hell Corner, going up the mountain straight, and we have swapped straight away to Pascal X9 if the cameras do seem somewhat erratic from what we're talking about to when they cut away, the cameras are currently on automatic, so apologies for that, but even our broadcast staff need to take a break every now and then to make sure they are fed and watered.
Because that's not being said a lot, but we're of course having some breaks, and we're not the full race here, but our broadcaster Tom van der Meer doing the full 10 hours as broadcaster, so every break is, in my opinion, more than deserved, because we say about drivers doing long stints, but as broadcasters, as commentators, when they do also long periods of time, it's also for them a large task. So with him doing that voluntarily, it's just great to even have the possibility to the race being streamed live and everything.
Exactly, and the race is, this live stream is, it's a lot of useful information for the teams as well, because while they're going to have a second driver connected, they might not be able to see everything that's going on and not be able to get all this information, as once again we have a yellow flag in the dipper. They're not moving yet, so my assumption is that off the racing line, or people are being very cautious around there. There is a big gap, as Nobsy, or John Nobbs, is in the chat now, driver of the 991 Snack and Sons car. Do you want to pop in the booth, Nobsy? You can tell us how the team's been going. Or you are more than entitled to chill out for a bit, or be on alert for if Dan suddenly needs another person to hop in the car. So we're seeing Mercedes run wide. What Mercedes is that? Quite hard to tell now. We are struggling to see liveries.
Yeah, with these night lights from the front, it's almost impossible to see which car it is. The brand is much of the time pretty recognizable, but getting the rest of it, knowing which team it is, it's always a task. And with not much light, like next to no lights on the rest of the circuit, like the task as in the booth, we welcome John Nobbs, but I think this is more an interview for you, Lulu.
I don't know, is it allowed to be an interview when it's the sister car?
Yeah. Hello everyone.
Good evening, John. How has the race been for you in the 991? I know it's been a little bit of a trial by fire, this one for you. I believe it's your first endurance race with an SSRI.
Yeah, no, it's been a race, that I can tell you. It's definitely been a race. No, it's been a lot of fun. Steep learning curve. It's my first endurance on Bathurst, so it's been an event, that for sure. But no, it's been really, really good. Everything's run perfectly, and no, I've had a lot of fun. There's been some spins, but we don't talk about those.
We absolutely do talk about those. That's all we've been talking about on stream.
Oh, great, thanks.
But no, so how have you found it? Because of course I believe it is you, John Bianchi, and Dan Higgins in the car right now.
Yeah, no, yeah. So unfortunately, our third driver had some issues, so he just dropped down to me and Dan. So we've been running as a two. So we've been swapping stints, and Dan's finishing it off with a double stint into the night because he's done more night running than I have, so it makes more sense. But that's been good, to be honest with you. Like we've had moments of really good consistency and really good pace, and we've had moments of just Bathurst being Bathurst and being tired towards the end of the stint because it's such a grueling circuit, and you've got to really dial in, and towards the end of your stint you're very on the edge of your attention span. So credit to anyone doing double stints, because it's definitely a mission.
Yeah, although you do have two big straights to like take a moment, recompose yourself, unfortunately the rest of the track is probably the hardest part of the track to drive in the game.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. It's I like to say it's Monaco of elevation. It's pretty much what Bathurst is. It's just that mountain section. You've got to be fast around it. You've got to be committed, but then that also brings death. So you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Exactly. Where do you rate Bathurst in your overall favourite tracks to drive? Is it up there? Is it down there?
Oh, it's one of my top 3 for sure. It's just so good. It's so grueling, but the racing always seems to be so good here. On any sim, it's just always up there in my top 3. It's just such a good varied circuit, and with light changes as well in the dark, it's just such a good. I mean, for me, I think it's like Marmite Bathurst. You either love it or you absolutely despise it.
It's Vegemite. It's an Aussie track.
Definitely.
No, I tend to agree. I don't know where you stand on it, Valter. Is it a love it or hate it track for you?
Oh, I absolutely don't like it. It's for one lap I sometimes like it, especially on the R factor with some V8 supercars. I sometimes like it, but just when I get the mountain section right one time, it's great. But in reality, I've never finished a race here at Bathurst. I have a bit of a spin or get unstable, and it's just I don't have any good experience with tracks. So for me, it's probably one of the lowest rated tracks on this simulator.
I can hear the Aussies shouting and throwing their beer in anger.
That sounds about right. As long as they're not lobbing onto the track, we should be all right.
I mean, we'll put it past them. I'm gonna blame that for my spin in the last corner.
Some errant Aussie throwing a beer bottle.
Yeah, there was a Foster's leakage, and I didn't see it coming.
I don't even think they sell Fosters in Australia.
We don't need to. God damn it. I can't have another excuse. There's a road kangaroo. There we go. That's what. Yeah,
there's always a kangaroo around.
There you go.
Always a kangaroo. Oh, so forcing Dan to do the final 2 stints.
Yeah,
is he happy about that, or is he unhappy about that? Where's he sitting?
It was more of a willing gesture from him. He really wanted to. I think he really wanted to bring it home. He's in the groove at the moment, so he's currently chasing down someone as we speak, I think. So no, I think he's happy. It made more sense. I've not done a lot of night running around here. I've not done a lot of running around here in general on this sim, to be honest with you. So Dan's a lot more comfortable in the car, so it makes more sense for him to get in and just see if we can bring it home in one piece. That car's got a lot of gaffer tape on it at the moment, so hopefully it sticks together towards the end of the stint.
To be honest, I think every car in the entire grid is probably covered in gaffer tape in some way or another. We see quite a little bit of congestion, someone trying to chastain around the wall at the cutting, and that doesn't work, unfortunately.
No, I tried that. Yeah, so top tip of mine. Can't do that.
Yeah, it doesn't work, does it, unfortunately?
Nah, tried it once. Nah, wouldn't again.
Yeah, unfortunately you try it once, you think I'm never doing that again. Oh, as we just see Alexa's collecting the barrier. It jumped out on them, I swear to God.
I saw a kangaroo push it into the track earlier.
Oh, of course, that's it.
Yes, they're out there in force.
Those kangaroos and those drop bears.
They heard those comments earlier about Bathurst, and now they're not happy. You've angered them, also.
It's just an amazing track to see people drive on and pushing it to the limits. But just for me as a driver itself, it's I just can't get it to work for me. So it's people, but I can imagine people really liking it. So
a little update as well. The 69 Mercedes has pit with an hour 20 left to go. So they will have to make a splash and dash at some point, as they will not be able to make it on a stint timer alone.
And they also have been dropped behind the Aberhosa car.
I believe so. There are 5 seconds adrift, so they may still be able to catch up to Mike. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to see what the gap will be and what then the gap will be from the Aberhosa car to the 990 car. Well, the car of you two are a bit related to, but with that 15 second time penalty, if that might be an issue for them, or will just be a clear drive.
something we have to see. We've got a car going quite slowly on the mountain straight right now, the 222. If they've just lost it a little bit on exit. But it seems they've got going again, which is quite nice.
That's the thing though, like you have a spin at the top of the mountain, it takes you to the bottom of Conrad to get over it.
Well, usually the accident lasts until you get to the end of Conrad, to be honest.
Yeah, it's true. That's very true.
I think we've all seen a clip or two of someone going down the entirety of the mountain on their side.
That's just the fastest way down, to be honest.
I think so. It's probably the quickest way down, but not the quickest way around the track in total.
When you think about it, you're minimising, the air restraint in the front of the car because you're going down sideways. So technically, it's faster.
Exactly.
I might tell Dan just to tip on its side coming down just to see what happens.
Go down on the roof. Have some people at the end just jump. Oh, a lot of dust kicked up there. I would have thought there was another car, but I don't think there was. Just ask the crowd, just knock it back over once you're at the bottom. Job
Rally style, yeah.
We always say, we always find it funny. I'm sure you two are both familiar with the Red Bull downhill thing they do. I've forgotten the name of it. The Red Bull soapbox.
Yeah.
We always say, why haven't they done the Red Bull soapbox at Bathurst yet?
I mean, that's a good point.
Why hasn't that been done?
Yeah, it's at the normal days. It's also an open road, I believe. So
exactly.
It's
do it on the weekend of the Bathurst 1000. You got a bunch of drunk Aussies going down a mountain on poorly made carts. What could possibly go wrong?
Isn't that just V8 supercars?
Yeah, but we don't talk about that. I half expect the team would turn up in their supercar and push it down, to be honest.
Yeah, it's also sad, I think, that seeing another sim like iRacing, that one phenomenon which isn't in this Sim Possible is the Bathurst jump. So after the race, every driver, the winner, will just after Conrad straight go flat out straight forward and just fly over the wall and see who can make it stick.
I have seen a few races been done on there where they are required every single race every single lap to take the jump, and they just clear the penalty every single time. It's basically last person standing wins. I think they did about 3 laps.
Yeah, I can imagine that wouldn't last. It wouldn't be. I don't think you have enough cars for 10 hours with that particular route down Conrad.
And it would be just already a race.
I have seen once or twice as well where someone's taken the jump on the white flag lap instead of the checkered flag lap.
Yeah, then especially if you drive in a GT3 car, like I believe that would also be the fastest cars who can actually take it as if you go take a Formula 1 car or an LMP car, which isn't possible in Assetto Corsa. Almost sadly, they have too much downforce. As Hugard goes down the inside.
Audi, hopefully they are given enough room and don't hit the curb on the inside. That looked a little bit unstable going in then, but they've got it all hooked up as another car dives on the inside. I wonder if that was also a backmarker. And we've got an Aston Martin in the wall. That's a white one, Nobsy. You can breathe a sigh.
You should have seen the snap to the screen I did then.
Unfortunately, that was not one of the Snack and Sons cars. That was, in fact, I can't see. We will never know. It was another Aston Martin. I do not believe it was Abranos's.
Yeah, it was a bright white one, so that could also be one of the positions in the 30s. And
could be the 34 Aston, I believe. It might be them.
As you also said that around 9 it will be darker, and now we see it's almost 9 and it's just seeing headlights and tail lights fighting to each other, and it's not anymore actually the cars, so it's very dark. And we have a yellow flag at the chase, so I try to see which number it is.
Looks like the 82? 88? You have to forgive me. Apparently that Aston Martin earlier was the number 2. I thought the number 2 was an Audi.
The number 2 is an Audi indeed.
Well, clearly, one of our broadcasters is slightly wrong. But I digress, it doesn't matter. Everyone's got themselves sorted out. There doesn't seem to have been a big incident.
Nobody's blocking the track.
Yet.
You had to say it, didn't you? You had to say it.
I am out of the car. My job's done now. I'm out. I'm chilling.
Yeah, I had some issues in the past where I did say something and commentator cursed it real hard.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, it's sadly I did it like 4 or 5 times right now already, like 3 times in the same race, so I have to be careful with my words.
I think I've done it a few times this race as well, to be honest. I think we jumped straight to Hacker. I went, he's doing a fantastic job, and then he hit the wall. So I'm starting to shut my mouth a little bit more now.
It is pretty required.
On board with the All-American Mercedes of Nick DeSantis. God, you can't see anything now. It's just a news bulletin. That's well lit.
Just a beam of the headlights pointing on the track, which is for us to decide who is driving there. As it is actually a battle for P9, 8, 10 from Ferrari, the Lexus, and the Mercedes. So for them, after 7 hours and 45 minutes racing, the end is near but still battling. And with 1 hour and 14 minutes to go, we officially come in the moment where one stops are possible. So if they stop now, they won't be required to do another pass through the pit lane. It will be
correct.
A big task to do 1 hour and 40 minutes with the BOP fuel tanks they are, but it is possible from now on. As we know, every car has to do another stop right now.
Honestly, watching this now, I'm very glad Dan's in the car. The walls just appear. There's just nothing now. It's just wall and then a wall.
I will say this: there's a lot more visibility when you're in the car as opposed to when you're commentating. You can see a lot more than you think. I don't think the commentary view or the spectator view quite does it justice how much you can actually see. You can actually see a lot more than you would think. This would imply you're virtually driving blind, which is not the case, however. Admittedly, I've been known when on servers with friends. Oh no, that's a big incident going up the mountain. Ryan Leach is facing the wrong way. You need to stay. Oh no! Big accident. Fortunately, both cars are now facing the right way, but that was completely avoidable.
Yeah, that's what and the car is very damaged.
Those are two cars that potentially need to return to garage now.
That is a big incident. And that's what
there we have it, the return to garage from Ryan Leach.
And that's what with this last moments of the race, in the dark especially, we still have a yellow flag up there.
93, they've also returned to garage now. That was a nasty incident that was avoidable, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just sad that, especially we saw on the very fast bit of the track, where there it's really hard to go past each other as it's blind fast, and especially in these dark circumstances, it's just if the car is sideways, you don't see anything, and you will just go straight into it. And you can have a spotter on, but it's just crazy how difficult it will be to then avoid each other.
Yeah, I think unfortunately at that moment in time, especially in these conditions, you see yellow flag and a stationary car on the minimap, and as SSRI and most ACC leagues will tell you to do, turn the full map on. The amount of information that thing gives you is very important, especially around here. If you see there's a stationary car at the top of the mountain, you need to be ready to stop. Because unfortunately, if that car is on the racing line and you're going full speed, you are making contact. As we saw just a few minutes ago, that is exactly what has happened. And the tow time around here, I believe, is 3 minutes. It locks your controls.
And that's just 3 minutes for them to get back to the pits, and then it's just having to repair the car and with it being very damaged. Here we see the Abraosa car going into their pit for their last stop, so 1 hour and 10 minute stint. Curious to see who will be the driver taking it to the end, as they were just with the CBSR car on their tail, so those two will be fighting for who got the position. As behind them it's 2 second gaps, so they are all still a bit between reach for each other, but the leaders are driving their absolute best. Tricky overtake there. Nicely executed, but not for position.
Number 2 Audi. No, I do not believe it was for position, but if that was a back marker or a car
It was.
they shouldn't be doing that.
That was the 29 car, but it wasn't for position, so there's a lap between them. So there we see the blue-backed 29 73 car. So there was an overtake, but just not yet for position. But they have to close in another whole lap to make it for position, and it seemed like it might be another 6 laps for position.
Everyone is running wide right now.
It's hard to stay on the track, it seems. Yeah, the temperature's still 16 degrees Celsius, so.
And unfortunately, the brake markers coming down to the chase were removed earlier on, which, obviously, how infuriating was that, trying to figure out your brake markers with those gone?
I mean, yeah, it wasn't helpful, I'll be honest with you, but you kind of try and quickly figure out a physical brake marker. I always try and figure out a physical brake marker on tracks which have those polystyrene boards anyway, because they just end up being politely removed, let's say, by other drivers.
I'll be honest, I was surprised they lasted as long as they did.
Yeah, they don't tend to last very long, but it is I mean, coming down that straight anyway, like especially when you're in a tow with someone, you gotta know when you're going to brake, because literally it can be 25 meters can be the difference between you pulling up and pulling second gear, or ending up in the very nice beach just on the other side of going on straight with a bucket and spade trying to dig yourself out.
Exactly. See, my bad habit is I always base my braking markers off of like different patches of grass. Unfortunately, they're really hard to see at night.
Yeah, I could see a strategic issue with that.
Actually, the American car is actually for position with the Lexus in front.
Ooh.
So we saw that battle was the same as where the Ferrari went off and crashed into the wall. So we'll see if this will have any effects like that.
Is there contact? It was very hard to see as the camera just panned away. We've got Abranosa in front of them. I think Mike has stayed in, so Mike will be going till the end in the 333 Aston Martin. But as you said, we do have DeSantis chasing down Van der Vaart in the Lexus now. How many laps is it going to take? What's your money on, guys? How many laps until DeSantis gets past?
They have been battling for quite a few laps, and it is again the car with the faster straight line speed is in front, and we saw quite a few times that the straight line speed is the key here for overtaking or defending. As if the slower car is in front but has a bigger straight line speed, the car behind just doesn't come past, and if the faster car is behind, it goes past easily. So I think the people who set up their car or have a car with naturally a big top speed are in quite an advantage here.
Just A lot of cars nose to tail now coming down the Conrad Straight. I wonder if these other cars that are giving the advantage to this Lexus now they've got someone to tow off of. Santa's clearly not amused, flashing the lights, making sure everyone knows they're there.
Lexus is so fast, it's a joke. It's so quick.
It is a very quick car. It's one of my... I quite enjoy driving it, actually. I don't know if you've driven it at all, but it's a very fun car to drive.
Well, it was my first main car for ACC, like it just... someone put me onto it, and I just fell in love with it. It was just so much fun to drive. It sounds amazing, it's brutal, it's so quick in a straight line. It's just hilarious to drive. It's definitely one of my top 3 or 4 cars in this game. It's just so much fun. It's really fun to drive.
See, my first car was the Honda. And this was back in 1.6 and 1.7 when that thing was a dog to drive. And unfortunately, current driver one of the drivers for the 990, Alex Crawford, ran an endurance event with me in it. And halfway through the endurance event, they updated the physics engine and didn't update the car. And the car became dangerous, unfortunately.
You got mid-race upgrades. Wasn't even expecting it.
Exactly. I may need to hop away shortly to deal with some final few incidents that are rolling through.
Yeah, it's just the last hour is almost finally there. As now we see the gap between first and second is 50 seconds. So Tom Nijerbauer now in the car is leading pretty comfortably. No big issues, just if they drive it out they can almost lose a second every minute.
It's like
as there is a yellow flag in one of the fast corners. It is moving again, so we'll see if it will be a slow moving car or it was just a spin.
Famous last words in it, leading comfortably.
Yeah, I just was scared for a second that
you struck again, yeah.
then I would have to apologize, and especially to that car with Yannick Valenduk being in it. I think it did it 3 times on him already. So then I would be sad for them.
DeSantis has got past the Lexus, but that's because the Lexus has just dived into the pits.
For their last stop of the race. I think it's also worth mentioning that the fastest lap was a time at this car, the car of James Mead. But it's now back to the car in P21 actually, the 94. So that's quite interesting that that the car in 21 is having the fastest lap with the leaders also doing some pretty amazing laps. And that's the famous saying in endurance, you're just as fast as your slowest driver is.
I do believe the 94 car is actually quite quick. Unfortunately, very early on they were caught up in a lot of little incidents.
Yeah,
it's just slowly sent them backwards.
Definitely with setting the fastest lap in this grid, it's obviously needed to be a very good team to set the fastest lap or a very good driver. So I won't say anything that I expect them having troubles or something. As we see Bartlett in 36, last position, but this is the McLaren we also saw having big issues on top of the mountain. So good to still see them going and driving around. As other teams are making their pit stops to the end of the race, so we'll now have a change of cars, which some of them still are yet to stop and some have made their stop, so it will most likely fall into place.
More Belgians in the pit lane as the Americans come in to join them. So this will be the final stop. There's a few cars just peeling into the pit lane there.
I think there are 2 or 3 more coming. so it will be getting quite busy.
I imagine most cars, if not all, have probably cycled through their pit stops now. And any more pit stops we'll see from this moment on will probably be cars either off, I've forgotten the word completely. Off schedule, let's go with that. Off schedule, that works, isn't it? Either off schedule or are having to make an emergency stop after making a visit to the wall or the sandbox. The real question is any drivers, as we know, Dan Higgins is currently doing a double. What if any other drivers will opt to keep in their current driver in these pit stops? If they've been driving in the dark for the past 40 minutes, would you keep them in? Is they're already familiar with it? Cars, they're very comfortable in it. Or would you rather put in a fresh driver who is a little bit new to these conditions suddenly? What would you do, Nobsy and Wouter, in this scenario?
I mean, personally, when it comes to this late in the stage, if someone's in the groove or if someone's got their eye in, it's little things like learning where the reflections sit, like learning where the braking points. It can be tiny, minute details, which means if you take someone out of that, it can take someone the majority of a stint to get their eye back in the same way. So normally, when it gets like this towards the end of something, I prefer to keep the driver who's in to close it out. That's just my personal preference, because it can take a while for someone to get their groove back after taking them out, so it makes no real sense, especially because we're probably going to have to make a splash and dash towards the end, so to swap me in for it just makes no real sense. So personally, I think it's better to keep the same driver in, but that's down to personal preference, I think.
So, are you swapping in a fresh drive for the night, or are you keeping in the same driver if they've done a little bit of dark driving already?
Well, I think it depends. If you know it will be dark, and on forehand you have one driver who will also focus driving in the dark, and then we'll hop in for the last bit, I think could be quite helpful. But furthermore, I think if the driver before didn't do a long stint, it's like you will be in the car for the last an hour and a half, and not that you will be doing 2.5 hours. I think the keeping in the old driver is the best, as the 990 car is doing his pit stop and serving the 15-second time penalty. So we'll see how that will pan out. The 69 will overtake them, but are yet to stop.
Yeah, the 69 will have to stop again. It will be a much shorter stop. They may potentially not even elect to change tyres. They may just opt for the fuel, which will be a much shorter fuel stoppage, and then go out on these same old tyres. But that can actually be quite detrimental at this time of night, as your tyres will cool down drastically while you're waiting in the pits. And it's very hard to get them back up to temperature.
That's a risky move.
Conditions.
Yeah, I've done that before, it's not worked out.
The problem is it's a 30-second mandatory stop, so you're going to be in the pit box for at least a minute 30. So we'll have to see how it pans out for sure. But 990 is currently exiting the pits. To see where they cycle out just behind Mead.
So at this point now, things start to happen, isn't it, really?
It is indeed. So, barring any other penalties coming through for any cars now, that should be it, I believe. So, I've said that before, and then everyone else will dive into the pits or something. They have Abranosa coming through. I have to point out as well, I don't know if people know this, but the 69 car right now, they have a habit of drinking throughout the entire endurance race every time they do it. And I don't know how they do it. So it's very impressive, and I do not recommend it. Of course, drink responsibly, but the fact that they get more and more drunk over the state of an endurance race is incredibly impressive. Especially around here.
I'm gonna go back and throw some cold water over Dan. So it's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you for dragging me in, and I'll catch you later.
Thank you for hopping in. Wish Dan luck. Tell him not to put the car in the bin. Well, I will be having words with him.
Okay, I'll threaten him with that. Thank you, guys. Take it easy.
Thank you very much. And that was John Nobbs of the 991 Snack and Sons car.
Yes, now everything falls into place and just comes to an end as now we're really approaching and are into sprint race distance. So it still has to be the focus, as every driver is most likely here for quite a long time. As Tim Spans has spun again, and we also have Nelson Abrahosa in the commentary, in the waiting call. So welcome, Nelson.
Hi, how are you all?
Well, I'm fine. And Lulu?
I want to say exhausted, but I imagine your team are probably more exhausted than we are.
I think we're buzzing at the moment. I think we're in a bit of a fuel save, which might save us a pit stop. Which, if it does, that's gonna bring us into play, probably a P4, and if we're lucky, maybe on the podium. Just depends if it works out. So, because we've just looked, Horst has to stop, as does Mead. So we're avoiding a stop. And so,
as long as you don't run into the 990, I'm more than happy to share the podium with you. Of course, I won't be on the podium. I've done nothing this time in the car, but
nothing. Well, you've given them moral support, which is sometimes that's needed. We actually changed our stints. Yeah, we changed our stints because I was supposed to do another stint, and we just worked it out. And we said, stay in the car, do this, stay fuel, and we might get another place here. So we're hoping for at least one more spot, but it's got to go our way. Fuel is tight. Mike is saving like mad, but we still need a little bit more saving from him. I think it all depends really if we have to do another lap at the end.
That is often the kicker that no one thinks about. It's like, oh, we can make it to the end.
Yeah.
And then you don't realise that the other car is that much further ahead. You need to do one more.
Yeah, it's at the moment, it's touch and go. He is saving, but we need just a little bit more saving. Probably a little bit more slipstreaming, so we have to get to the back of some cars and slipstream and save fuel. That's the plan. Let's see how it goes.
Well, it looks like Mike right now is tucked up behind the Audi, so
yeah, it's he's doing an awesome race, and I think from Team Abbey we just like to say thanks to you guys giving up your free time to commentate for us, setting this up for us. I don't think you guys get enough. Is it applaudance or I don't know how to say the word, but
it works.
Yeah, you guys deserve a lot of credit. You know, I was watching the chat and some guys getting frustrated at the start of the race, and I think you got to realize it's no one's doing this for money. It's people giving up their free time so we can have a bit of fun behind the screen, and it's awesome. So Team Abbey gives you a thumbs up, and thank you very much, guys.
I'm sure all of the admin staff and everyone else will be greatly appreciative of that. As you said, this is all for fun at the end of the day. Yeah, we take it seriously because sometimes it's a bit fun to take it seriously. That was a little bit of a
things go wrong, you know. Things go wrong, and we can't blame the admins. You know, it's everybody's got a day job. Everyone makes a mistake. So no, thumbs up from Team Abbey all the way. Fantastic job, guys. Look, I'm gonna go back to my teammate. We've got a fuel save to do.
Yes. Wish Mike luck.
Just before you go, make sure you tell Mike after the races to do shots. That's all I'm asking. Sorry.
I will do, mate. I will do. Alright, guys. Catch you all later, eh? Thanks for having us.
Good luck, Nelson.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
And that was Nelson Abranosa in the 333 Aston Martin.
So we're back to the race, and we see people making their way into the pits. A bit busy going on the mountain straight with 3 wide, 2 wide. Just seeing a bunch of headlights mostly. So
you always don't know where to look or what car's what at this point. It's very difficult. It's kind of weird because you think that Bathurst is a public road. You'd assume there'd be lights all the way up the mountain, but there isn't.
Yeah, that's just crazy to see that it's like at the middle of the race it was easy when you get to know the liveries a bit to say which cars which and who are battling a bit, and now it's just a bunch of headlights, and sometimes I can tell them apart, but it's so crazy how dark it will be, and of course for the drivers it will be, they see a bit more as they're actually following the light of the headlights, but it's still crazy to see that, yes, we have seen a bit more accidents since the night has came, but it's still great how they're just driving so smooth and so steady.
Yeah, if we're able to hop on board at any point, we'll show you what we mean, where the people in cars can actually see a lot more than we can at this moment in time. So you come down here, the track is hardly illuminated, but from the onboard perspective, the whole straight will probably be lit up by all the other cars.
Especially on this part, it's just 4, 5, 6 cars driving in front, all being lights and being yeah, it's just crazy to see.
We are currently on board with the 417 Lexus, who I believe is chasing down the Mercedes. I think it's the All-American Mercedes right now ahead of them. We'll see if they can catch back up at any point. They've been keeping pace with them more or less, but as drivers seem to have swapped over, it'll be interesting to see if they can get back past or get close.
And if they're we have a short yellow flag. Yeah, there's the yellow flag again. It's a Porsche standing still in the inside of the cutting, so completely on the race line, and with a lot of cars coming to it. Well, he did a good job getting out of there clean, so no one hit it. As again, a lot more are making their last stop, so now it really is coming to a close. The 991 car most likely in for the last car stop, 919 car in, as we see James Mead 3 seconds behind the CBSR car right now, so they are closing in very hard. So in the next 48 minutes we'll see if they will eventually make it past the CBSR Mercedes, or if it will be them in third, fourth place, where it will roll out in the end. So let's just say that P2 to P5 are still up for grabs for all 4 of those cars.
I believe you might be right there. It'll be interesting to see, because right now we know that the 69 car is going to have to stop again, and right now they're running it incredibly quickly, not quite as quickly as the Honda out in front, of course, but it'll be interesting to see if they're going to short fuel both these stints and go as quickly as they can. Will they be able to come out in front of Abranosa or Tubby in the 990 and 333s? We know Mead has to pit again no matter what, but it will be interesting. Can they make up the pit deficit on pace alone?
Yeah, it's just a short time to go. So everybody getting into the rhythm, but especially these last minutes can still decide the completely end of the race, and where in the beginning of the race you can use the saying, it's a long race, everything can happen. Now is the real moment that every spin, every mistake counts. So this will become the more focused hours where where it's more important to get everything right and try to get the best. As the fastest lap is by Smeets in the number 1 car. So first time I've seen that in the last 4.5 hours.
I believe this is only the second stint that Sam Smeets has done. I'm not actually too familiar with the name before. They may have raced previously, but I do not recall racing with them either way. Incredibly quick driver as we see someone in the wall. Coming down the S's, tagging the 42 car. Thankfully that hasn't caused much of a pile-up. The damage seems to have been minimal. All cars around. Hopefully no one else was caught up in that. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully Tom or Colm are able to get us a replay.
As we follow Christian Grotte and to the last corner. No, well, actually into the pits. So that car will make its last stop before the end of the race. So everybody knew now finishing up, and as there was a wall tap on top of the mountain.
Looks like we have the 272 crawling through the chase right now. That is the 272. I need to get a printout next time I think of all the different cars if I'm ever in the box again.
Oh, it's the 212 of Green Moose Racing.
Oh, it's the 212, so it was the Green Moose car. Fortunately, the car looks to be okay then. It was just running a little bit slowly. And with that car that we saw that had the incident coming into the dipper, it was actually Steve Parker in the 222 Porsche. I believe right now they're currently in the pits, so clearly quite a lot of damage on that car. Now, as we see Sem Smeets, 787, when we talked about Sem Smeets doing the fastest lap, that fastest lap has just been taken away by James Mead. 169 Ferrari.
So now they're leaving nothing on the table and are just going full out for the last bit of the race.
It's now a sprint race. The endurance part is done. Now it is a sprint race with gaps to either dissolve or to gain.
No free positions will be given anymore. Like you're eventually faster, just go past so we don't have any issues. That will be for every position.
Yeah.
A harder fight, and we'll see if that might lead to more accidents or maybe give us some nice battles. As we also, it's still for the 2, 3 and 4 and B5 an all men's game, as we see the 990 having their fastest driver, I believe, in and having done their stop with a 15-second time penalty. The Abrahosa car, Team Abbey Racing, trying to save an whole stop, and James Mead and Anthony Terhorst still having to do their stop and pushing, and most likely will be coming together on the track and meeting each other in a few laps time.
I do imagine that the 990 car is very much hoping for Mead to catch up the 69 car and start getting in their way a little bit, perhaps even causing them to race and lose a little bit of time around each other. But as we say that, Mead has taken a good chunk of time out of the 69 car and is now very much within their rearview mirror. And although this isn't for position, as I believe that car needs to stop again, you can be damn well sure James Mead is going to try to get past them regardless. A little bit of flashing from Anthony Terhorst as he goes past to make sure that the car is well aware that they are on the way past, coming into Griffin's Bend and up into the cutting. I imagine Anthony's very happy to have this back marker between the two of them now.
those will be fighting close on the track, so that would be a disadvantage for a possible finish for the 69 CBSR car. If they will be held up by having to defend or attack again with the Ferrari closing in and maybe leading them to dropping a position after the pit stop.
Exactly that. He's getting a little bit closer now. He's going to have a little bit of tow from this Beamer, which he's certainly not going to be unhappy about. I mean, that Ferrari is a rocket ship in its own right. Any extra speed is always going to be more than welcome. And I believe in cool attempts as well that these cars are even quicker due to ACC doing the modelling for air density and such. Now within 2 seconds, that gap's come down from what was 4 seconds 2 or 3 laps ago, but he's diving into the pit lane. So that fight is now over. It will be interesting to see whether James Mead opts to take full tyres and fuel, or if he's just going to take fuel and run on the old tyres. Cool enough at night that they might not need to use them all, but that remains to be seen. So we'll keep an eye on them as they come into the pit lane. They've stopped in their box, but we'll now see where they come out.
Seems like 990 in the chase, so they will rush.
Very touch and go whether the 990 can get past them, because there's going to be a lot of time for that 69 car, not 69, the 169, to get past them. They are leaving.
Moving again, so it seems like we're very close. They come out.
They just come out ahead. I do wonder if they haven't taken any tyres. Look like a little bit of a short stop.
Expect them to not have taken any tyres, just to gain the position, and with the temperature now being 15 degrees Celsius, it even dropped a bit more, so they'll just try and manage it. Now on the outlap, if the Snack & Sons car will come close to it, they might have a bit of a battle, which could be an help to the 69 car, but
however, I've just seen in the penalties chat that there is a 10-second time penalty coming through for the 169 car, which is the Mead car in front of them.
And as they won't do another stop, almost
at the end.
It will be the end, so. And it seems like that the 69 car also received a 10-second
as they come into the pit lane, that is not gonna make them very happy. That's a 10-second stop go time penalty, but I wonder if that's actually going to apply to the current stop. Yep, it's been cleared, so they have served it. But the real question is what's going to happen to the 990 and the 169?
It depends how long the stop will be of the 69 car.
Well, it's added an extra 10 seconds. There goes Mead and Tubby around the final turn.
And it will easily overtake the 69 car, which...
You are correct. Still stationary at the pit stop. So it looks like the stop has gone very long for them. Perhaps they've opted to take full tyres. We've had a spinner. We exit the 54. Looks like they're on the... Where are they? Is that on the exit of the pit lane? They are, that's on the exit of the pit lane. Currently blocking the pit lane. Hopefully they're out of the way before the 69 car gets there. They are moving, fantastic. Oh, not quite on the pit lane, a little bit further up.
And we also see, let's see, I believe they're also in front of the Abrahosa car. Yeah, they're just in front, so they didn't work out with saving their stop, so they'll now have to work and go and save enough fuel to even make it to the end without doing a splash. And here we see the 3 car now, the 990. Most likely will try to stay in touch with the now P2 169 car, because if that car will drive away 10 seconds, and it will be very hard, but nothing is impossible, then they might lose it, but otherwise they will get that P2, so they will try their absolute best to keep that 10-second gap.
As we said though, if that car has only stopped for fuel and not taken tyres, those tyres are quite cold at the moment, and potentially are gonna struggle to make it to the end of the race, as 990 is definitely staying very close.
Yeah, but as the fact goes, I've still in this race I have never seen the 169 scene be overtaken on track, as that car is just so fast on straight that it's not possible to go past on straight, and there are a lot of different overtaking zones.
As long as the 990 stays with this 169 as well, we're going to be getting a healthy amount of tow up and down the mountain, especially down Conrad and up the mountain straight. And I imagine that's all that's going through Matt Tubby's mind right now, is just stay within that 10-second mark. He doesn't need to make the overtake. He doesn't need to force it and lose time. He just needs to stay within that gap. Jump here now to the Mercedes, the All-American Mercedes, chasing down that 417 Lexus again. Thought this overtake had already been done, but I guess they wanted to go back to it. We have a slightly slow car coming out of the chase. Doesn't look like anything too egregious, mind you. See someone else running quite wide coming up the chase. So Matt Tubby is right on the tail of that Ferrari. James Mead moving over a little bit late there, but seeing as there is no contact with anyone, no harm, no foul for the time being.
I'm trying to take a look down the inside, but not having the space there.
A little bit closer this time. Potentially he might be able to make the run coming in here, but he knows he's potentially going to be a sitting duck on the Conrad straight afterwards.
Yes, we also see that Smates, the leader, has taken back the fastest lap, so everyone is really pushing now towards the end.
Tubby is certainly not content with sitting behind that Ferrari. He is almost pushing James Mead up the mountain at this point. It does make you wonder, have they short stinted, and are those tyres not coming back up to temperature now? The track is at 15 degrees C, and I've seen people do this before where they make a stop, opt not to change tyres, but as a result they cannot get the tyres to turn back on.
As we saw like an hour or two ago, when the 169 was being followed through this set of corners continuously for a few laps, we know that ended up in a crash for the 169 car, so we'll see how this time it will end up, but we'll see if it will be as close as last time, or might happen as still after the pit stop the 76 American car and the 417 Lexus are nose to tail with each other.
Look down the inside here. I think they are. Laid on the brakes, throwing out the anchors. Ran a little bit wide, but they've got the pass done. Now, can they run away from the Lexus up the mountain, though? Looks like they've got the legs on them, both moving to the inside. Take the racing line. I think they've gone and done it.
Yeah, definitely seems like. So that will be an P8 for the American car. As we follow through. The last person in the race now being the car in front of them. So the 63 McLaren, which had a lot of issues till now. As we also see a bit down, the 73 car has lost like 4 positions in the past hours. So we see some people who had some issues.
We have on board now, like you said, with the 63 McLaren. Still going strong. They are in last place and 2 laps down to the car ahead of them, but they're still driving. And that is the important thing right now. You see S02R02, I don't know how to say the name, I will forever fail it. In P12, currently chasing down P11, so I believe this is for position as well. The 804 BMW, currently with Ponticelli. Now, that Beamer's good in a straight line, but so is that Audi. It'd be interesting to see if that Ferrari in front is giving that Beamer enough time to stay ahead. Tucked up right behind them, going under the bridge. Are they going to move out? Which way are they going to go? Or are they content to sit there? Seem to be content to sit there. As the Ferrari very well gets out of the way, doesn't want to be involved in that at all. And they're going to stick as close as they can up the mountain.
As here, the Sim Racing Holland 2 goes for presumably last stop on the race in P28. So driving still steady. As we see now, the CBSR car is like half a minute away from the P2 and P3 in front of him, and he has an 8 seconds gap to the back of him with the Abruzza car. So this might be without any crazy things the expecting finishing order, only with if that 10-second penalty.
Do you see the 88 going down? Sorry to cut you in there. A lot of flashing from the BMW. They didn't seem amused by that. I don't know how you feel about that overtake. It seemed perfectly okay to me.
Yeah, it seemed like it might be experienced as a bit of a sand down there, but it could be taken up as a bit aggressive, but as flashing, and especially in this dark circumstances, it can be a very irritating and distracting thing to do. So normally I'm not such fan of being flashed at headlights and in the dark, as the whole screen behind you goes white and back. So I don't think it's very necessary to say it and do it like that.
Yeah, and it is mentioned in the rules and usually for races that flashing is meant to be done to let someone know you're about to overtake them, usually a back marker, or you're trying to unlap yourself. It's normally not told to do when you're frustrated with someone. Of course, it does happen. But as sim racers, unfortunately, I think we all get frustrated sometimes, and maybe our fingers do move to the flashing button occasionally. It was quite a late move from James Mead there. Again, I am trying to be objective with anything regarding the 990 cars. If it comes across as biased, feel free to shout me in the chat. I will take it under advice and try and listen. Matt Tab has been very brave there. Don't think he wants to do that. I think anyone wants to go too wide around there. He's probably getting very frustrated as he tries to get closer to the car in front.
Yeah, still those cars going gearbox to nose, or however it placed in the car, but still crazy how they're again fighting, and these dark light, it's just crazy to see it. And in my side it's a bit sad that the 10-second time penalty is there, otherwise it would be a very nice fight for P2, but of course if the stewards have made their decision, it's their decision. So oh, there's a car off. I think that's the
Lamborghini, right?
Of Tyler, the 63 Lamborghini.
And we also have an incident in the Dipper by the looks of it, the number 54 car.
Went very close. The number 2 Audi came close to it.
I think many of the front runners are around that right now. They seem to have got it all sorted out. Don't seem to have collected anyone else.
Yeah, nobody standing still anymore or driving very, very slow. So that's a great sign. So I'm still following them as this battle goes down into the last 23 minutes. As there's a yellow flag, the 63 McLaren standing still at the bottom of the Dipper. So it's gone from bad to worse for that car. So
they've got a lot of time to rejoin now. They're planning on rejoining.
They wait for the car to come by, then they'll rejoin.
Potentially could have gone a bit sooner than that, but the fact that they've elected to wait and be that much safer is a good decision on their part, I think. As that car has been in the wars as well as the drivers, but credit to them for keep going. There's only 20 minutes left. They've just got to stick it out for that much more now.
As here we see the car of Mike Abrahosa, who we spoke to his uncle he's racing with, and as I said, they're saving as much fuel as possible, and it will be for them the question if they will be a lap started by the leaders in one of the last seconds, if they will be eventually possible to even finish the race with this fuel tank, or they really have to do another splash to even make it to the end. So their strategy didn't completely work out, as they're still behind the CSR and the 169 car. As Timo Zidek is back in the pits with the 52 Lamborghini, which we saw in the wall a few minutes ago, trying to repair his car. As we go back to Matt Tubby in the 990, trying to get that position out of it.
I do wonder now if he's just content to sit behind James Mead right now. Oh, someone lost it in the background?
There was a car in the background continuously.
It's so hard to tell at night, I find.
Yeah, it seems like someone is gone missing there. But there's no standing car, no yellow flag, so I guess they are just driving forward, so no big issues.
or if it's a case of just going around the corners, but because of all the cars and other scenery, you see the lights move a lot more than they actually do.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, excuse me, I am rather tired now. I was only planning on being in the booth for an hour or two, and I have been here for nearly the whole 10.
Yeah,
Or 9, rather, at this point.
I've thought to come in a few hours, but then 4.5 hours later I'm still here, so...
Yeah, it tends to happen, doesn't it? As the Audi gets out the way for our P2 and P3 car.
Yeah, it's just... the moment you're driving the last bit of the race and you see on your real time that the P2 and 3 are coming behind each other and you see them driving right behind each other, it's just... for me it's then just trying to get out of the way as soon as possible, just not interrupt anything what they are doing.
Exactly that.
So Lulu, since you've been commentating for the whole race, what drivers or what teams have impressed you the most? And you can't be by saying 990.
Oh, in that case, I don't know who to say. I mean, honestly, we always sing their praises because we know they're very quick guys, but the 169, I think out of the top cars right now, has probably been in the pits to repair the most. And the fact that they've been able to keep that car within the top 3, top 5 throughout pretty much the entire race is credit to their pace. And if they hadn't had those incidents, there's a good chance they'd be on for a win.
It's their 0-0 strategy. Remember, there's no aero. They use 0-0 wings.
I'm convinced they got a different engine in that thing today.
Probably do as well.
They've nicked the one at the hypercar for the weekend.
They've done a phenomenal job though, in fairness to them. And I tell you one thing, the Honda out in the lead though, guys, how impressive was that after the big spin early on and recovered, and they've dominated this race, I think is fair to say.
You're not wrong though. Ooh, looked like James B got a little bit of a tap there from a back marker. Might be worth it going back and revisiting that if we can, but everything's straight and narrow still. But yeah, like you said, that Honda, we knew the Honda was quick around here. It was surprising that it wasn't P1, if I'm brutally honest. I expected to see a Honda P1 around here, as it is easily the quickest car. Maybe only the Porsche can keep up with it, but we don't have a Porsche in the top today. But considering, like you said, they've had 2 big spins, thankfully no damage really. But it is certainly credit to the car and credit to the drivers as well for keeping it that far ahead. And they've just run away whenever they've got the chance.
100%. I'm very sad now that Ambrose isn't getting his top 3. I was tipping them for it. Now I did miss a bit of the race in between, obviously going off and doing other bits. But between Chris Vickers, Mike, and of course Nelson, they've had still a great stint, and P5 for them, I'm sure they'll be quite happy. Obviously they might hope for a P4.
I think they're hoping, but unfortunately I believe, as Nelson said earlier, they're currently in fuel save mode. So they're in big fuel save mode, and I'm imagining the top 4 cars, particularly 4, 3 and 2, are currently driving flat out to the end. So I don't see Nelson getting past them outside of any big incidents happening within those top cars. There's still 20 minutes left, so I wouldn't rule it out just yet.
Yeah, and with the SSRI car being pitted, so they have their on a few as Fabian Kramer in the Astro Racing team spins it around. So they're but as I said, the SSRI car has pitted for fuel, so they are just pushing to their max, and the Abrahosa car has the fuel save, so the gap has gone up since they came out of the pits. So for the rest of the position, it seems like it will be like this without any issues.
Still great driving from everyone there, like literally in the whole field. And hats off to everyone, especially in the 63 McLaren. Like, they've had a very, very tough endurance race, but I love the tenacity going to the end no matter what. They're quite a bit down from everyone else, but we love to see that in endurance race and people going to the end regardless of whether they're 10 laps down, 14, whatever it is, and fair play to them. I think they should get an honourable mention.
I think everyone is worth an honourable mention, but them particularly so. As we mentioned earlier, the McLaren as well has very much fallen out of favour in recent updates. It's certainly not as quick as it once was, and to opt to take that car is definitely brave.
Yeah, it seems to be a car that's getting a lot of hate lately from ACC, the developers, but sure, look, could be worse.
Will be interesting to see on the 19th when the big update rolls around how that's going to affect the car.
Yeah, interesting to see the new cars when they're released as well, how good they are.
If it's anything like we've come to expect, unfortunately, I imagine they'll probably be the quickest cars on track for a good while.
Yeah.
But of course, we'll have to wait and see with regards to that.
Although, if I had my way, the Jag would still be one of the best cars.
I know for a fact right now, Matt Tubby in the 990, he's rather fond of the V12 Aston, especially around here.
Oh, yes.
Because he found out that as long as you keep them behind you on the mountain, they're not getting past you on the straights.
It's an absolute animal in a straight line, that V12, and it's probably one of the best sounding cars, if not the best sounding car in the game. It's a screamer. And Chalander is looking to get involved here as well. Only 1.5 seconds off, it looks, from Asprey and Engelhardt ahead. So Chalander and Asprey, they've been swapping positions. I think every 2 to 3 laps I've seen them swap around. Do you reckon there will be another last few minutes battle with these two? I honestly think there will be.
They're probably going to keep racing to the end, I reckon. They seem to be just ebbing and flowing right now.
Yeah.
The gap does seem a bit bigger than it has been previously.
I think Tubby's kind of given up on fighting with Mead now. He knows that that's P2 is in the bag once he keeps it behind. Obviously, the racer and anyone would want to do it on track, but it doesn't seem like he's going to get by this time.
I will say, however, looking at the instant discussion chat right now in the Discord, that the 169 Ferrari is appealing their penalty.
Okay.
So the appeal process will be that penalty will be removed, so that should they have to make another pit stop, that they will not have to serve the penalty. And although they do not actually have to make another pit stop right now due to their stint timers and fuel timers, if they make an emergency one, we don't want them serving an extra 10 seconds.
No, of course.
That means another lot of stewards will be investigating that issue. I, of course, will not be investigating that issue, seeing as I am teammates with the car right behind them.
Oh, shenanigans.
Shenanigans indeed, but no, we do everything we can to separate cars when it comes to investigating incidents like that, and I have removed myself.
Yeah, no, look, that's the standard kind of thing. If you've anything to do with a certain team, you're not involved in that incident, you're involved in any other incidents as long as you're not associated with that team, which is very fair. And speaking there, so Tubby is just sitting behind.
I think he's more than content to sit behind right now with this 10-second penalty looming.
Would you not think, knowing that it's being appealed, that there might be a little bit of a push?
They might not be aware of it as of right yet.
I don't know. If that was me, if I was going to do the appeals for them, I'd be telling them straight away, look, just in case, get the finger out now and get the job done. And especially if that Ferrari didn't take tyres, which we're not too sure of.
Exactly. I imagine when they find out that that is being appealed, that they will potentially try and get past now, like you said.
Should be interesting. Shut over there, and look at this one here. There's a little on-track fight now for 13th and 12th. Getting quite close.
Starting to creep into the final 10 minutes of this race thereabouts, or the final 12 to be precise.
Yeah, and I think this is it. Like, for the long slog, I'd say now you're going to see a little bit of errors. We're really trying to push for the last places that you can gain. So that's why X is in here with Porcetini or Lini. I can't say that name. It sounds like pasta to me. call him Del Mio.
Oh, but he was in a Ferrari.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off there. I believe, as you said in doubles, I believe Mead is in the car from a double. That is very deep into the chase. Fortunately, that is a big old bucks of sand to go into, so shouldn't be impacted too much. I don't believe they've lost out on any positions either. But that could have been a race ender had that been at the wrong place.
Absolutely. Looking on, there's not much more in close battles now. That was the closest one, other than, of course, the 990 and 169. But I don't think that's really going to be a battle we're going to see on track too soon, as Tubby's let off a bit and is about a second off.
I wonder if some traffic has potentially played a part in that. We'll have to wait and see. The gap may close back up again.
So a few random cars, a quick kind of show as well. That might not have been showing too much in the stream, guys, while the gaps are there. So do any of you know who Carl Van Horn is from Astro Racing Team?
Can't say I do.
Oh no! There was a car stopped. I just can't see him on.
It looks like the 888, is that?
This is the the number 888, yeah, BMW. But I just can't see where he's buried into the wall.
Must be just before the dipper.
There we go.
Going again. It's hard to see the damage in these lighting conditions, unfortunately.
Frank de Boer now is right involved here. But it doesn't look like it's impeded anyone, really, in terms of gaps or anything like that.
Tell you what, touch wood, as we still have 8 minutes, 50 seconds to go. There haven't been many incidents that have collected others. We've had one or two, but for a 9-hour race at Bathurst, I'd say it's actually been quite well behaved.
Who knew that SSRI would have a great team of drivers come in and race a great race?
Oh, I'm certainly not one of them, that's for damn sure.
No, the guys know what they're at here, to be fair about it, and all the teams coming in, I think every racer, regardless of pace, have the awareness about them and the race knowledge on what not to do, so very well done to everyone.
Exactly, it's a big up to the drivers and all the teams that have taken part. Of course, we've had a few dropouts. That is unfortunate. It is the way. Sometimes I know. Sometimes hardware breaks. I know for a fact right now the elastomer in Matt Tubby's brake pedal is currently broken.
Oh, lovely.
The man has a lead foot when it comes to braking. That's the second one he's gone through now.
Oh wow.
But clearly something's working. So if he keeps braking them and keeps the speed up, I'll keep paying for him.
And I think I think one of the drivers of the day has to go to Tom van der Meer, driving this broadcast the whole way through. Fair play to him.
Exactly. And the thing is, everyone's been racing all the way up and down the grid, and it has been wonderful to see.
It's certainly not the easiest to keep an eye on gaps, especially after the pit stops throughout it. I seen earlier on just how close it is and how busy it be. So these guys are doing a great job. Almost Schroeder though. This car that was struggling earlier on is now looking to fight for P9 at Tillender. So surprisingly there for Tillender, he's now about 7 and a bit seconds off Antonio Asbury. He must be struggling maybe with the tyres now at this stage. Or is there a bit of fuel saving, I wonder?
It's making you wonder. It could be both at this stage. I mean, the tyres shouldn't be getting too much degradation due to the temperature, unless you really got the pressures wrong. But it's like Nelson said earlier, if people are fuel saving to go to the last lap, you want to make sure you've got that extra lap as well, just in case the leader gets around.
I had nightmares of that from last night, because that's exactly what happened to me. Going on to the last lap, running out of fuel at turn 1 in Imola.
Oh God.
It was horrendous.
That's awful.
It was funny though.
Touch wood, I've never quite had that situation. I've come close with driver stint before. I think At the Suzuka 24-hour, I came into the pit lane with 4 seconds left on my driver's stint.
Oh, wow.
I was cutting it a little bit close.
Some say perfection. Some say that's perfection.
Some say perfection. Some say I came in with 4 seconds left on my driver's stint. And somehow the game didn't catch me speeding on pit entry, even though I'm 100% sure I did.
You mean you're too good for the game to copper?
Apparently.
I'll tell you one thing, there's a tasty little battle happening here as well. Not only for P10, but P18. I loved seeing this. I love seeing everyone giving it their all right up to the last minute.
Even with that penalty looming, they're still driving and trying to get that final position off the Lork driving car.
That's how to do it. You've a racing heart, you keep pushing. That's how it should be.
I believe that is the CBSR car right in front of them, so I'll be giving them a nice tow as well.
Absolutely.
Back on board with the number 11, Mode 11 BMW with Nikolai Schroeder in there. Now racing at the 417, Lexus that we saw in the fight with our All-American 76 car earlier. So it looks like Aspiri in the 76 car has now made a big gap, and now the 417 is under threat. And that Beamer's going to struggle to get past that Lexus on the straight.
The Americans have another big incident other than the one earlier on when they were coming down this straight and hit a back marker. Was any incidents after, because they're down a few more positions than I thought they would have been.
I think they had a few wall taps. Wow. That looks like...
Oh, the Mercedes of Van Buren is after dropping it. And big style, look at the damage on the front of that car as well.
That car's not moving, and there was plenty of time to get moving. Don't move now. Don't move now. Ironically, this is the team that's been drinking all afternoon.
The last thing you want is in the last few minutes to this to happen.
Exactly, and there's the 991 coming through. They've got plenty of time to move now. Do wonder if that car is dead in the water, so to speak.
Wow.
And just like that, Abranosa has been rewarded. They've been moved up to 4th place.
Oh, the Mercedes is still there.
Still there. They're eking forwards, but that car doesn't seem to want to be moving. I think that needs to be an RTG at this point.
I'm wondering, is there a glitch with maybe like a disconnect of the wheel or something?
Oh, there we go.
It was going to happen. It was there way too long.
That's very unfortunate. Car may have to return to the grid now, return to the box. Oh, it is painful seeing a car have to wait there that long. It is a shame another car got caught up in that as well, as the Mode 11 car seemed to hug the wall around there.
The Mode 11 car is absolutely on it here.
Fortunately, that incident has cleared up just in front of them, so they are now racing as quickly as they possibly can. The car is very close into Forest Elbow. See, they stay very close through there. Can they get the run all the way down? Or is that Lexus just too powerful? It looks like that Beamer can't get close enough.
The Lexus is a pig in a straight line.
Will Nikolai look up the inside? Lexus goes defensive and runs wide.
Oh, this is a chance. Yes, he has it.
Oh no! Oh, right at the end.
Oh, wow.
Bounce back onto the track. Was that the 88 Audi?
Oh, yeah, it was definitely one of the Audis.
Aaron Van Drunen's got the car back and is looking mighty beat up, the 69. We'll have to see how long this pit takes. They've managed to get it back to the pits, so they've avoided the locked controls. That was well held there. Definitely a code brown from Stroge.
The only thing, that was a bigger hit than I've ever seen in my life. The snap on that Audi there was no way you were controlling that.
Very reminiscent of the old Audi where it just try and kill you at a moment's notice. We've actually got a few cars in the pit lane now. It's not where you want to be with a minute left on the clock.
Absolutely not. Top job to everyone here though on this grid. Has just done an amazing job. Wow. And that penalty was removed from Mead, so Tubby now will be having to sit in third position, by the way.
I believe the penalty is still pending review. So it will be a provisional P2 for the time being with James Mead pending that penalty. Of course, I imagine Matt Tubby is going to stay as close as he possibly can, especially Schroeder bonking the wall on the way out. We've just been told by Tom that potentially any penalties pending review or pending a penalty will be done tomorrow by the stewarding team, as they are entitled to sleep as well as all of our drivers, as all results will be preliminary until they are officially posted.
And I think there's a new rule in SSRI: once the race is ended, every single driver needs to do a shot.
I certainly cannot condone it if any of our drivers are underage, of course, but
Well, they can have a shot
as someone who is not underage, I wholeheartedly agree.
Anyone underage can have a shot of like cordial or coke or something.
You can have, what was it we used to drink when I was a kid? Fake what? Schlur. Did you ever have Schlur?
Oh yeah, that's actually nice.
It's just grape juice, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's grand.
It used to be, all the kids used to get, adults would have wine, the kids would have Schlur.
And or did you get Guinness as a 4-year-old, you know? Here we are crossing the line, and this looks like it's for the checkered flag.
It is indeed.
It is.
787. They've made it look rather easy, haven't they?
Unbelievable. That was a phenomenal display from them. And Mead in the Ferrari, I honestly think, I know you're probably hoping that Tubby gets the place up if they get the 10-second penalty, but Mead in that Ferrari has done just a ridiculous job, and all of the drivers there running that car as unstable as they have been and bringing it home here in P2 provisionally. Obviously, depending on the review from the stewards tomorrow, but absolutely brilliant.
Exactly that. And of course, I don't think the 990 car will be disappointed with a podium, as that will be, collectively as a team, that will be the first podium they've ever picked up.
Oh wow.
So
well,
they will not be unhappy with that result. I know they'll be hoping for a P2, but the penalty will have to be investigated, of course, but that will be up to these stewards.
I'm delighted then for Chris Vickers, Mike Ambrose and Nelson Ambrose there on their P4. I still feel they deserved the podium, but I did miss a lot of the race to see what happened in between, and I'm sure I'll hear from the guys afterwards. I know Chris Vickers is an admin in SSRI as well, so they're representing SSRI very well.
And then we have James Mead and the 990 on the way through, and Aaron Van Drunen has just about got to P7, so that big incident didn't cost them too much in the grand scheme of things.
Very well done. And Antonio Asperi brings back the American team in P8 with Nicholas DeSantis and Skyler Davis, so well done to them. Schroeder in 9th. But this is on now with Mike Ambrose. I always call Nelson his twin brother.
Well, I thought they were brothers. I didn't realise it was a cousin and uncle. Cousin and uncle? Nephew and uncle.
Well, they could be cousins either. Their family's a bit mad. But honestly, that was a phenomenal race. And to be honest with you, SSRI endurance events, they're always great to watch and they're always great to take part in. So if anyone's watching, there still is spaces left to get involved. Don't be afraid to enter in a team. Join the Discord and get chatting with the guys. And SSRI is much bigger than just insurances. They run other leagues. They have a full team of broadcasters, stewards, commentators, everything you could ever ask for, all in one place as well, guys.
Got a little bit for everyone, to be honest, and we could always use more stewards, we could always use more commentators. Everyone is welcome.
Absolutely brilliant. That's how it started.
The 787 car starting at what looks to be P6 or P5.
Yeah. Wow. That was a great race pace. The quality pace mightn't have been there over one lap.
Makes me wonder, was Sem potentially their quickest guy in the car and he wasn't able to do qualifying? God.
That a great sight.
The race start seems like such an eternity ago at this point.
What was your highlight?
Oh, God. That's quite difficult, actually. There's been a lot of good overtakes. There's been a few squeaky bum moments, as we like to call them. But all in all, I think it's just been a good race. I think the best thing is that there's been racing up and down the grid.
I'm just going to drag in. I see James Mead and Jonas in. I'll throw them all in.
Yeah, get them all in. Just get the whole R&E in. I half expect Raggy to pop up at some point.
Well, congratulations, James. I would say it was a very easy P2, but my God, did you fight hard for that?
Yeah. I've got wrist cramp and sweating so bad, but that was a lot of fun. That was harder than I thought it was going to be at the end then. I had to make it harder by spinning it and putting it in the wall with a lap to go. So, yeah. Don't know how to make it harder for ourselves, but yeah, that was great. It was an amazing race with Matt. Like, he had the edge on me up the mountain and I couldn't do anything about it, but yeah, that was great, fair, clean racing. It was brilliant. Loved it.
No, you're doing absolutely brilliant there.
As we got you and Yonti in the call as well, Bathurst, how do you rate it? Is it up there? Is it down there? What is it?
It's very much up there, in my opinion. Every single lap I did, I enjoyed. Even with having to be stuck behind some back markers sometimes in the mountain, that might have, well, I could have skipped those laps, but otherwise, absolutely lovely when you're just lapping in no man's land. You know, every single lap is as fun as the last one. Just the corners, you know, the mountain, exciting stuff all the time, and then you get to rest on the straights again a bit. Conrad Straight, just look at the top speed, always fun.
So you say you get to rest a little bit here, but I always find that the top half of the track is so much more demanding that your rest is gone. You're focusing that much more.
I mean, yeah, the focus has to be there all the time, because as soon as you veer off the line a bit, you know, you have to lift off and you lose time, and then that just snowballs into losing a lot of time over time. But yeah, when you just focus through the mountain, exit from the Forest Elbow, I feel like after that you rest a bit, you take a good long straight there, a couple of corners and another straight, and then you go again.
And we have to mention as well, you guys had a few little incidents, a few little scrapes. Any?
Yeah, to say the least. Yeah, we had a couple of issues. Like we said, I think we both came into the thing earlier, and it felt reasonably safe, but the setup that we had was a bit sketch with having no aero and everything. So if you started to lose it, it was quite difficult to catch it back, and we had a couple of those issues. So, but it didn't cost us absolutely everything, thankfully. So managed to make up for it a bit.
And we also have our P1 winners. We have Tim Nybar and Dan Lenson in the 787 Honda Mazda, whatever it is, that thing. You guys made that look a little bit easy.
Alright, Dave, got that saying?
Yeah, Yannick is here as well, so I think we need to introduce him as well.
Oh, he's here, okay. Also,
And
don't
of course-
forget Yannick and Sam.
Yeah, exactly. And Sam.
Oh, of course, and Sam.
Not here.
Yeah, you guys made that look quite easy, didn't you?
It sure wasn't, though. The Honda's very quick, but it wants to bite you. So it was a nice struggle, but this track is awesome, so we enjoyed every bit of it.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise that we didn't end up with more damage, if you ask me. But it worked out in the end.
You guys got lucky twice going through the kink. I think I don't know who it was, but just clipped that inside curve twice. Fortunately, both times kept out of the wall. I imagine that was a little bit of a code brown both times then.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was me both times. First time I was a bit surprised by a backmark who braked a bit earlier than I expected, so I tried to avoid him, but with the Honda, when you brake and turn, it just doesn't work, so it just spun out into the gravel.
It's not a fan.
The second time I touched the curb and went sideways. Luckily I didn't hit anything and nobody hit me. So I was able to continue and only lost 10 seconds. So all in all, not too bad. But yeah, those moments were not the nicest. But luckily we managed to keep it out of the wall, and were able to continue.
Yeah,
I don't
mostly.
think we had any other issues apart from those two spins.
Just a few kisses, Tim. That's not too bad.
And a few very close calls with avoiding some crashed cars over the mountain.
Yeah, there were a few, and it felt like in the last hour or so there were a lot more to avoid than normal.
Yeah, I think the length of the race started to take its toll, and it's dark, and people make mistakes. Yeah. And when it's dark, it's even more difficult to sort of predict where a car is going to be. You don't have time to look at your track map or whatever, so I guess that's why it was a bit tricky. But I have to say, all in all, people were relatively clean, and there were not that many crashes, right? So
for a Bathurst race,
exactly.
I think for a Bathurst race, it was actually I think it was pretty decent. I don't think there were too many big incidents. There were one or two, but I think compared to other Bathurst races we've seen, it was actually quite tame.
Yeah, I think so too. And of course, it was difficult with back markers on the mountain. You have to stay behind, and it's also tricky for them trying to drive their own pace while there's someone hunting them on their ass. So I think everyone behaved quite well, as much as possible.
And same question to you guys as with the R&E boys. Bathurst, how do you rate it? Where is it?
10 out of 10. Always is 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10 for me too, 100%.
But it depends on the car. In this car, it was maybe 9 out of 10. I wasn't.
The Honda's dropped it a mark, has it?
But if you're comfortable in the car, it's an amazing track to drive. But as soon as if you don't have all the confidence, then it gets really, really tricky, really fast. Especially the fast mountain section. It's really nerve-wracking going over it if you don't have the confidence.
Yeah,
but in a Ferrari without any wing, it's 10 out of 10.
Yeah, you guys are crazy fast.
Yeah,
it was slipstream a couple of times, and I just couldn't catch you.
Yeah, it was insane on the straights.
It's ridiculous.
It was insane on the straights.
So we just heard the voice of Matt Tubby, who was stuck behind that Ferrari with a rocket ship in the back of it. How did you and Alex find that after your teammate dumped you in it to only run it 2 people? I can't believe she'd do such a thing.
I wonder who that was.
I wonder indeed.
Oh, it was great fun. Great fun. I'm exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. There's someone at my door. Why is it every time I need to do an interview, someone's at the door? Give me a second. Hang on, please. Okay. No. Really good fun. Seeing that Ferrari come out ahead of me in P2 for the final stint, I knew it was coming. I knew it was going to be not getting past for 20 laps, stuck behind in the slipstream, not gaining any time, and having to go for some sort of crazy move at the bottom of the mountain that in the end I just couldn't pull off. But I know they've got a penalty pending, so we'll see where that goes. But no, P3, coming into the day I was hoping for a top 10, so P3, pretty ecstatic with that.
Don't forget you also stuck it on pole as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a great lap.
Thank you.
And you drove amazing. Then to say we were side by side 3-4 times on the way up the mountain and we never touched, that was mega. So yeah, awesome job, mate. That was so much fun. Stressful, but so much fun.
Yeah, thanks for the race. It was yeah.
This is why I was in the car, because if I was up the mountain alongside you, we both would have been in the bin.
Yeah, that was a blast, guys. I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did.
Yeah, congrats.
Can I ask you to do one thing? All you need to do is shots and post them in SSRI to celebrate what a great race is all done. Has to be done.
Sure, if anyone's brave enough, seeing as this is an Australian track.
I'll find something and polish you, that's fine.
But honestly, lads, look, honestly, well done on the show, and you've just really showcased how good the endurance series is in general with ACC, but also exactly what SSRI are all about, which is great action from start to finish. And yeah, you've all done a great job. Pat yourselves on the back, and I'm sure you might need a good cold shower after that sweaty one.
Definitely.
Yes.
Thanks a lot to you guys for the commentary.
Yeah, and thanks for having us.
Happy to. It's not like I did anything in the race, so I've got to help out where I can.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Thanks a lot,
Thank you
guys.
so
That was
much.
brilliant.
Thank you. Good
Thank you.
race.
Have a good, relaxing evening now.
And I think that is pretty much it. Yeah, no, I think that's just it for tonight's race. But don't forget, there is Imola. I think it's the 13th of May, if my memory serves me right, for the 8 hours. And I can guarantee you that's going to be probably even better than what we've seen tonight, if that is possible.
I believe you are correct, and there's a good chance we're going to have a few brand new cars turning up there as well, as this will be long after the release date of the next 3 cars, and we'll see what this physics patch does as well.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. And yeah, look, fair play to you, Lulu. You've literally carried the comms, which is a credit to you there. So I think I'm part of SSRI, I'm just going to say thanks very much, because you really held the comms together tonight, and everyone else for joining in, so very well done.
Again, thank you to everyone in chat for watching, whether you're a driver in another car or whether you're just someone who wants to watch and see what we're all about. Please, as Com said earlier, feel free to get involved. Check the Discords, check the series we're running. There is something for everyone.
Until next time.
Please don't forget to like and subscribe as well. Gotta get that shill in somewhere. Again, I believe that'll be us signing off for the evening.